Already live? I thought OBS was going to take longer than that. I thought OBS was going to take a little bit longer than that. Let me still. Boom. Okay, there we go. I am moderating both of my chats because I am now live. I am now live and I'm going to be fucking complaining for like 5 hours straight. And I am going to, before I get lost in my complaining, I'm going to put on a wax melt. I'm going to put on a freaking wax melt, chat. That's right. I want my room to smell nice. Yeah, I can discard changes. I'm already using a thumbnail. I'm gonna do the thing. Fuck, I dropped my phone. Fine. Putting on a eucalyptus leaf wax melt, guys. I love the scent of eucalyptus. I cannot get over the scent of eucalyptus. Is this real? Yes, this is real. Chic Badger, hello everybody. Hello everybody, hello, welcome. Ziox Hater, Pyre's Flower. I'm so I'm meesing the fuck out right now. So, this is gonna start off like a regular Ask Genshin stream. Because I, have not fucking logged into Genshin today. I have not logged into Genshin today, and I still have my resin. But in essence, this stream is going to be a big, long stream where I go over, I have a little list on my phone. I plan this. I have a little list on my phone. I'm going to complain about everything that has fucking happened in Natlan. I'm not going to complain about everything. There are a lot of things that I like that happened in Natlan, and I will be sure to talk about those. But there is going to be a lot of fucking complaining. Just hearing, letting it be known right now. I'm taking a sip of my Celsius that I did not finish from another stream. So hello everybody, welcome. And love complaining? Me too! That's why it's in the thumbnail. And also my fucking neck hurts. My neck hurts so gosh dang much. I woke up yesterday and I just had horrible neck pains and they are continuing today. So I can complain about that too. Cheating is unkind. What happened? I've never caught the beginning of a stream. Welcome. You are here. Oh, also, something that I did off stream. I did this. I did that. About the kit's gameplay or the story environment too. Fucking everything. If you can think about it, I'm gonna complain about it. Is there music? There is supposed to be music right now, but I'm also gonna set up something that I wanted to do. I wanted to have playing for more of the talky section of the stream. Come on, let me set this up. Let me set this up. I don't think this is what I'm looking for. Let me make sure that it's not playing on stream before I accidentally blast everybody's fucking ears out. It's not. Okay. No, yeah, this is what I thought it was, but it's not what I wanted. Here we go. Here we go. This looks right. This looks right. Okay, okay, okay. What the fuck? Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Look at this. I'm gonna have this playing the entire time. With this horrible, horrible little creature here. Let me turn off my in-game music. And let me turn on the Pikmin. It should just be playing, right? Is it just gonna play? I think it is just gonna play. How are we liking that? How are we liking that? Get the fuck out of here. This is incredible. We're gonna have this to listen to the entire time. Oh, I'm actually kind of a little bit excited. Is it? How's volume? Does Twitch get bird brain this time? Twitch gets nothing. Everybody gets this. Might be a tad loud. Okay, hold on. It's a tad loud on my side, so that makes a little bit of sense. There we go. The Natlan Retrospective ... Okay. Anyways, this, you know what? I might actually change it. I might make it not this one. I might make it a different mix, because this is, like, very fucking slow, and I wanted it to be, like, a little faster. Like Silk Song all day. Oh yeah, Silk Song came out today, and I, like, know nothing about that. I am not familiar with that at all. I played a little bit of Hollow Knight, but not that fucking much. That's either a bit much or it's drowning you out. Okay, hold on. I can turn it down here. Here we go. My mix looks a little bit better there. I don't know. Climactic. Let me see if I can find something else. Relaxing Pikmin music. This is only an hour. This is not gonna last us. It's fine. I'll just keep this on. This seems to be more to my liking already. You should name this video Natlan. This is not gonna be a video. This is just gonna be me complaining on stream because making it into a video would be far too much fucking work. This is cute. I'm liking this. Oh, it's a cool game. I don't know how to feel about the gameplay mechanics. I hear they are very good. It's fun. I played it and it's fun. It just, I didn't like, it didn't catch me all that much, and I only beat the first boss. And I know I should continue, because I know it's really, really fucking good, but frankly, I'm lazy. Okay, what are we farming today? I should probably just hit ley lines. I should probably just hit ley lines, shouldn't I? Why the Kirara? I was doing stuff with just regular ass Sethos Aggravate. I don't know why, but it was fun. Should I just freaking hit ley lines? Also, this is like a little loud. Why the fuck is... What is with the Pikmin music? You know what? That's fine. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Don't condense. I wasn't gonna condense. Just hit ley lines. It's ley lining time. I should probably hit XP books. I should probably hit XP books. Hopefully I can make it to the viewer polls this time. Yeah, the servers always go up a little bit late for the EU viewers, so that can be an issue. But yeah, also I just fucking put out a form on my Discord. I'm already forgetting. I put out a form on my Discord for viewer polls. So if you want to sign up for that, join the Discord, and I can do polls on your account, and that's gonna be a funny, fun thing. Where do I like farming ley lines? I want to see if the ones, yes, the ones that I want in Inazuma are open. What might not be a verified leak? Nefer's kit makes it so that Nilou is useless to use with her. Yeah, that's not a very trustworthy leak. I would not call many leaks very trustworthy. But, that, like, I wouldn't be surprised if it were true to an extent. I wouldn't be surprised if not necessarily, like, Nefer has something in her kit that makes Nilou useless. Well, actually, that is exactly what it is. Because I'm thinking, like, I think rather it would be something like Nefer has team requirements that Nilou can't fit in, which would result in Nefer making Nilou useless, but I guess I have a problem with the fucking wording. I don't know. What team am I playing? I am just doing Friendship. I'm just doing Friendship right now. Am I the only one who likes Natlan ley lines? Yes, you are. They were very, very good in 6.0. In 5.0, my bad. And then, they got fucking wicked with every expansion. They're not so bad over in the resort. They're okay over here, but they're all so close to waypoints in the mainland Natlan, and then they're all, like, spread out across fucking islands in this entire coast in this part of the map, and over here you have to like climb the entire fucking mountain. But the base continental Natlan is good and enjoyable to farm. The rest are irritating. And this belongs in a stream. Like, I'm not getting off topic, guys. Me complaining about the Natlan ley lines, that belongs in a stream called the Natlan Retrospective. I genuinely believe that the ley lines got worse. I'm allowed to talk about this. I'm complaining about everything. I said I would be complaining about everything. I'm complaining about everything. Glad to get you on topic. Thank you so much for helping me stay on topic. And I'm really, like, I plan to do this stream for a fucking while. I am very, very glad that I got Mualani before, I don't think she's gonna change my perspective a ton in general. But I'm just kind of happy that I, like, have a Natlan carry that is strong and I enjoy playing. Train alert. I think that alone indirectly makes Nilu not as... Yeah, I wouldn't... That's kind of what I was saying, is I wouldn't be surprised if Nilu wasn't good for Nefer. I don't know if they are going to put something directly in Nefer's kit that, like, makes Nilu useless to some capacity. It's like, either they're not going to be good together... There's no either or, because the or was going to be that, like, Nilu gets power crept to an extent, in which case they wouldn't be good together, because Nilu wouldn't be fucking good. Whee. I don't know what I'm doing. Why am I using Emily? I have a unit. The reason I chose these ley lines is so I wouldn't have to do any Hydro application and I could just use an Epa. Hello, Leap. Arliana? Is that how to pronounce that? Hello, welcome. Hit. When characters in the team trigger the bloom reaction, it's instead converted into lunar bloom reaction, triggering lunar bloom. Wait. Are there actual, like, substantial fucking leaks that I've missed? Nefer passives. Oh, there are. This is somewhat substantial. Okay, what does this say? Let me get this up. Let me get this over on here. Womp. Main DPS, Lunar Bloom, Dendro Catalyst. This is all... So right now, off the bat, my initial impression is, I could have guessed this shit. This is not a leak. This is just fucking common sense. Passes out when the trigger bloom reaction is instead converted to the lunar bloom reaction, trigger no longer generate dendro cores. Okay, so this sucks. This sucks, and I hate it. But honestly, I would not be like, this is within the realm of possibility for me. I can get a dendro DPS. Yes, I guess you can. Will you pull my Nefer? Sure. I'm not pulling her myself if this is what she fucking does, but yeah. So the thing about, what is it? Already we have Llama generating, what is it, Verdant do? What the fuck is the Llama kit again? I'm looking this, I'm pulling this up. I always forget the exact wording. But it's like, where's the passive? Llama damage thing. Starting the Nodcry retrospective off right by looking at the fucking not Nodcry characters. Or the not Natlan characters. The Nodcry characters. Does it have nothing? Does it really say nothing about Lunar Bloom? It's really that the only Lunar Bloom damage, or the only mention of Lunar Bloom is, I believe, this. The 2-hit hold damage, the Verdant do. It's in her passive? Where is it in her passive? She's Moonsong, Moonsong. No, this is not a passive. I'm reading the wrong thing. Moon Sign cannot stack. This is Bloom, Hyperbloom, and Burgeon damage. Can score crit hits, blah, 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 blah. And this just says Bloom damage. This just is a buff to Lunar Bloom damage. This is not triggering Lunar Bloom. Hold E if you want to... Nukes if you stack Verdant. Yeah, Verdant Dew is the thing you get by triggering the Blooms. So right now, we do not have a character that can trigger Lunar Bloom. We only have a character that can do Lunar Bloom damage. And Nefer is going to be necessary to do that, to trigger Lunar Bloom, it sounds like. But even though Lunar Bloom isn't going to fucking do anything, it's going to give you stacks, which is already what this shit does. You just trigger Bloom and then she gets stacks. Anyways, this is pissing me off. Well, so anyways, about this fucking leak. This seems in line with what they're already doing. Consumes Verdant Dew and XX to fire a strength and charge attack counted as Lunar Bloom damage. Yeah. So this sounds like an incredibly boring DPS, which is incredibly on the mark for Hoyo. This sounds like the most like fucking Flynn's this is Flynn's but Dendro is what this is. And I am inclined, unfortunately, I am inclined to believe that leak. Pretty restrictive, unfortunately. Yeah, it sounds like she's just not doing any Bloom damage at all. I think like I'm split on whether this could be it's 50-50 because essentially I do expect that Hoyo will do something this boring, but also like if I were fucking making up a fake kit for Nefer, this is what it would be. This would be exactly what it fucking is. I would just be like, just make Flynn's again because they seem to want to make the same fucking units over and over, so I'll just make Dendro Flynn's. So it's like, I wouldn't be surprised in either direction. Okay, get this the hell out of here. Get this the freak out of here. Hyperspecific support for one team every other patch. Alright, here's the thing, is what they're doing is they're not making it so the support is hyperspecific. They're making it so the support is really, really strong and generalized, and they're making it so the DPS is hyperspecific, which is way what I would predict. Like, you're sitting here telling me that Inefa is hyperspecific. You're here telling me that fucking Escoffier is hyperspecific. Like, I could kind of give you Seatlali, because Seatlali is a little bit more niche, but Llama is not hyper-specific at all. Llama has a ton of use cases, and the fact that Inefa and Llama together are going to be such a fucking strong core. It is predictable enough to fuel leaker propaganda? Yeah. Did I say support? You meant carry? Okay. Well, even if I'm not... Even if you meant carry, it's good that I say that. I think it needs to be said. She lets anyone in the team trigger Bloom and then convert it to Lunar Bloom. Who are we talking about? Also welcome all X thing. Nefer does the Lunar Bloom damage. Llama also does Lunar Bloom damage. Emily is too specific. I'm gonna fucking crash out if I hear anybody say Emily is hyper specific and niche. She's niche on what accounts actually want her, but she is not team specific. Hello, Roberto Desu. Seatlali didn't have a specific cryo support. Do we need another cryo? Do we need a cryo support for the cryo support? She does her own. Supporting. I haven't even done my my ley lines yet. I haven't even done my ley lines yet. Emily is niche, not healing Yao Yao. True. Emily is like if Yao Yao didn't heal, basically. She's so bad. Chiori is incredibly fucking niche. Chiori is a very, very niche unit, but also Chiori is not a support at all. And I didn't bring up Emily because Emily is also not a support. Shiori, she just needs a Geo unit team. Well, C1 Shiori just needs a Geo unit on the team. C0 Shiori needs a fucking Geo construct, and like the thing about C0 Shiori, she's so niche that like she is one of the only units that you would like actually consider using Kachina for. Like, she's not just a budget alternative to someone else. It's like, yeah, you want Kachina in that fucking slot. Very niche, but she's not that specific. Yeah. It's like also that double Geo cores aren't incredibly powerful. They're okay. But like, there aren't a ton of places you want to use a double Geo core because they're not that great. So it's like, they're okay everywhere. So it's like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying. You guys get the point. You guys get the freaking point. Alright, I just keep hitting ley lines, don't I? I just keep hitting ley lines. It doesn't support cryo units beyond generic Cinder City, but Cinder City is a very strong supportive utility. That's something that I'm going to talk about. I'm a really big fan of Scroll. I think Scroll is fucking great. I think it's a fantastic set. And that's why I'm really so excited for the Nod Cry sets, is because I think, what? Obsidian Codex is really, like, shit. I hate Codex. Spoiler alert, I fucking hate Codex. And it seems that for both of the Nod Cry sets, they're going way more in the direction of Scroll than they are in, Obsidian. Which, again, I guess I'll get to. Kachina C6 was actually as cool as it sounds. Would be nice, wouldn't it? Shiori is niche Geo Yao Yao. Every unit is just an alternative to Yao Yao. This is true and factual. You will not like the new DPS set? I love the new DPS set. You're fucking crazy. Also, hello. Is that Veresa Lover? Is that how I'm supposed to read that? Hello, welcome. I should probably link more that I'm also streaming on YouTube, because I should also probably link more that I'm also streaming on Twitch. I'm streaming on both platforms right now, by the way. Hello, everybody. You can see the chat on the screen. If you couldn't put those things together. Mika is dorky Yao Yao, true. But yeah, I love the new set, because the new set, it enables non-Nod Cry characters to be used on it if you have 2 Nod Cry characters in the team, which is, I don't think, going to be that restrictive of a passive. And also because, like, there are characters like Inefa who I'm using to lift up older units, like fucking Sino. The fact that I'm going to be able to use it on Sino because I'm already running Inefa in the team, just so, like, I know in the slot, throw probably eventually Columbina in the slot. Anyways, let's fix volume a tiny bit. Okay, hold on. Is it the music is loud again, or I'll crank it down a little bit, or is it the fucking video James? Music is fine. It's the video James. There we go. Mualani is weird hydro vape DPS Yao Yao. True. And a real. But I'm also going to turn it down a little bit for myself. You're only stronger than one singular codex set. That's like half the fucking reason that I do not want to farm that domain. Is Scroll going to be strongboxable? Do we know that? Found you from your Shethos and Inefa videos. Appreciate the content. Hello, welcome RPG Sushi. Better be, yes. Scrolling Codex into Strongbox. Okay, cool. I'm gonna start fucking Strongboxing Scroll. Because I hate Codex. Even though I should be farming Codex to make my Kaniche better, because Jesus Christ, my Kaniche is not that good. I don't want to farm Codex. I think it is a bad set. I mean, objectively, it is a very, very good set. But, I think, like, it's basically, like, I was kind of saying, when I was complaining about Mawika in my first Mawika video that probably like 10 people watching saw, I was always talking about how it's like, oh, after, because she needs Natlan units to function, she's not going to get any new supports past Natlan. And I actually don't think that's going to be much of an issue with her. But I do think it's a big issue with Codex. I don't think we're going to get many Natlan DPSs at all anymore. I think... Who was the last one? It must have been Varesa, and she doesn't even fucking use it. So I think that set is going to become very bad very fast, whereas something like the new set, because it can be used on Nod Cry units, is going to last for a pretty long time. Marchaussee is still very, very good to this day. Aoife, alright, sorry, Aoife. Aoife was the last Codex user. But I don't think it's a very high value set. I think it was high value when Natlan came out, and it's just slowly been fucking falling, because so few units can use it. Varesa can use Codex, no problem, but like if you are, especially if you're getting Varesa on a rerun, you might not even want to farm Codex. You might just want to, if you can, strongbox Long Night's Oath, or like do a two-piece situation. Maybe you do, because maybe you can get some decent scroll pieces, and I think scroll will be more of a... Like, not only is scroll more useful because I think the supports will have longer lifespans than the DPS, but I think that they're going to be more willing to release Natlan supports after Natlan comes out, more willing than they would be to release Natlan DPSs. Like Escoffier comes out. Or really, I should say off-fielders rather than on-field, or rather than support and DPS. It should be off-fielders and on-fielders. I expect them to release Natlan on-fielders. I expect them to less release Natlan on-fielders. Did I say on-fielders twice? I meant off-fielders. Escoffier is my example. They released Escoffier. She's a Fontaine off-fielder during the year of Natlan. I think they'll do that again. Sitting is just 4% crit rate than MH, only for Night Soul characters. Yeah, it's numerically a very, very good set, but I don't think it'll be very useful for a ton of units going in the future. Mawika is going to be the big holdout. I guess I'm already kind of getting into the Natlan retrospective a little bit. But it'll be more organized in a little bit, I promise. Mualani will fall off later. Absolutely. Especially if we are coming to see like 2 new Pyre characters with Durin and Alice coming in Nod Cry. I expect at least one of them will be somewhat decent for her. Hate Escoffier, fake chef, boo organized stuff. Talking about Codex is the 2-piece doesn't even work on half the units who use Codex. Yeah, like Kanich burst from off field. It just inexplicably works on Mawika. It's funny. Because she doesn't consume Night Soul during her burst, and you're supposed to have to consume Night Soul for the, what's it called? For the buff to activate, but it just works on her because we said so. Hello, Frankie. Where's Last Forever? Woohoo! I very much expect Shilona to be still kicking, like, probably even 2 years down the line. I suspect she will still be a strong unit then. Because Shilonen, her strong suit is in convenience. And it is quite difficult to power creep convenience, as we have found with Nouvelette, because his like major strength is convenience, and he is still very relevant to this day because of that convenience being stapled to pretty decent DPS. It always makes their games just support impact. It made all the DPS characters have supportive abilities to support one another depending on who you choose to on-field. Well, that's interesting. Giving DPS characters supportive abilities? That's really, really interesting. Why the fuck would you not want to do something like that? I love that. Hello, Tensai 10. Welcome, welcome. Boom, let's go. Benticons aren't in the selector are insane to me. Oh yeah, the that one selector. I'm not surprised that they want to keep Archons off of that, because, you know, they already want to keep Archons off of Chronicle banners. Like, irrespective of their power, is that the word? I think it is. Just like, with no concern for their power, it does make sense that they would want to, put, like, leave banners, keep them on limited banners only, because, like, as much as we analyze this game from a more kind of meta lens of like, oh, characters need to be X strong, or like X character is weak, whatever, blah blah blah. Like, this game has a very, very strong casual side where people just pull characters because they like them. And the Archons are a lot of people's big favorite characters. So even like a character like Venti, even if he doesn't make that much money on his reruns, he makes more than a lot of other characters. Like, I fucking pulled Venti on this account because I fucking like Venti. I get a lot of exposure to him. He's an Archon, he's an important unit, so there you get a lot of chances to like him. Blasphemy. Imagine Mualani gets a passive that says when Mualani does not use your skill and does not go on field, gives X buff. Okay, that is boring. The buffs are interesting if you get them from using abilities, like Ineffa Burst, like, I'm gonna say it right now, I'm gonna fucking say it right now, like Mawika Burst. I think Mawika Burst damage buff is a bit of a good design. It's the start of a good design. I don't think it's a fantastic one, I don't think it was executed great, but I think the idea is certainly there. No idea what Nahida actually does, I just press buttons when I use her trial version. You don't need to know her. She sucks. You're never gonna use her in your entire life. I should not be that evil. I should not be that evil towards her. But it's gonna be an evil stream. I gotta get in the spirit. I gotta freaking get in the spirit. And there isn't any event stuff I have to do today, right? Whatever. Anyways, I got my first Stygian level 5 clear. If you weren't here for me getting it live. Do you make account views? Oh, account reviews. I think I may need someone to tell me what I'm doing wrong, actually. So I don't do account reviews, but I have been thinking a little bit about that recently. Because it's like, interesting content. I did one very early on, and it did okay, I guess. It has like a fucking 100 views now, but it did like okay, I guess, for the time. It didn't do great, but it was better than probably like half the other things I put out. Would people be interested in seeing account like review style content from not account fixing? Also, Mualani is useless here. Edited content. I don't think I would do it particularly soon. The assimilator account? Yes, the assimilator account review. I don't think I would do it particularly soon because there's a lot of stuff to do with Nodcry coming out. But like as a backup, I would like to maybe like work on one of those as like I guess just like a background project while I'm doing other things. So no, not right now. I'm not doing any right now. But I'm floating the idea. If you figure you like the stream and you stick around, I do have a Discord, which I probably should link in my fucking Twitch bio. If it's not, that might be a thing. That might be a thing. Can I figure out how to do this? I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. Who cares? I have a Discord. I'm gonna link it. I'm just gonna pin it. I'm just gonna fucking pin it in this chat right now. Where is the... You also stream it during the... I could stream it during the recording. I thought about doing that. Can't reviews are quite some fun. Or at least Natlan characters remain relevant for exploration. That is, yeah. I do. They want to be doing exploration stuff going into the future, it seems. With Llama has exploration mechanics. Aino has exploration mechanics. But, like, they're not doing morphlogiston stuff, thank God. They... Not everybody gets exploration mechanics, so Natlan units will be useful for that. Fixing masterclass makes okay, yeah. If I did an edited video, it would be more of a fixing rather than just a review. I would do a full like account takeover and maybe do some resin stuff. It's a lot of work to set up is the thing, but I am open to the idea. Chaska will be relevant in teams for how easy she is to make teams for. Chaska needs very like she doesn't need a ton to function, but to like be a standout unit, she needs a good amount of units that are very key to like you need them to support other teams, namely Farina Bennett. It's mostly those two. So Chaska's lower investment teams are yeah pretty flexible, but like the stuff that you will be tackling in-game content with, she's extremely inflexible and she takes away good units from your better characters. Don't jinx it. What am I jinxing? Hello Tars. They introduce a moonbar. Oh, the phlogiston. Maybe I did jinx it. Maybe I fucking did jinx it. Moon juice. Every character gets moon juice. Trained. Honestly, Lolly with the right way to do an exploration passive ability. That just screw you outside of the X region. That, yeah, I also think that is pretty interesting, where it just uses stamina instead of phlogiston. Outside of freaking Natlan. I also think another one that I think is really, really good. Mualani right here. Mualani has the thing where she uses less Night Soul when she's on the water. It's 75% of Natlan, and it's only 35% out of Natlan. I think that is a really good implementation of a regional exploration passive. Where, like, it's not completely night and day. It kind of is completely night and day between Natlan and not Natlan, but, like, it feels like it's in a more organic way. Hello, Blueberry. Have you tried Overvape Plunge and Effa? I haven't done Plunge, but I have done a lot of Overvape with her. On-field and Effa stuff. But this is the thing I really like. Anyways, I've spent all my resin for the day. Let me claim my things. Let me claim my items. And then I can just start fucking talking. Also, what a great song to come on when I just finished spending my resin. What a thematic song. Let me give you my stuff. Veresa is really good outside Natlan. Veresa also has, yeah, she has like just a passive move speed up is another really good thing. I like exploration passive like that. And I do think there are more, what, like, I don't know. No, Dahlia's isn't strong enough for me to think about it. Dahlia's is like the time-based one that I think Dea and Rosaria also have. Read a 10% movement speed bonus. Like during half the time or whatever. That's not incredibly interesting. It's just nice. Okay. Okay. Is that it? That's it. I guess I can just fucking start talking. I'm here 40 minutes into the stream. I can actually start talking about what I want to talk about. And let me open up my list. Let me open up my list and see the first topic. Which, alright, well this was just the first one that I thought of. It is kit design. But that is a massive topic, and I feel like I'm going to keep coming back to it throughout the entire thing. So do we want me to start off just kind of a general overview of everybody's kit, or should I incorporate that more natural, like just as other topics come up? The Yapathon, it's Yaparoni and cheese time. Don't know Oron can trigger scroll without a second Natlan. The jump is considered entering Night Soul. Is it? Oh, without a second Natlan. Hold on. Hold on. Sidetrack number 1. You guys can answer my question while I test this out. Do you want me to just talk about all the kits right here, right now, emerge? Or do it? I probably am just going to do it right here, right now, emerge. But if you guys would rather start off with something else, then I can hold off on it. Hello, 001. 001. 001. And I'm actually gonna do... How do I test this easily? How do I test this easily? Consider entering Night Soul. It does work, but it's very slow. How do I set this up easily? Probably... Oh, wait. Probably with Dendro would be the fucking easiest. I think I'm geeking. So you... Let's get you on scroll. This music is also hella fucking loud. At least for me. I might turn this down a tiny bit. Trigger the action while you're jumping with Oron? Yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing. Drop this down. There we go. You have to time the jump with the burst hitting? Yeah, so what I was going to do is simply... Where the fuck is an enemy that doesn't have an aura? You. Dea? Dea? I was thinking of doing Dea, but, sidetracking? No, this is relevant, because I'm going to talk about Scroll, right, guys? It's so relevant. It's so freaking relevant. So, hold on. What do I have to do? I have to hit a little bit of a... Let's do some freaking damage. Let's get this burst up and... Whatever. Please. Okay. Please, hit the guy, thank you. It should be as simple as me just doing the jump. And then if it like triggered a quicken... Well... So... Okay. So, here's the thing. Is, you know how Scroll works, is it gives its buff in two parts. It's 12% if you're not in Night Soul, and 28% if you are in Night Soul, and that adds up to 40%. So it seems that I got a fucking Dendra reaction not in Night Soul, and a Electra reaction in Night Soul. Oh, no. No, that's not what happened. I'm lying. I'm completely lying. Because I got the electro damage bonus from this. That's where this is coming from. I'm getting 16% from that. So that's why that's 28. I am only getting 12. So let's see if I hang out in the air. That triggered an aggravate. Cool. Can I get a trigger a spread? No? Alright, it is still not worked then. It's only when you start the jump? Yeah, it's here. Is when I have Night Soul. So you have to like... What is the timing with it? What is the timing involved in it? Do I just have to like E and then E from far away and then jump? I could do... Hold on. Oh, wait. I realistically could do that. But I need to get a reaction, so... But I can't... Okay, so if I'm jump canceling out of the hold shot, I can't just aim shot for him to go into the... And that's not gonna fucking work. You have to E and then jump immediately. Okay, so I just have to be really fucking far away. I'm guessing.
Not too far now.
Did that work? I don't think so. I'm gonna try this like 2 more times, and then I'm just gonna trust that it can happen. I was thinking I would be able to do it somewhat easily with the burst, because I can like just trigger multiple reactions with it. Nope. Here's what else I can maybe do. because his burst applies Electro pretty slowly. So I'm thinking this is gonna be like my last shot. Here it is. Did you see the video I sent you? Oh yes, the Aoife clears. Sorry, I did not fucking react to that. Beautiful Aoife clears. I think I was like waking up. I was almost late to fucking work today. But Tars sent me some beautiful, beautiful Aoife clears with teams that were worse than the ones I used. Hold on. So I already have burst here, so I can go.
Tell me what you see.
Okay. Did that work? 27%. No, it didn't. Because that extra 15 is from Xiangling. I think I have to time that better. Oh god, why is she on Primordial? I am not fucking battering this Xiangling a second time. I am doing this once, and then I am giving the fuck up. So he applies Electro every 3 seconds with his burst. So I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3. Overload, please. Did I get an overload? I still did not get it. Have you considered applying Hydro? I can't do it with Hydro because then he goes into the fucking Night Soul state. Because if you trigger an Electro Charge with him, then he'll go into the Night Soul state and he'll do the thing. I did consider doing it with Hydro because Hydro has the easiest R to work with, but Hydro is unfortunately his trigger condition. Anyways, I'm giving up. We're fucking talking about kids. Beautiful start to the Natlan Retrospective stream. Beautiful part. It's only that initial large glow that counts? Okay, cool. I trust you guys. I trust you guys that that's a thing, but apparently Auron can still activate Scroll if he doesn't have another Natlan unit in the team or doesn't have a Hydra unit in the team. He just... It's really fucking difficult and it's incredibly impractical, and Auron isn't even that great, so it's not really that worth thinking about. The Ollie for cryo. It's someone do it in Discord. I imagine it's true that you get Night Soul at the beginning of the jump, but it is pretty irrelevant to Auron's overall gameplay plan, relevance in teams, and whatnot. Okay. Does he Lolly do so as well? Probably, but it doesn't really fucking matter with Seat Lolly because she just presses E and enters Night Soul anyways, so it's even less practical. So, overall kit design. Let's fucking talk about because Natlan, to some extent, there certainly was a lot of I'll start off with the broad strokes. So to some extent, there certainly was a lot of, in the past, Genshin doing a thing where they release well, actually, they didn't really have an order to it in the past, but essentially they release a DPS unit with a dedicated like support or sub DPS or whatever type of thing. They've been doing so fucking much of that. They've been doing it almost since the release of the game. I don't fucking know. There is... When did we start that? When did we really start that? I guess it was mostly with Shogun and Sara, where I would say that was like the first big instance. And then, of course, we had Ito and Goro. They started off with, you know, them being 4 stars. Of course, there's Wander and Farazan. And then Farazan was mainly there for Xiao. But the point is that they are no stranger to this. And of course, there was fucking... what's it called? Tartag with Xiangling. Tartag is Xiangling's best support. So... that is something I think a lot of people have been faulting Natlan for recently. My point is, I think it is particularly aggressive in Natlan, but it certainly isn't new. It certainly is nowhere near new. Like, if we're going back to, this is actually about my first point, more that it's aggressive rather than it's not new. But we go back to the first example with Raiden and Sara. Raiden isn't even a particularly good damage dealer. Not just anymore. She was never a fucking good damage dealer. She was always just kind of like there to generate some energy for the rest of your team, do a little bit of buffing, and do some big numbers, and so that she could pretend she is the main damage dealer on the team. So Sara was there for like the C2 Raiden nuke showcases and shit like that, but I would argue that most people, maybe most people who are playing Raiden now do play Sora with her, but throughout like most of the time of people playing Raiden, most people are not playing Raiden Sora. Because it's not a particularly good pairing, just because like Sora is only there to boost Raiden's damage, and Raiden's damage isn't the fucking best. So the point, like now, we've gotten to a point where, or even something with like fucking Ito Goro, is like everybody always ran C6 Goro with Ito, but now the, I guess, quote unquote shield supports have gotten so aggressive that Ito doesn't even fucking run his dedicated support anymore because the new generalist support, these thoughts are not coordinated well right now. But in any case, like the new generalist support is more powerful for Ito than the old specialist support. What the fuck is my point with all this? I love like having coherent thoughts. It's that yes, no, they have this know this like pairing of units with like, oh, this is the DPS to X is the DPS to Y's support. That is not a new thing, but to the extent that they have been doing it, absolutely is a new thing. But that is also a result of power creep in general, I think, is where I really want to come with all these points. Like, we really have never had an instance like Skirk and Escoffier before, where Skirk is still a very, very powerful unit without Escoffier, and frankly, I think that's how it should be. But as Skirk teams with Escoffier are so much more powerful. Escoffier is so fucking insanely specifically meant for Skirk, or really I should say that Skirk is specifically meant for Escoffier, because that is how they have been designing units, is that the carry is the restrictive one, and the support is the flexible one, as I just was talking about a little bit ago. I've already fucking lost my train of thought. I just love Emily so much. Unbelievably true. Wish there was a point to the mid-air charge attack in combat. Who were we talking about? Oh, the fucking for Auron. All right, we're talking about something completely different. My point to this, I don't fucking know. How does it compare to an Animo DPS team with and without Farazan? That actually is a very good point, because Farazan was probably the biggest first example of it. Where Farazan, I think that also is a good example. Like, Escoffier is to Skirk as Farazan is to Wanderer, because Jesus Christ, Skirk gets so fucking much from Escoffier. It's not only the res shred, but the res shred is very, very nice. It's also the fact that, you know, you're getting a healer that fits within Skirk's team restrictions, and Farina is obviously a unit you want to be running with Skirk all the fucking time, and you want to heal her for. It's all the role consolidation that Escoffier brings. Farazan is somewhat it's a bit of role consolidation. She's more role consolidation for Farazan or for Xiao, because her role consolidation is buffing and batterying more than it really is personal damage, although she can do a decent amount of personal damage. In any case, the upgrade that you see from Skirk without Escoffier to Skirk with Escoffier, I can't even really say it's similar to the upgrade that you see from Wanderer without Farazan to Wanderer with Farazan, because Skirk has such a fucking stronger baseline. Essentially, Escoffier Skirk is Wanderer Farazan done ethically. Where, yeah, the DPS benefits so unbelievably fucking much from the support that it is night and day, and you will not be able to go back to play the DPS unit without their support if you get their support. But Skirk's baseline is already high enough that you don't need Escoffier to function in the first place. In any case, I fucking like this. I like this. So that's another thing. It's like, yeah, there has been a little bit more ramping up of you play X character with Y support, and there is like a decent amount more power creep to where like, oh, the generic supports are better than the old specialist supports, and those are all problems, but we also get situations. What the fuck am I trying to say? I'm complimenting them. I like this. I think it's interesting. I enjoy that you do want to have the dedicated support, but the character that the carry is not useless without the dedicated support. And the same thing can kind of be said of Flynn's. The same thing happened with Mawika. I am a very big fan of that exact balancing decision. There are a lot of balancing decisions that I am not a fan of, but this is a direction that I absolutely can support people going into. Also, hello. Oh, thank you, Beef Potato, for the channel membership. Welcome to the enablers. And side note, with this stream, I should be, what's it called? Not partners, but on fucking Twitch. I can start making emotes and things on Twitch and things like that, so that'll be fun. In any case, yeah, the pairing specific limited 5 stars together is bad. General power creep is bad. But I think they've gotten better about both of them with these sorts of designs, where like the units are still playable without their dedicated units, and the power creep is sort of assisting them to where they are better at a baseline. Does that make sense? And you know, that sort of thing is achievable, where like usable at a baseline. That thing is achievable without doing power creep stuff. But like frankly, this is a fucking gacha game, and power creep is going to happen over time. And like it's kind of just like we're picking our poison here, and out of all the poisons, these are pretty good ones. These are pretty fucking good poisons. We reach affiliate. We are about to reach affiliate. Yes. To be 4-star, 5-star. Now it's 5-star, 5-star. And honestly, in some ways, I am more. I prefer that in some ways, because when it was 4 stars, it was C6 4 stars. Farazan, fucking worthless without her C6. Goro, fucking worthless without his C6. Even to an extent, like, Mika, who is in that vein of unit. Where the fuck is Mika? He is in that vein of unit. He doesn't really get to be a particularly good physical buffer until C6. It's just that physical buffing isn't useful, so you can use him before C6. So in some ways, I am a fan of the 5-star dedicated supports rather than the 4-star ones, because it can be so difficult to get specific 4 stars to C6, whereas 5 stars, it's simple. There's a guarantee system. And we also can talk about a situation like Ian-san. Really Ian-san and Oron. Because I would love to talk about these two. Because they, I think, are the perfect example of how Hoyo has gotten with their like specialized support design. Because like I think these two fucking prove that units, even if they are supposed to be specialized supports for a specific carry, you can use them for a million different things because of how they're being designed. Because to an extent, it's like Auron, and Auron is a dedicated Chaska support. Not really, but Auron did come out on the banner that Chaska was released on. He does have exceptional synergy with her. He can give her a damage % buff where a lot of other units can't. Because, you know, he uses his fucking lightning bolts and he triggers reactions and he gives 40% buffs. And he can do that to a bunch of different elements that Chaska is dealing damage for. He also is a pet unit, and he counts for that in their teams, and he's able to do fucking electro damage. Or she's able to do electro damage because of him. They have a lot of strong synergy together, and Auron has been run on both of Chaska's banners so far. Same thing with fucking Ian-san Varesa. Ian-san is very, very good for Varesa. There's a much stronger correlation there because Varesa moves a lot and Ian-san is an attack buffer that wants you to move a lot. Yansan replaces Bennett in a lot of Erase's teams because not only is she a lot more comfortable, but she can potentially be a damage upgrade through a combination of, like, she just has a lot of good synergistic buffs with Veresa, and she provides Electro Resonance, and that's really valuable for Veresa. But neither of these units are really that restrictive at all. They both work very, very well with a lot of other units in a lot of other contexts. So while they're gonna, like, I think they're gonna continue to run Oron with Chaska because that makes sense. Oron makes for a good starter Chaska team and even a good endgame Chaska team. They're going to continue to run Veresa with Yansan because pretty much all Veresa teams run Yansan. Uh, they make for a very good starter team, but they're useful beyond those units. And I think the same goes for Escoffier. I think the same goes for Shilon is just a generic unit in general. I think the same goes for, I don't fucking know, Emily. Well, although Emily isn't really, you know, a support for Kanich, but a lot of people think she is. I think the same goes for, not really Siegeween, but going back, we're thinking dedicated supports. I mean, definitely Farina. Farina and Nouvelette synergy, very, very strong. They were designed to work together. But Farina works with everybody. I don't think anybody, like, if you try to say that Farina is a fucking Nouvelette support and that you can't fucking play her outside of Nouvelette teams, people are going to look at you crazy. Even though that's what a lot of people do. They're going to look at you crazy. Whereas, you know, you kind of go back and even units like Farazan, units like Goro, it's like the fact that they are so specific to buffing their element, doing their one specific thing. Like, yeah, Farazan is fucking stupid. Farazan does way too goddamn much. She is a ridiculous unit. And if we had a really strong Animo damage dealer, Farazan would be insane. And Hoyo knows that. That's why they aren't releasing a really strong Animo damage dealer. What I'm trying to say is that these units are very, very restricted to their archetypes. So with the transfer of making this supports into 5-star units, and even to an extent 4 stars, like fucking Orani Yansan, I can't even explain these two. Because, like, honestly, like, we should be thanking fucking Hoyo for making these units 4 stars. It's very similar to Chevreuse. I mean, Oron is definitely the worst of the three. It's between Eonsan and Chevreuse being the best units, but, like, these units are fucking wild. In any case, my point is, like, they have been doing... actually, I haven't brought that up at all. Chevreuse is not a dedicated support at all, but she was very clearly made to be an Arlecchino support and a Clorange support. Both of them were coming out. Both of them, like, needed strong damaging teams that scaled well with crit. And then, you know, fucking Hoyo made Chevreuse for them, so free-to-play players would have strong team archetypes for them. What do they do to Dahlia? Yeah, we don't fucking talk about Dahlia. So it seems like they are occasionally, like, maiming a character like Dahlia, like they did with Goro, where they're like, let's make him just hyper specific. But anyways, I really like the direction that Hoyo has been going with supports over the last few years. And, like, I think it's a little dishonest to kind of say that, oh yeah, all they're making is hyper-specific support and hyper-specific carry. Because really, it's just hyper-specific carry. And even in that case, it's not always a very hyper-specific carry. Veresa has 2 whole teams. Skirk actually does have a decent amount of teams because she's so strong, but whatever. Mawika also doesn't. Mawika has a ton of teams because she's so fucking stupid and strong. But, like, these units are very clearly made for their archetypes, and their strongest teams are clearly ahead of a lot of their other options. Toe Tickler 246 asks, do you do character reviews? I do, usually about once a month. I do a specific day. I do character reviews, but not right now. Now I'm complaining. Dahlia is the exception. Absolutely, Dahlia is the exception. Because we look at the other fucking 4 stars we got this year. Oron, Eonsan, Lanyan, even to an extent Aoife. Aoife is certainly not nearly as strong as these 3 units, but Aoife, like, has he inherently has some strong properties. It's just that he's so clearly outdone in his fucking desire, like his dedicated role. But like, if we ignore Sucrose, yeah, Aoife's kind of solid. It's just that Sucrose is there. It's the main issue. These units are all pretty okay. Also, I think Aoife. Side note. This isn't really a side note because it is to do with kit design. I think Aoife and Mizuki are what Oyo really wants to be doing with the VV set going into the future. Because they are making supportive sets specifically to work off field. Like, they made Scroll to work off field. They made the new Nod Cry set to work off field. That's like something they just seem to want to add that convenience. And VV does not work off field. So it seems like they just want to start making animal on fielders, which is kind of why I have like some semblance of fucking what's it called? Varka shredding res while he's on field. Because it just seems like that's the design direction they want to go in with animo units. And, you know, even VV is pretty good on Chaska. But that doesn't seem to be an intended thing. A little Hydro 4 stars. We're getting one more. We're getting probably the second best one that we have. Not that it's saying much. Kachina, what are we talking about? Kachina? Did I skip over Kachina? Did I forget about Kachina for a moment? Oh yeah, for a 4-star. Kachina. Kachina. Should I just go through all the fucking units? I should just go through all the units as they released. Now that I've done a bit of an overview about how I do generally like the design direction that they've been going in, there are a few stumbles, but like for overall unit design, I am a fan, and they spit out some good ones occasionally. Let's just start with Kachina. Kachina is not a good one. Kachina is not a good one. Kachina is very, very intentionally not a good one. I don't think anybody will be surprised to hear that. Kachina was very much designed to feel fucking terrible. Kachina is the scroll set. Kachina is the scroll set. So Kachina is Geo. And Geo units, they have a reaction that does absolutely fucking nothing. So they are born and die off of their kits. If their kit does nothing, they do nothing. And Kachina does nothing, so she fucking, like, her kit does nothing, so she just has absolutely nothing to do, except for the scroll artifact set that she can hold. And she can give you a 40% damage bonus. Yippee. I could kind of segue a little bit, to talking about, I shouldn't really talk about them, because I have a section where I really do want to talk about artifacts, and I should probably just hold off until that section. But, like, all of Natlan, maybe I won't get to, because it is very much incorporated with unit design. All of Natlan was designed with scroll in mind. Natlan supports were very clearly designed with scroll in mind, and I think that's a cool thing. And that's why Kachina does absolutely fucking nothing. Is because they knew, hey, this new set scroll is kind of busted, so, like, even if we give them a unit that does literally nothing aside from holding this new set and triggering this set, she will be usable on, like, newer players' accounts. And that's fine. That's fine. I guess I'm getting a little bit into, like, leaker territory. I'm going to be talking a lot about Nodcry during the stream, so this is your official leak warning, even though I've already been talking a lot about it. I much prefer Aino. Aino is, again, very much a Kachina-style character, where they're like, hey, let's make a kit that doesn't do very much at all. It does something, and you hit with your element, and you can use the regional set. And using the regional set, the Nod Cry one is numerically a little bit worse because it's 120 EM, and that just, like, is a little bit worse than 40 damage bonus, but seems like a lot of Nod Cry units won't use damage bonus, so it's better in respect to the current meta. It buffs the units that are most likely going to be the more meta options, so it's better in that respect. And also, Aino is Hydro, and Hydro is a much better element than Geo. Because, you know, fucking Kachina does literally nothing with crystallizes. I guess you can build her EM and make her a fucking shielder, and that's a thing that she does. Her C1 automatically picks up nearby shards when she dismounts or mounts her turbo twirly. So it's a little convenient, I guess. The biggest issue that I have with Kachina, because, like, yeah, she is technically usable, And I am a big fan of a lot of characters that are technically usable, but I think she pushes it. I think they made her a little too technically they really fucking wanted to see how bad they could get away with making this unit, because like just numbers alone I don't think show how bad Kachina is. I think you really just have to fucking open the game. And this is why I'm doing this in game, and I'm not just like opening a fucking list and talking in front of it. Because the thing is, like, she doesn't just trigger scroll automatically. You're not using someone like Shilonen where she goes into her Night Soul state, so you just have to have the element on the unit. So you press E, Shilonen hits the enemy, you get your scroll proc. She shoots out this little fucking thing that sits around for like 2 seconds, and then it hits. And then you get the reaction. And the AoE, it's not terrible, but it's also not very fucking big. So the fact that you get a little bit of a delay, the fact that the AoE isn't the greatest, and also as you can see from the cooldown, I'll just let it expire here. I'll waste my Night Soul points on purpose. The cooldown is fucking atrocious. It's 20 seconds. It feels so bad. It's good for Petra. Yes, Kachina C1 good for Petra. This feels so disgustingly bad, and it slows down so many teams, and it makes rotations feel so fucking gross that I just gave up on Kachina. I just did not enjoy using her at all. And I know the main thing that's making her like usable in Flynn's teams, making her comparable to Yelan, is that she fucking rotates fast. Is that she has a 15 or no. She has like a 13.5 second burst cooldown because she has a 50 cost burst, right? Emily is a 50 cost. I think it's 13.5 seconds. Yeah, she is a 13.5 second burst cooldown, and her burst is her main thing in her kit. I don't remember her skill cooldown. Is it like 10 seconds? Whatever, it's less than the burst. But she rotates reasonably fast. She has a good element, and she can hold a strong set. And also her burst uptime. Her burst uptime is 15 seconds. She has over 100% uptime. So she can go longer in teams if you need her to go longer. But if you want faster rotating teams, I know's fucking got you. This is my report on why Kachina absolutely fucking sucks, and I hate her, and the devs just wanted to make her feel terrible. Just as disgusting as possible. Her C1 works on burst. Burst? Wait. We're talking about... Oh yeah, because she like... her C2... I could go through all the constellations. I could talk about all the constellations, but that would make everything take so much longer, and I don't think the constellations will meaningfully add a ton. And also, I don't think I will talk about... Maybe I should talk about the 5-star constellations a little bit, because free 5-star constellation events, and eventually we will get Natlan units in that event, but that's not going to be for like years, so maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe I'm overthinking everything. In any case, I don't think her constellations fix shit. This one kind of does, because it makes her stuff last longer. It gives her more Night Soul after she bursts. So it makes the freaking Turbo Twirly last longer. Although don't you have to like do a weird stagger with it or something? Because it doesn't let you overcap Night Soul. Like if you have full Night Soul and you use her burst, you just stay at full Night Soul. You don't get more than full. I don't know. I don't play her enough. Oh yeah, and then you can make her the shittiest defense buffer in the world at C4. And then C6 gives you the hope of maybe making her deal damage, but then it has the same issue of it's clunky as shit, and the AoE isn't great, and it sounds so much worse than it is. Sorry, Kachina. I really wanted to like you. I really like you as a character, and we'll talk about that when I talk about the story, but you are a disgusting unit. Mualani. Mualani I might actually want to skip because I probably had the least feelings about her until I got her. So I might come back to her towards the end. I might just skip Mualani for now because I feel like it just feels right. This is like the order in which I made my opinions about the units. You're my Mualani. I am not doing reviews right now. I occasionally do streams where I do character reviews, but right now, I do that about once a month. I should do one fairly soon. Right now, I'm fucking complaining. I'm complaining about Natlan. and I'm calling Kachina terrible. A higher defense buff would have been so nice. That would have been nice to make her like an actual decent defense buffing unit. I also could talk a little bit about how I might want to fix a unit. Her making her like a Goro 2, where she like actually did have good, like she had some Geo buffs. She had Scroll, obviously, and that would be a buff to Geo because she's a Geo unit. She would always trigger a Geo damage bonus. Maybe if you're feeling crazy, shred a little res, but actually like having real talent damage scalings. And you know what? Fuck it. Give her shitty single target healing. Like not Goro C4 healing, but give her a little bit of healing. I'm just saying make Kachina like a little bit of like a better Goro where she does a little bit of damage, she does a little bit of buffing. She's kind of a generic unit. That could potentially be very interesting. Still not a good unit, but like worth thinking about using in more teams. And also make it so the fucking buff isn't reliant on how many enemies are in the field. Yap and Mies to the tune of mac and cheese. The tune of mac and cheese. I was unaware it had a tune. So legendary Mies, I guess so. One of the highest buffs in the game if you have C1. The shard pull gives Archaic Petra to the next unit if you swap to. Okay, so you're just saying that you can give someone else Archaic Petra. In which case, just fucking use Kachina. Or just use Shilonen. Because Shilonen can also do that, and she also shreds res. And she's less hard to use. Like, yeah, potentially very cool, and it's nice that you can make the shard collection easier by using C1, but like my thought is like if you're going to go through the fucking headache of using Archaic Petra, save yourself a little bit and use Shilonen. Spare yourself the headache of using Kachina. It's like you don't have to suffer two things. You could. If you just like Kachina, sure, pop off. Love Kachina, because I sure as hell fucking won't. But frankly, like I can never think of a reason I would want to use her. Other than just, I think she's a cool character, and I would like to, you know, be nice to her. Hello, Knight. Hello, welcome. Kachina is very funny. That is a really good point. Funny rabbit girl. But I do feel a little weird when I, like, leave her onto idle, and she starts making those weird noises in her little breakdance idle, even though she's very adorable. It just does not leave a good impression. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna skip Mualani because Mualani I have more recent opinions on. I more recently developed my opinions. Also, let me check that the Pikmin music isn't about to end. Oh, the Pikmin music just ended and it started a new one. Neat. Very cool, very neat. Katrina should have had Geo-Res Shredcon. She should have made it. Still make her a downgrade to Shilonen, but like make her at least worth thinking about. Like do a 20%, make it a shitty res shred, make it a fuck it, make it a 10%. I don't care. Geo Resonance already shreds res by what 10%, 15%, one of them. So a little extra on top of that would have been really nice, is making Kachina actually a decent Geo support, and maybe make the defense buff full party. Make her a good unit with Chiori. If you're gonna make Chiori construct reliant, then make the constructs unit good with her. Stop fucking shafting Chiori for no reason at all. Also, this is like a little loud again. What is with the Pikmin music being always a little bit too loud? I can turn it up a little bit here. Come on. No, that was really loud. I'm sorry. Did I blow your fucking ears out? I'm trying to find a good volume for this, but there isn't really one. The voices. Okay, anyways. It's Kanich time. Kanich. Kanich. I think Kanich is exactly what I expected, and that's fine. I remember when Natlan originally came out, and I looked at Kanichi and I was like, I don't love how he looks. I like men, so I'll pull a man if that's the man that if that's the only man I can fucking pull this year. I'll pull the man, and that's what it was. So I pulled the man, and I'm fine with that. Um, a thing that I'll get into, I don't really love his character, but I'll talk about that more as I get into story things. Um, it's a little bit. I guess I should talk about this a little bit up front because it does have something to do with the voice recasting. I don't think that the whole VA situation impacted my feelings about the game very much at all. I think the thing that it impacted the most was Kenichi. Because I did really enjoy Kenichi's voice before he got replaced, and then I didn't like it. I'm fine with it, but I just didn't like it as much after he got replaced, and I don't feel the same connection to him. Like, as far as unvoiced content goes, and as far as other units getting replaced, I think I care a lot less. When it comes to, like, actually, you know, supporting the fucking voice actors, that's cool, but in general, I don't think the strike impacted my experience of the Natlan patch very, very much. It was mostly just through the replacement of Kenichi. Anyways, Kenichi's kit. Oh, wow, this is another song that I used all the fucking time. When it comes to Kenichi's kit, yeah, it really, it's just like you want to fucking use him in Burning, and you use him in Burning, and he's fun, and he is like not really that complicated, and he has like 3 teams that I ever want to play him in, and he does some damage, and that's it. Like he's fucking Ito. He's Ito. He's effectively a physical character. I never think about any reactions or things like that. But I enjoy playing him, so I don't really care. He's a unit that I don't think about, but he's a unit that I enjoy playing. That is really all I ever had to think about Kenichi. I very much expected that getting him. I was like, he is pretty restrictive. I could play him in non-burning teams, but like, why would I do that? Generally, when it comes to on-fielders, I am way more incentivized. That's not really the right word, but you guys will understand what I mean in a moment. I am way more incentivized to use off-fielders in their like unoptimal, weird niche comps, like, you know, fucking Burn Vape Emily, things like that, than I am on-fielders. Because when I'm using an on-fielder, it's like, well, this is the character that I am putting on field to do damage, so it just feels a little foolish to put them in a context where they're doing a lot less fucking damage. So when it comes to the characters like Kenichi, where it's like, oh, I could make funny virgin teams, or I could make funny like vape teams or whatever, but it just feels like it doesn't fucking make sense when I do it for Kenichi. I can't really explain that. That's kind of like it's a self-justifying thought. It's just like, yeah, that's how I think. So is ECD inclined? Yeah, actually that is a really good point. I fucking hate 18-second cooldown skill. I think this should be a 16-second. I think this should be a 16-second, or I think it should be like every other Natlan unit where it doesn't start until you exit the Night Soul state. But yeah, Escoffier Kenichi is funky. Yeah, that's also like, maybe I'm willing to do something like that, but that's also like, that doesn't interfere with what's going on with Kenichi. He still gets good burning uptime, and Escoffier is just also there doing some decent melt damage. Simply use Sack Greatsword. What a point! What a point! Sack Greatsword Kenichi, such a great idea. Kenichi's an off-field. Yeah, so generally Kenichi needs an off-field pyro. That's a little interesting to think about, because there is some stuff when it comes to Kenichi teams. There is a little bit of nuance that you can kind of think about. You can do things like in my Stygian clear, I did.
It would be my honor.
Because you don't need off-field pyro. That's my point of what I like about this. This is the one interesting team building thing about Kenichi. You technically do not need off-field pyro in Kenichi teams. You can go perfectly fine with this team.
I won't hold you back.
Because the thing is about burning is it is self-sustaining. All burning does, well, it does a little bit of damage and it consumes dendro and creates pyro. So as long as you have dendro applying, you can have one instance of pyro and you can sustain burning forever as long as you keep applying dendro. And these two are doing dendro damage and they're continuously applying dendro. So what you do is you throw down Emily, you get your dendro on your enemy, you get your scroll proc on Eonson, use her stuff, then you Bennett, you apply your pyro, and you have burning up time for the full rotation. Eonson got Deepwood? No, Emily is Deepwood. This doesn't work if Emily isn't on Deepwood because neither of these have off-field application. So, like, this one, again, it's like a weird... this is more of a Kanich damage optimizing team. Emily is doing a little bit less here because you can't put an off-fielder on Deepwood. But, like, these things are fucking possible. And I think that is interesting about Kanich, and that is only possible because the reaction that he requires is burning. Like, that is not something you're going to be able to do with Flynn's. You're not going to be able to use a character like fucking Dahlia, who only applies Hydro once, because you need to be triggering Electrocharge at least once every, what is it, like 6 seconds in his rotation? And Electrocharge as a reaction does consume both Hydro and Electro, so you need someone applying off-field Electro. So one cool thing about Kanich, but in general, the kit is pretty straightforward, pretty boring. The 5 cannon stuff is fun, but it's ping dependent, and it's much more reliable if you have Emily. Or really a second Dendro, but Emily is the best second Dendro by far, so you usually want Emily. He is one of my favorite traversal characters, is what I will say. Kanich is probably my favorite character to traverse anywhere with, both inside and outside of Natlan, because it feels like his traversal requires the most thought. I really love grappling hook traversal playstyles for that reason, because it actually like requires me to pay attention to the terrain. And like this stuff you can do with him where you like climb walls by using multiple... Let me just fucking do this. Because the amount of walls that I have climbed with Kanich by using like creative shit like this, I love this stuff. And then you can like drop off, do your normal, and then he climbs up more. That is so fucking interesting. Kanich has my... it's not necessarily the best traversal, but it's my favorite traversal by far. It's the only traversal not in Malwika's kit. It feels more unique. That's another thing. I don't have Malwika, so that's not a factor, but it feels very, very unique. Also, hello, Cosmin. I'm not doing reviews today, but I guess if someone in fucking chat wants to check out that UID, then go ahead. Do some Mualani reviewing. Kanich is a character you pull because you'll like him. Otherwise, there's no point. Exactly that. That's really what I see about most carries. Varesa is definitely like that. Chaska, absolutely. Mualani, absolutely. Kanich, absolutely. Like, Malwika and Skirk are the only two that I could argue. Maybe no. Maybe Nuvalet. Maybe Nuvalet. Just because he's so fucking easy to play, and he's so powerful in so much content, and he is so easy to, like, maximize. It's very easy to get Nuvalet's peak DPS. It's possible that I think he's, like, he's a generic good pull for most people. But, these two, I think, are generally really the only DPSs that you should pull for meta purposes. Maybe Varesa. Varesa could sneak in there. I could be convinced to pick Varesa. Nuvalet's hair is so pretty. You fucking... You will not let that go, will you? Who doesn't like Nuvalet, though? Me. I like his character, actually, but I really do not like his playstyle. I'm gonna put a pin message about not doing character reviews. Do a lot of people ask on Twitch? Is that just a Twitch thing? I could just do that. Thank you for the suggestion. Because a few people have asked me. I've had like 3 people. Yeah, a lot of people are asking, I guess, now that I fucking think. No character reviews. Complaining about Genshin, lol. Should I put complaining? I shouldn't. Malding about Genshin. That feels more playful. Let's pin that. Train. Manually unpin. There we go. Unpin after never. Kenichi feels so nice to play. Compared to Shanyun? Like, Plunge? Anyways, yeah, I do enjoy Kenichi. I think he's fun. Um, he's a pretty standard kit design. I actually do think, like, as far as like the Night Soul stuff was implemented, building up to a number and then like consuming it is kind of interesting. Compared to like every other character who just gets a fucking bar that slowly depletes over time. But like as far as gameplay goes, that doesn't affect a ton. It's a little interesting to think about. Um, I like the fact that his burst is pretty flexible. His burst, it's like not useful in his intended kit. It's not really that useful in his intended kit. It can get you a little bit of extra damage, but it's cool. It's interesting. You can use it for like off-field Dendro. You can do goofy scroll stuff on him if you want with this. I think it's kind of interesting. It's one of those like whatever. Like it's like a fucking Shiori infusion. It's like this isn't useful, but we'll throw it in the kit. We'll throw it in the kit for the insane people. I really appreciate those sort of things. So yeah, that's general thoughts on Kenichi. Not a particularly interesting carry, but I think he's fun. I think he has great traversal. I think he has fucking, I don't know. That's it. Kenichi is cool, but not that interesting. Verisa builds up. Yes, Verisa also builds up Night Soul. So that is another cool thing with Verisa. Anyways, Shilonen. So Shilonen, I have talked a lot about Shilonen recently. And he talked about maximizing his damage with 5 cannon shots that impact your team, making it all. So here's the thing: is kind of on the note of me, like when I'm using an off-fielder, or when I am using a specific on-fielder, I want to maximize that on-fielder. Under that banner, when I am using Kenichi, I use Emily, and with Emily, it is pretty easy to get 5 cannons without doing any specific inputs. So okay, I'm just gonna say it now because I have to fucking say it every stream. Is 5 cannons are easy. It can be ping dependent, and it is much easier with another Dendro character on your team. But with the right inputs, you do not need hold cancels. You do not need particularly great timing. You do not need to use burst. You can get 5 cannons consistently every single... No, I shouldn't say consistently. But you can get 5 cannons every rotation without doing any of that, like, other quote-unquote tech stuff. And I probably should say that about Kenichi is like my team building has been uninteresting because I just play him with Emily. So I'm kind of putting that on myself by like I could do weirder fucking teams with him, but I just don't because that is not how I prefer to play Kenichi. I enjoy playing him in a more optimized manner because I think his optimized combos are more fun. So that is what I do. You could potentially do weirder stuff with him. Like he is a fine Hyperbloom unit. But you know, I don't fucking want to play Kenichi Hyperbloom. Hello, Caleb. When did you start Twitch streaming? No Twitch partner. I just this past week, I think. I'm about to get affiliated this stream. This stream is what I need. Kenichi's burst is fun. Kenichi's burst is fun to look at. I also think that Kenichi, this is getting a little bit into design, which I am going to talk about later. But Kenichi's like when I saw this skill icon, I was like, oh, okay, I fucking get it now. Okay, all right. Well, this is another big thing that I'm gonna have to talk about. Natlan, in general, not great representation, and there is a lot of whitewashing. That is something that like I don't want to blow over it because it is really fucking important overall. But I am like not the person to be going into that in detail. So in general, I'm not gonna avoid it. I'm gonna bring it up when it comes up, but I am like not equipped to go into it really in depth. On that note, it was fucking Kenichi's skill that kind of made me realize I was like, oh shit, I get what they're trying to do because when I see this design, I'm like, oh, all right, this is like invoking. This is me when I'm really saying I'm not the fucking expert because I don't know the specific culture that this comes from. but these more like geometric designs that involve a lot of squares are, you know, indicative of, I don't fucking know the culture, but certain Middle and South American cultures. I was very much like, I get it. They're mixing the fucking like those more kind of like textile and ceramic designs and things like that with this fucking funny gamer aesthetic. I see the vision. I don't know how much I like the vision, but I do see the vision. The whitewashing is rough. The whitewashing is rough. Whiteland. I love a How, and I think he's the best Natlan character. That's also a thing. Yeah, I pulled Kanichi for a How, and I am really happy that I have a How. A How is great, and he is one of my favorite Natlan characters. But that's a thing we'll get into. Let's talk about Shilonen. Shilonen Kit. I, again, like, sort of my impressions, my general thoughts on, like, Shilonen's kit have really not changed at all. From beta to right now, I have thought she was, like, possible of the same things, and I thought she was as good as she is, but my opinion of her has improved a lot. What I am always saying is, I unfortunately think she is the fucking GOAT. Cosplayer using the advertisement. What happened? Oh, the fucking Kanichi cosplay ad. I kept getting that, yeah. That was really funny that the Kanichi cosplayer was, like, very noticeably darker than Kanichi. And it's like, this is what Kanichi is supposed to look like. Just pretend that he fucking looks like this cosplayer. Give Llama makes Kanichi scenes more fun. That is actually a thing that I want to do. Is I want to try out Kanichi Bloom stuff with Llama. Virgin in particular, because I don't think Virgin is particularly fantastic. Virgin Kanichi at least is particularly fantastic. Virgin in general isn't particularly fantastic. You don't need me to tell you that. Who the fuck plays Virgin? But I want to try Virgin Kanichi stuff when Llama comes out. So yeah, Shilonen is, again, unfortunately, she's really fucking good. Unfortunately, I really, really like her. Can you show it? What am I being asked to show? I don't know. She is really, really simple to understand. She holds a good set that gives 40% damage bonus. She shreds res for all the elements of the characters that are in the team. Don't need a reaction to do it. She just does it unconditionally. You do your normally, you do 2 skills, you get the bam, and then you get the cosplay. I am not gonna get sidetracked that hard right now. You could probably look at, like, fucking look up. I don't want to just say look up Genshin Impact Kanichi ad, but I also probably couldn't find it, is the thing. It might take me a while to find it, and I don't want to get sidetracked. That hard sidetracked. But it was just an ad where it was like, I like Kanichi, and I am a hunter. I like the bounty hunter. And it was a cosplayer cosplaying Kanichi, and they were not white. It's kind of funny. And it was like one of those sponsored by Genshin Impact ads. Was the point of all that. So, I miss C2. I fucking hate C2. This is one of the biggest bait C2s of all time, and I don't think it's good. I have gone from saying that, like, yeah, I think it's fine, to actively saying that it's bad. I don't actually think it's bad, but I think it needs to be said. I think we just need to fucking bully it more, because people overrate this piece of shit so much that I need to counter it. Anyways, the chats are kind of covering it up, but, like, it's just a bunch of fucking numbers. Anyways, so she shreds res unconditionally. You don't need a reaction. That means, number 1, you don't need a good setup to shred the correct elements in your teams. And number 2, you can shred res against enemies that have innate auras, like Tulpa. That stuff is all really, really nice. Good quality of life. And it's balanced out by making her numbers not so fucking big. Her res shred is only... what is it? It's like 36 when it's crowned. It's only 36 when it's crowned, compared to VV, which is 40, compared to Escoffier, which is 55 in her best teams, compared to Chevrus, which is also 40. She gets a little bit of comfort for a little bit less shred, and also her damage bonus is only 40%. which on Kazuha, it depends on his EM, but you can build for more than 40%. Chevy C6 can potentially be 60%, along with a few other buffs. Escoffier doesn't buff any damage percent, but she heals for Rina, which is 75 damage percent. So it's like none of her buffs are crazy high value, but you get them really easily. And you also get them in multi-wave, which is a really important thing. And she has healing on her burst. She's really easy to play, and she's really nice roll consolidation, and she's a fun buff for Geo. That being said, this kit is unfucking believably boring. It is just utility. It is raw, solid utility. It is absolutely nothing. You get no damage out of her. You get no fucking grouping. It's just you shred res, you get a little bit of damage bonus, and you get healing. Also, kind of on that note, on you get a little bit of damage bonus, I like very much that her res shred is in her base kit. I always say this about units. I think that's really interesting, like Farazan, like Chevreuse, like now Shilonen, like when I get a Escoffier, I'm going to like that, because that opens up their artifact sets to, be more flexible, and you can do a lot of different sets. You can do goofy potential DPS things while not, completely destroying a unit's supportive capabilities. You can put them on all different buffing sets, like her in particular. I think she's going to age very well going into freaking Nod Cry, because you can put her on Instructor. Or, if you have two Nod Cry units in the team, but somehow neither of them are on the Nod Cry supportive set, you can put her on the set, and that effectively just is Instructor, but whatever. She can still, do other things. She can be a good unit going into the future. The reason why I disliked her initially, because her unit design was so uninteresting, and because she didn't really change anything. She didn't provide anything that unique until C2, the Electro thing with C2, which we'll get to C2. We'll talk about that in a fucking second. But I was just like, she does nothing. She just makes numbers bigger, and that is... That's it. That's it. I don't really feel anything about it. Shown DPS Shilon is meta. You don't get it. You don't get it. I believe it. I believe it. Let's see some. Yeah, I want to see some more Obsidian Codex Shilonen setups. Cause she still shreds res. If you fucking crown her normals, get these dealing some damage. She still shreds res. That's what supports are starting to feel like. Seat Lolly, I know Auron. Auron is crazy in that last lack of damage and just utility, because Auron does do solid damage. And also we're forgetting that Seat Lolly can be built for damage. It's not often practical, but her burst is strong, especially with this extra EM scaling. It has a big multiplier. You can potentially get a big number on that. Mawika can potentially be a support, and she does a lot of damage. Lanyan is a support that can potentially deal a lot of damage. Yansan certainly doesn't deal a ton. Aoife is a bit of a support that does some decent reaction damage. Escoffier deals a lot of fucking damage, and Nefa deals a lot of fucking damage. And she's a supportive character. I think they've been moving way more in the direction of role consolidation. And that has meant damage for a lot of different units. That has meant, especially Escoffier. If we got Escoffier, a year ago, I think she wouldn't have dealt damage, or her healing would have been a lot fucking worse. Really, I first off, I think she wouldn't have dealt damage. It would have just been res shred and full party heal. Maybe a tiny bit of damage, mostly just for, Cryo App or something like that. But, yeah, newer units are getting roll consolidation, and often that does mean that new units get damage along with other things. Even, Chevy can potentially be built to do some decent damage. Her multipliers are not bad. They do this shit on purpose. Lanyan does not have bad multipliers, and they gave her a C1 that fucking doubles her motion value. They're letting us do this. They know Farazan exists. They're doing this shit on purpose. They haven't released any 5-star animo damage dealing characters because they know Farazan exists. They're just giving fucking big multipliers to the non-damage dealing animo units. Anyways, yeah, Shilonen, very, very boring, but she has made so many scuff teams so much more fun, and like she just like itches a spot in my brain, frankly. Like, yeah, she's unbelievably boring, but she's also really fucking flexible and easy to play, and sometimes that's just nice. I'm just happy to have that. I'm just really like, yep, that's exactly what I fucking need in this slot. It's boring, but sometimes you just need things to be a little bit boring. So those are my general thoughts on Shilonen. I think she is genuinely like I think she's easily my most used unit of the year. I don't think it's even close. I've used so much Shilonen, and I haven't particularly thought about her a ton. I always, I talk about a lot of the other units way fucking more, but Shilonen, like, easily one of my most used units. I mentioned Shilonen. Exploration utility. I'm not going to talk too much about exploration utility because all of the units have very strong exploration utility. Mualani is probably the worst. Everyone else is very, very good exploration. Even the non-Natlan units get decent exploration stuff. But it's kind of up to preference, which is kind of why I mentioned Kanich, because like, yeah, everyone will suit your purposes for doing exploration, but Kanich is my favorite. She's the Kanich of supports. I don't know about that, because Kanich is like really boring because he's really specific. Shilonen is really boring because she's really generic. They're really opposite sides of the coin. It's like he does one thing. He's boring because he does one thing. She's boring because she can't, like, she can do fucking everything. There's nothing she can't do. She does everything exactly the same. And she does it all pretty okay. Not great, but pretty okay. One thing that I really don't fucking like, one thing that pisses me off to no end, and still I believe is the only instance of them doing this to this day, usually when units get unique multipliers, like all the fucking Natlan units are perfect examples. Mualani, her, whatever, her skill, it, puts her on Sharky, and it converts her normal attacks to the bites, and all the scaling is dependent on the skill. So if you want to do more damage with the shark bites after you press E, even though they are normal attacks, they are considered normal attack damage. They replace her normal attacks, and you execute them the same way you would execute a normal attack because you access them by pressing her skill. The scaling is found within her skill. Same thing is fucking Chlorand. Same thing is like any unit. Kanich is like that, even though he does elemental skill damage, but whatever. Shaska is like that. She does charge attacks, but like all the multipliers are in her skill, so you get all the multipliers from her skill. Fucking Shilonen had to be weird, and she gets unique normal attacks after using her skill, but the scaling is in the normal attack. So you wouldn't be leveling them up because the scaling for her res shred is in her skill. So I'm thinking they did it so that you wouldn't automatically level up her damage while you were also leveling up the skill to get res shred. And I think that's shitty and scummy. They force you, because it's weird. Because like DPS Shilonen isn't even that fucking good. So like, let me save the resources and just put the different normals onto the skill talent. It's so weird. Eon Sane does this as well. Alright, never mind. Eon-san does do this as well. Eon-san is the only other fucking unit who does it. But like, Eon-san, it matters a lot less because like you don't level Eon-san's skill anyways because it's a piece of shit. So like, whatever. If it's not really, it is an example of what I'm talking about, but like, it's not as big of a deal because you wouldn't be getting the damage anyways. It's like you are leveling Shilonen's skill because you want that res shred. So why are they weird? Why can't I get the fucking damage from this talent as well? That's just me being a nitpicker. That is just me picking nits. Sakalonyan deals more damage than Wonder. Yeah, what about it? What about that? Exile Escoffier, true. So yeah. Those are my feelings on... and then this is a general thing that I do say a lot, but I like that her healing is single target. That's another thing where, like, I was talking about how she's really easy to use. She's very, very generic, but her numbers are a little low in return. That's another thing. Her healing is very, very strong, but it's single target, so it's not as good at building fanfare. And I think that's an interesting point of balance. And that is, again, another interesting point of balance when it comes to Bennett, but Bennett was not designed with that in mind. Um, I just think that's cool. I think it's cool when units have weaknesses. And Shilonen is a unit with weaknesses, and I think I've come to see those weaknesses more over time, and I have appreciated her a lot more. So, or no, sorry, I need to talk about her C2, because Jesus Christ, does everybody fucking talk about her C2? So, number one reason, actually, never mind. This is going to be the final point. This is going to be my final fucking punch. So, you can't really see the C2 that well, because chat is covering it, but it's just a bunch of numbers. It's when you activate her source samples. Number one, it makes her geo source samples always active. So by default, she has a restriction in her teams where you need to have 2 units of crystallized elements, that being, electro, hydro, pyro, cryo, for her res shred to work. If you do not have 2 units of those elements, then she never gains any ISO points. She never activates her source samples. She never does any res shred. She just deals damage, and she also can't heal. So C2 makes it so that her source samples activate, and that so she fucking shreds res all the time. I'm getting a spam call, and I'm muting it. She shreds res for Geo all the time. As long as you have another Geo unit in the party, she will be shredding res. You don't even have to do her skill. You can completely off-heal her, and she will shred Geo resistance. Then you get a few extra buffs to your characters. If you can you guys read it here? If they're Geo, they get 50% damage bonus. If they're Pyro, they get 45 attack. Hydro, they get 45 HP. Cryo, they get 60% crit damage. Electro, they get 25 energy. This is interesting. 25 energy, and they reduce their burst cooldown by 6 seconds. So I guess I could talk about the Electro a little bit. I'm gonna hold it like right here. I don't fucking know. Have Emblem Shilo be good for Flins? Emblem Shilonen. Well, number one, no. Because for her burst to deal damage... Well, her burst deals damage no matter what, but you get 3 instances of damage if you have, if you don't meet the requirements to get the res shred, what I just mentioned. Then instead of healing, her burst will just deal damage 3 times. And that will not work in a Flins team, because usually you want Flins and you want a Hydra unit, so... She'll always only be dealing 1 instance of burst damage. Man, Exile? Exile, maybe. Exile is still weird for the fact that you're losing time from burst, and burst isn't really all that great. She's gonna be a fine defensive... Like, that'll be okay. I would probably go, Instructors over Exile in that team, but, like, potentially Exiles could work, because Flins does have some energy stuff that he needs. Anyways, back to this con. Electro is the, by far the most interesting effect. Getting 25 energy makes a lot more characters' energy needs easier to meet, and reducing their cooldown by 6 seconds is incredible. You can make a lot of characters rotate faster. Keqing can rotate really fucking fast. You can get, what? Like, 5-second burst cooldowns. It's ridiculous. Same with Sethos gets really low burst cooldowns. You can rotate really fast with him. Sino becomes a lot less punishing because he doesn't do 20-second rotations. Lisa's a big one because her energy needs are fucking evil. And the fact that she's on a 20-second cooldown makes her teams rotate really slow. And getting this constellation makes, like, TTDS Lisa a realistic option. Granted, you probably should just fucking play Eonson, but TTDS Lisa, support Lisa, is fucking funny, and this constellation enables that. So, like, numerically, really not a good buff. Really not that great. But it is a fantastic shenanigan constellation. As for the rest of them, the numbers are fine. 50% damage bonus. 45% attack for Pyro is actually fucking terrible because of how easy access to attack buffers we have. That stat value is not very high at all. 45% max HP is okay. It's decent because we have a lot less access to HP buffs. That is reasonable. Okay-ish stat value. The damage bonus from Geo, like, again, we have a lot of access to Geo damage bonus, so it's not that crazy. Shilonen is one of them herself. She gives 40% Geo damage bonus with her set, so especially if you are using something like Farina, you're already getting a lot of damage bonus, so it's worth a little bit less. And the crit damage is probably the best one, but there aren't a ton of cryo units you would want to use Shilonen with anyways, because you would want to use cryo units with fucking Escoffier. And also Escoffier C1 does this exact same thing in one less constellation. And that brings me to my final point of Shilonen C1 is fucking worthless. This thing does nothing. It gives a tiny bit of interruption resistance, and it's a little bit okay as an exploration con. That's fucking it. So that's why Shilonen C2 is such a bad constellation. It's like, okay, it gives some decent numbers. There aren't terrible numbers, but like they also aren't great. They're not standout. The fact that C1 does basically fucking nothing, the way you have to think about it is instead of, oh, this is one constellation that gives me a bunch of decent numbers, this is two constellations that give you a bunch of bullshit, stupid ass nothing numbers. Like 42.5% attack? Or my bad, 22.5% attack? That's fucking Millilith. C2 Shilonen is tenacity of the Millilith for Pyroscalers. That's what you're fucking getting from that. That is how much that's how much it's worth. Two constellations, each one, are worth tenacity of the fucking Millilith buff. Also, even though it makes her a little bit better in Mono Geo because she can actually shred res, she still can't heal in Mono Geo, so you can't run Farina. You can't do like Itogoro, Shilonen, Farina. So it's like still even not that great. So, anyways, I fucking hate this constellation, and I think it sucks ass. And I really wish we would stop talking about it. There we go. I see people do a Nefa C2 and Shilonen C2 burst spam. It looked funny. That does sound very funny. Can you TC Nefer like Zajef did? No, because Zajef... Fucking God. Look, man. Zajef... Now I get to complain directly to him and be like, why are we TCing? Because now I'm friends with him on Discord. I can complain directly to him and be like, why are we calcing characters that do not have numbers? I mean, I guess if you fucking stream Genshin Impact every day, like, you're gonna go insane, and you do need content, so fair enough on that front. But, why are we calcing things that we don't have numbers for? Why are we making numbers up to calc units? I'm not even calcing with the existing fucking... I mean, I'm not calcing with the existing beta numbers we have because I don't calc and I hate numbers, but, like, even if I did calc, I wouldn't. Never calcs with goofy content. I liked it. Well, there you go. It was fun. There's the reason. He did it because it was fun, but I would not enjoy calcing, so I'm not going to do it, so it wouldn't be fun. Anyways, this constellation is absolute dick ass. Navi has 136.6% geo damage bonus. Yeah. Damage percent saturation, real thing. We have so many damage percent buffers in the game, and I think that's why Hoyo is pivoting so hard with Nod Cry and making damage bonus useless. Because they're like, hey, we can throw out the old meta and come through with all this new shit. Can you Fieldscraft best Nefer team? Lauma, Columbina, C2 Nilu. There you go. There's the best. There's your best Fieldscrafted Nefer team. I'm not gonna give a fuck about Nefer again. I am most likely not gonna give a fuck about Nefer the same way I don't give a fuck about Flynn's. Because both of them, it's just Kanich, except, oh, what if we made the unit fucking boring? What if instead of, like, having gameplay nuance, we just made it fucking boring? Because, like, I think Kanich, especially Kanich, is really the perfect way to imagine Flynn's. Because it's like, Flynn's normal attacks are just like Kanich loop shot damage, where it's like, yeah, it's doing damage. If you look at the contribution, like, you open the spreadsheet and you check the loop shot contribution, it's not going to be 0% damage contribution. It'll be like 4%, but it'll be like 4%. We're not in this for the fucking loop shots. We're in this for the spike with the. I'm forgetting the name. I'm such a fraud. We're in this for the scale spiker cannon damage. We are not in this shit for the loop shot. Is Nefer not cool? She probably won't be cool. If there is a leak right now that is saying, yes, she will be Flynn's, but Dendro. And there's like a 50% chance that that's true. And if that is true, she will not be interesting. Anyways, yeah, you don't give a fuck about loop shot. You're all in this for the scale spiker damage. Same thing with Flynn's. You don't give a fuck about his normals. You're all in this for the enhanced skills. Is a green hair android this is devastating? If she's an enjoyable Flynn's, then that's no problem. Like, I enjoy playing Kanich. And actually, yeah, I shouldn't say that I don't fucking care about Nefer, because I do care about Kanich. I enjoy playing Kanich. Maybe I will enjoy playing Nefer. I just don't think I'll enjoy playing Flynn's, so I'm not gonna fucking play Flynn's. Because he's like, what if you just made Chlorand boring? What if we made Chlorand and made her restricted to Electrocharge? What if we did that? What if we did that? Wouldn't that be fucking great? And it's like, no, actually, that would not be fantastic. That would be a little bit boring, maybe. Anyways, I actually should be back in the archive. Is that enough about Shulin? Let's talk about fucking Auron. Let's talk about fucking Auron. I was so excited for this guy when he came out. I have not really soured on him. I do really like him, but I use him way less than I thought I would. I think he's so... Like, I fundamentally do think he is very interesting. This is maybe, like, again, where I do need to talk about, like, they balanced a lot of units with Scroll in mind. Auron really, like, fucking lives and dies off of Scroll. Because not only, like, does he not have a good artifact set, and Scroll gives him a good option, like, his best damaging option while also making him a pretty okay team buffer. But the fact that he doesn't even fucking get access to Scroll unless you've, like, put him in the correct teams. Excuse me, I'm snoozing. Sneezing. And the fact that he doesn't even fucking get access to it, ignoring that bullshit setup that I was doing at the beginning of this stream, where you, like, use the skill and then do a jump to get a Night Soul proc or whatever, he doesn't go into Night Soul unless you deal Electrocharge damage or deal Night Soul line damage. You need to have a Hydra unit or a Night Soul or a Natlan unit in your team to make him enter Night Soul and make him able to use Scroll. That is a very interesting thing. Like, that, it feels like it's integrating Scroll as part of his kit. Because, like, not only does he do fucking no damage, but he doesn't do the buffing he's supposed to do if he doesn't meet his team building requirements. Genuinely, like, I think he did turn out to be as good as I thought he would. I think he is a pretty strong unit, especially at C6, where he becomes a bit more of a compelling buffer. 30% attack isn't great, especially because it's an attack buff that builds up over time. It's not a fantastic buff, but when you combine it with the fact that he does decent damage and he has Scroll buff, 30% attack plus 40% damage, that's fucking nice. That's getting somewhere. Not a crazy buffer, but, like, that's nothing to sneeze at. I'm not sad about that in any sense. Should I pull Chaska or the Water Girl? I don't have any unit. Pull Llama. Don't pull either. Or I don't fucking know. Chaska's really goddamn easy to play on mobile. His jeans are crazy. Put on a cargo pant like a real man. Yeah. I'll get into that, but the jeans are certainly something. In any case, yeah, he doesn't deal a ton of damage, but, like, again, that's factored into, Scroll has been factored into his kit. He doesn't deal a ton of damage because Scroll exists. I think he's interesting. I like that he does, like, fine, okay damage in single target, but he actually starts doing real standout damage. Like, you include him in teams for his personal damage in AoE scenarios. I think that's interesting. He is, like, this is just, like, I don't use him a lot because, number one, there isn't a ton of AoE content. And number two, I think a lot of his more relevant contexts were using him with other Natlan units, and the truth is that I just didn't fucking get a ton of other Natlan units. Like I think he's pretty strong with Chaska. I think he's okay with Veresa. Obviously, you run Eonson more with Veresa, but like you can run Oron with him. I think he's okay with Malwika. There's obviously always goofy superconduct things, but like generally, I think he's like better in these archetypes than he really is in Electrocharge. In Nefa is the first unit that really makes me compelled to do Electrocharge stuff, and then again, I'm not using Scroll on him, so I don't know. I don't know. In any case, I think because Nefa has come around, I am going to start using Oron more now, but I think he is about as strong as I rated him to be. I did not use him nearly as much throughout the years I thought I did because I just didn't play a ton of synergistic teams that really wanted Oron, but I've had fun with him. And I suspect I will continue to have fun with him now that I have an Nefa, and I may be able to squeeze some more use out of him. I think also, I'm a big fan of the constellation design, which is what they did for, I think him, Aoife, really, it's him, Aoife, Eonsan, and Lanyan. I think they did a really good job with all of their constellations, where they are okay characters, really like not great. They're all like usable, but not standout at C0. Part of that is in due to Scroll. Scroll just being such a good set that having a 40% damage bonus at base makes you a usable unit. But they all gain significant increases with their constellations. Like he starts doing, he gets some real significant damage boost from his first 3 constellations, and he gets a little bit more damage from C6 and some more buffing potential. Eonsan gets a lot more buffing. Lanyan gets a little bit of buffing and personal damage. Aoife gets a lot from his constellations, actually. Is that it? I think that's it with Oron. Chaska. Chaska is maybe the only Natlan unit that I have never considered getting. I don't give a single fuck about Chaska. I like her as a character, and I'll get into that, but I do not give a fuck about her kit at all. Fundamentally, very interesting idea. Very, very interesting idea of having an anima unit that pulls elements from their party and deals damage of those types. But the gimmick is, I've said this so many times, the gimmick is implemented so poorly. The fact that the damage is in a random order and you can't use it to set up reactions, I don't give a fuck. Why am I doing this? This is a physical DPS with extra steps. And the fact that her better teams are so restrictive, you need to have like one of a few units for her to perform standout. She does fine in a lot of other teams. Her lower performance teams, again, are very, very flexible. But like I don't think she's interesting to play. I don't think her kit is particularly interesting. I think she inhabits a good space. I think it's good that we have a fairly strong unit who does a little bit less damage than the other relevant units, but she is very easy to play, and you don't have to think a lot about her teams and like setups or anything, because she is just kind of doing damage. I think that like her existence is very, very good, but as a unit, I could not give less of a fuck about her, and I like have never considered getting her. I'm gonna start crying because you said that. I'm sorry, Chaska. I'm sorry, Chaska. Like that people like Chaska. I like that people like Chaska. I think she's good to exist in the game, and I do appreciate her as a character. But she's just not for me. She is really, really not for me. And I don't love the visual design. I do like the back. I do like again, I'll get into this a little bit later. I do have a visual design segment. But like I know a lot of people talk about Chaska's visual design. Don't really love this. I like this. These are good segments. These are good patterning. That's it for Chaska. Constellations, it's kind of weird that like essentially the effect of one constellation is split between C1 and 2, but like she's still solid at C0, C1, and C2, so like big whoop, who gives a fuck? Chaska is good for the game. I think her damage is balanced well in respect to other units, but not for me at all. Seat Lolly. So here's the thing about fucking Seat Lolly, is I think if Malwika didn't exist, Seat Lolly, well, no, number one, Seat Lolly would be a fair bit worse. She would still have Arlecchino and fucking Where's Gaming? He's here. Arlecchino and Gaming. And they would be really strong standout options that do really, really well with Sweet Lolly. But I think if Malwika didn't exist, Sweet Lolly would be so much more interesting. Though you pull for Chaska on the alt? Yeah, no. Because Chaska, like, for a person who, number one, like, I know what I'm doing. I have experience playing this game. I can play Mualani to a pretty good extent. I think Mualani is a way better investment than Chaska is. And I'll talk about Mualani near the end of this segment because I just got her and I have thoughts. Anyway, so Sweet Lolly without Malika, I think would be such a more interesting design because, like, Sweet Lolly has a bunch of really interesting, like, quirks. The thing is that a lot of those quirks are there to make her a really good Malika support, and therefore I just feel like they make her a little less interesting because it's so, like, it's square peg goes in the square hole. The fact that her burst, like having a forward melt support, interesting idea, because forward melt is a very uncomfortable reaction because any amount of pyro you apply onto cryo will remove the cryo immediately and double the damage. So it's a very strong reaction, but it's a very volatile reaction, and it is very easy to mess up and, like, ruin your application. Fucking, I have completely lost my train of thought. Completely lost my train of thought. What was I fucking talking about? See, Lolly Burst is really good at overtaking auras, is what I was thinking. Oh, yeah. So, it's a really, really, really difficult reaction to work with, is what I was talking about. See, Lolly, the reason she is so fantastic as a melt support, I believe, not only, like, from a meta perspective, but I believe she, like, does a really good job of filling this role well, is because not only, like, she has okay numbers, she has decent numbers, most of her meta strength is in her role consolidation, and I think most of her interesting stuff is in how... the reason I like her design is because so much of her strength is in her comfort, is what I'm trying to say. She brings, like, her strength isn't necessarily that she has really good numbers and she contributes a ton of buffs to her archetype. It's that she makes her archetype a lot easier to play, and she fills several purposes within one slot. Like, you know, she does res shred, she does damage bonus, and she does perfect application. She has application in AoE every 2 seconds that follows her around and is not attached to a field on the ground. Which is perfect for so many characters that want to do melt setups. Her burst, it applies the first hit. It applies, originally when I was reading beta, I was like, why the fuck is this 2 hits? Why is her burst 2 hits? What point is there? Her first hit of her burst applies 2 units of cryo, and her second hit of her burst applies 1 unit. So essentially, what this is always designed to do is the first hit will always remove pyro on units, or remove pyro on enemies, and if you're holding scroll on her, then you get a damage bonus. And the second hit then applies cryo for your pyro unit to start melting off of. Hello, there's a fly. So, like, whatever. She does fucking 20% res shred, and she does 40% damage bonus. And if she's holding TDDS, then she does 48% attack. Which are all fine. Whatever. Solid buffs, nothing crazy. Like, they're worse than Chivalrous. They're a little more on par with Shilonen. So on, so on. But, on top of those little buffs, she also makes it really easy to overtake your pyro auras and get a cryo aura and start melting. She has application that is really consistent and easy to work with. She has a shield and her application is not tied to that shield. She does so many little things in one slot that she fills this fucking role, and she makes melt so much, not only numerically stronger, but so much more comfy by existing in a team. And I also think it's really, really interesting that her burst has decent scalings behind it. Also from her A4 passive, it gets extra scalings based on her elemental mastery. This thing, you're intended to, I don't know, you often hit an enemy that has a pyro aura on them, and you can often get a big fucking number. Like, you do setups where Citlali would be getting big numbers with this fucking burst. You can build her to do significant damage because she is a support that doesn't really give a fuck about her stats. All of her buffs are static. The only thing that changes is her shield strength based on her EM. And her damage also scales up her EM. So you're not even like necessarily sacrificing that a ton by building her for more damage. In any case, I think she is incredibly like interesting as a support because instead of relying on raw numerical strength, she is an incredibly comfortable unit that fills a lot of roles and can be pushed in many different ways because she doesn't care that much about her gear. She does generally want to have Scroll because her energy needs can get bad, and Scroll is just a good buffing set. But like her weapon can be a little bit flexible. You can get a little bit flexible with her her artifact set. You can get very flexible with the artifact stats mostly. I think she is very, very interesting, and I think the existence of Mawika, making it so she's kind of like in those teams really just nothing but there to fucking pump the shit out of Mawika's damage, is a little less interesting. I think if there were less units that could make such great use of her numbers and her quality of life, because Jesus Christ, does Citlali have a lot? Jesus Christ, is Citlali a little bit overtuned? I think, like, if she didn't have such a strong unit to hit things with, she wouldn't be so busted. And I think a lot of the nuances in her design would feel like a lot more... They wouldn't feel so, like, square peg in the square hole. Is really what I'm saying. Citlali burst leveling up to 9. Yeah, really neither of Citlali's talents are that much worth investing into. Because again, burst can do damage, usually doesn't. Most people don't build their Citlalis to deal damage. And all that the skill effects is shield strength. I have a level 8 shield. It's fine. It can take a few hits. It's not nothing, but it's certainly not strong. A future unit will free you from Mawika. Well, once she gets free from Mawika, she just becomes a fucking slave for other units. Also, she's not really a Mawika slave because Jesus Christ is Gaming, like, incredible. I keep not being able to find him. Is Gaming incredible with Citlali? Gaming, and to a lesser extent Arlecchino, but Arlecchino is still incredible with Citlali. Because Arlecchino reacts less of her damage. Gaming reacts all of his damage in rotations. Except for, like, if he doesn't E at the beginning of his rotations for setups, for scroll procs, for swirls, that doesn't get reacted, but all the buff damage he does. So you see Ollie into Nuvi as a shield and shred. Yeah, that's also, like, I'm actually I'm on this. They just kind of made her also a bit of a Hydra support for no reason. She also shreds Hydra resistance, and it's based on triggering a frozen or a melt. I kind of like it for making her a little bit more of a flexible unit. But for the most part, it's just like Hydra teams are good enough. They don't need Citlali. And I guess maybe I do like that because it just gives Hydra teams another option. She's not like so great in Hydra teams that you always want to be using her, but she's solid. She's usable. You get scroll, you get this, you get a little bit of a shield, so that's comfy. But this is like I don't really know what to feel about this. I really do not know what to feel about that. I would fit right into Don. I have never experienced 300k plunges. 300k. Who's 300? Oh yeah. Also, she's a very good. Gaming is doing 300k plunges, but she's a very good generic plunge support in general because you can get funny melts on your plunges. That is another thing where I'm like, I think like considering Gaming is so unbelievably fucking hard to play optimally. And same with, I mean, Melt Plunge is easier to play optimally, but it's still pretty hard to play optimally. That, like, Citlali boosting the damage of those teams so much, I think is really nice. Mawika being a little more easier to play is, makes Citlali a little less interesting. Anyways, let's fucking talk about Mawika. Because Jesus Christ, am I gonna have a lot of things to say. So Mawika, um, I don't think it'll be a surprise to many of you that I don't really like Mawika. And this probably also won't be a surprise, but unironically, my opinion of Mawika has gone up a lot over the course of Natlan. I like Mawika a lot more than I used to. I still don't like her. I still am not going to pull for her. But Jesus fucking Christ, like I was a little blinded by hatred in the beginning is what I'm kind of going for. I don't like a lot of things about her, but there are a lot of cool, interesting things going on in her kit, and like I think if I wasn't a content creator and I wasn't so like haha hating Mawika is a little bit funny, I might go for her. There is a reality where that happens. In any case, so number one is obviously Mawika is very, very overtuned. I don't really care to talk about that much. I am a creator, not like necessarily just as a creator, but just as a person in general. I don't really give that much of a fuck about meta, because everything in this game, everything in fucking everything, is like, okay, well, the question isn't what is the best stuff for this content, like what is the optimal solution for X, Y, and Z. It is, can I do this thing, and can I have fun while doing it? If the answers to both of those questions are yes, I will do the thing in this specific way. And that is what I am doing in Genshin all the time. Is like, frankly, a lot of the Prima Gem content, it's getting less like this because Abyss is getting a little bit more challenging. But really, most of the content in the game that gives you Prima Gems, pretty fucking easy. Generally, quite easy. Doesn't require a ton of crazy powerful units. Requires a few, but not very many. Does not require Mawika in any case. All of this is to say, the game is certainly being power crept. The units are certainly stronger than they used to. Content is harder than it used to be. I don't give that much of a fuck. I don't care that much. Cause like, if I don't clear the content, okay. Like that's just really what I'm talking about is like, I don't give a fuck about power creep because I don't give a fuck if I don't do well, if I'm not up to date on a meta, because this is a video game. I'm here to have fun. This is all really to say that my complaints with Mawika, I don't like that she does a ton of damage, but that is like really like a back of the mind reason for me. That is not a major priority for me. I think it is uninteresting how she warps a lot of teams into like, oh, this character's best team is Bennett, Mawika, Silali. I think that is uninteresting, but frankly, even if I got Mawika, I would never play the game like that because I don't give a fuck about what's most optimal. I care about what's fun. And like, it is unhealthy. It is unhealthy for this character to exist in this state and warp the meta this heavily. But I still, do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Mawika is overtuned. Mawika is bad for the health of the game. Will the world explode if I do not have Mawika and if I do not get 36 stars on Abyss? No. So, boo-hoo. I figure throughout the year, like really, I figure what happened with Mualani and Anefa is going to happen. I will find a character that I like well enough that is a meta unit, that does do a lot, that can carry me through the game's content, and boom, beautiful. Like, yeah, Stygian is certainly harder content, but all the fucking levels that reward Prima Gems, baby easy. You do not need good units or good builds to get those Prima Gems. Even though, like, the harder levels of Stygian, the only thing they reward you with are resources to build more units and make your characters better. The hardest content in the game rewards you with units, or rewards you with resources to make your characters better. So, like, who really gives a fuck if the content is being power crept, and if you need the new units to clear the hardest level of content, because you don't need to clear the hardest level of content. Um, anyways, about Moika herself. So again, yeah, like I think her role in the game, like Mawika, I think she would be. I would like her if she was split into two units. I think is really what it comes down to. And the same thing almost goes for Escoffier, but I'll talk a lot about that as well. Like the reason why I really don't like these two is they both do a little too much too easily. And the point, like the reason I enjoy playing the game is I like having friction. I don't like to be able to play the game with fucking one hand on the keyboard and one hand on my penis, barely paying attention to what's going on stream. Screen, not stream, screen. I like to have a challenge. I like to play the game. I like to engage with the mechanics. That's why I fucking enjoy Kanichi. I don't want to press a button and spam normal attack on Skirk and deal a fucking million gazillion damage on Mawika. That is not really the way I want to play the game, and I think that's how both of these units were designed. They do too much in their roles, and they do it way too fucking easily. They achieve their goals without any resistance. Mawika, her quality of life is fucking insane. She does most of her damage in her burst. She does like more than 1,000,000 damage in her fucking burst. And then she does follow up stuff on field. She does more than 1,000,000 damage in her fucking burst. It's in her burst, so she is invincible while she does it. After her burst, she gets unlimited resistance to interruption, so you do not need to think about interruption resist at all. She has a massive AoE. She has a dedicated support that makes her setups incredibly fucking easy. It's just like it all comes too easily. It all comes way too easily. Too much of her damage is too front loaded that like she just does damage without any friction to a lot of units, and that's it. And that's it. I really struggle to talk about Mawika because the reason I don't like her is she's fucking boring. There are no like the reason why people hate Mualani. I love Mualani because she she has issues. She has a ton of issues you can run into. You have to go up against the game. She grates against you. Moika has a high skill. I do actually, this is a thing. This is certainly a thing. I agree that Moika does have a high level of skill expression. I do agree. This is why I've grown to like Moika a lot more. Is like, I actually don't really respect her on field. I do. Actually, you know what? I do respect. I respect her design as two different characters. As an on-fielder, having to line up your stuff to get get specific timings on your hits and be able to melt specific hits, doing certain combos that maximize your DPS. She has a bunch of different stuff that she can do. Like she does fucking sprint cancels. She does normal attacks. She does have a lot of nuance in her constellations and in her timings so you can melt the right stuff. Like if you are bad at playing Mawika, you are not going to get a ton of damage after your big initial hit of burst. But she's so strong, you don't really need to be that good. You need to be competent, but like if you can at least get a few of your charge attacks melted, does not have to be all of them, you're fucking solid. So like because the initial burst does so much damage, you can get really good at Mawika. You do not need to, and you don't necessarily like see that much of a result from getting that much better at Mawika because she does so much so fast, front loaded. Like so much of her value is instant and impossible to fucking mess up. And on the fucking flip side is like genuinely like I think having a unit where the whole design is like they do one big hit of front loaded damage that is really easy to get a reaction with, and maybe they have a little bit of off field application, and they give a little bit of a buff to your on-fielder. That is a really interesting design for an off-fielder, in my opinion. Having a character that doesn't really do a ton of off-field damage, maybe has some application, can potentially deal some off-field damage, but doesn't normally, and needs a little bit of setup to do it. Most of their damage is contained in one big hit that you want to get a react on, and it does a really like solid amount of damage. Like maybe it does do 1,000,000 damage. And then after that, you fucking buff your on fielder for 40% damage bonus, whatever. Having a character like that, I think, is like with no on field potential beyond the first hit of their burst, that or the hit of their burst that does a lot of nuke damage. That is sick. If they split Mawika into two different characters, one melt on fielder where you needed to get good at her combos to perform well, and one like more supportive unit that can deal a ton of front loaded burst damage, but mostly applies pyro, or not mostly, but also applies pyro and does a little bit of damage buffing. Having that as two separate units, really fucking cool. But mashing it into one slot, making that one fucking unit, and making it so that you usually just want to use the on-field playstyle, and if you don't use the on-field playstyle, you're a bit of a fucking idiot. Not, you look like a bit of an idiot. You aren't a bit of a fucking idiot, but people will bully you for it. And like apart from that, she's just easy pyro application. It's like, yeah, fine, I guess, but like not a particularly great unit. Like she's not a fantastic what? She's not a fantastic supportive unit if you don't use her burst. And I think that's kind of interesting. Like balancing that around having a really good burst that you do want to use and you want to react, and then having not so great supportive capabilities outside of that, that's kind of cool. Anyways, yeah. Mawika has a lot of interesting design elements, but I think her kit is overloaded, and that's the main thing that I don't like about her. Wanted to melt off and use Kaya's Philale. Yeah, there are also there are like ways to get around uh her having harder melt setups by like making teams that have more consistent cryo. But like I also don't have a problem with that because that's a choice that you're making. Instead of just getting better at the character, you are altering your team comp and making it a little bit worse to account for the fact that you just aren't that good. That's an interesting dynamic. I don't have a problem with that. But like, yeah, Mawika, on-field Mawika, interesting skill-intensive character. Off-field Mawika, potentially like some good design space there. Putting them as the same unit, I don't know. I don't really like that. I think she does a little too much, and she becomes a little uninteresting because of it. So like if I didn't like build a bit of my identity off of disliking Mawika, I think what I would have done, and maybe what I will do a few years down the line, is crown both of her talents, but just use her as one or the other. Use her as, or actually maybe I just wouldn't fucking crown her burst because I can still do a ton of damage without crowning her burst. But like I don't know, run away from an enemy and use their burst before fucking playing on field. I probably also just wouldn't play on field Mawika. Maybe that's just what I would do. I would only level the burst, and then I would just use her to do a ton of fucking nuke damage, and then use her as a pyro off fielder that is also doing a little bit of damage percent buffing. Because that's kind of cool. In my opinion, that's kind of interesting. But as it stands, having both of them in her kit, Lanyan. I kind of went into Lanyan earlier before. Lanyan is fucking stupid. Lanyan is fucking ridiculous. And if Animo, like if Hoyo weren't like seeming to, they very much are trying to make Animo less relevant by providing res shred alternatives that are easier to get, so you don't have to rely on VV, and by putting like making bosses with innate auras, and a little bit by making multi-wave content, but that's less relevant. In any case, Hoyo is very much trying to rein Animo in. And like if Lanyan were released a few years earlier, everybody would be so aware of how incredible Lanyan is. If Hoyo weren't actively trying to make Lanyan worse, she would be fucking up there with Kazuha. Korean movie too good, doing too much at their release. I'm a little less inclined to agree with you on Farina. Maybe Farina. Farina, I like Farina. I think her numbers are a little too high. But frankly, I think like the kit on its own is very solid. I'm a really big fan of Farina kit. Nouvelette, I could argue a little bit more. There are aspects of Nouvelette's kit that I like, but I think in general he is a little. He does his DPS too well and without enough friction that he is a little boring. That's why I don't play him. Metaslays said it doesn't make sense to use her if you're not on field. Yeah, that is a thing, and that's why I'm like it. To some extent, you do just have to like control yourself, and like you would be able to make Maoika an interesting unit if you just play one or the other style at a time. But again, like I don't think Maoika does a ton that is all that unique that I can get away with just using other pyro units on my account as stand-ins for her, and they will be worse, but not like that much worse. Anyways, yeah, Lanyan. So Lanyan. Lanyan's fucking stupid. Like fundamentally, nothing in her kit is that crazy. But the fact that she holds VV, the fact that she holds TTDS, the fact that she's a shielder, the fact that she takes so little uptime. She just like does a ton, really easy, really silently. Like she doesn't ask a lot. And fuck yeah. She's usually not the best support, but she's really, really strong and she's really, really fucking comfy. There's not a ton I have to say about Shielder Lanyan because she's just like, wow, that's a bunch of numbers. That's a bunch of really good gear that's getting you a bunch of really good numbers all together, and she is not sacrificing any sort of comfort to get those things. Lanyan is fucking stupid while she throws the background. Yeah, no, Lanyan is fucking stupid. Hypermob, yeah, okay, yeah, Lanyan Hypermob. Also, it's IPA time. I need to speed it up. Jesus Christ, it's been like 2.5 hours, and I'm only on the first section of Lanyan. Or I'm only on the first section. I'm like fucking halfway through it. I'm on Lanyan. Her supportive play style, yeah, there is just really nothing to say about it. She just gives you a bunch of numbers, and they're just really fucking good. And she's walled by specific content. Like before, I mentioned multi-wave content isn't great because she can't shred res multi-wave. Enemies with innate auras, like a phase 2 lava dragon statue or Tulpa, can't get a swirl against them, so less good. But like, when she works, she fucking works, and she's like ridiculous. You're gonna make her cry? No, like stupid good. Stupid, really, really good. The fact that she's a 4-star and she works this well at C0 and she was given away for free at Lantern, right? Fucking insane. That's what I'm saying. Like Lanyan, I think is probably about as good as Kazuha. Maybe a little bit better with Nodcry coming around and characters caring less about damage percent. I think Lanyan might be fucking better than Kazuha in the coming patches. And also, as mentioned before in chat, she does more damage than Wanderer when you fucking get C1. Which is not an accomplishment. Dealing more damage than Wanderer is yeah, that fucking tracks. Aoife can do that. I farted when I got Lanyan. Thank you, Toxic Twink 3. Thank you for telling us. Lanyan is like does she just has that. This is a really cool thing that I've been such a big fan of that Hoyo has been fucking doing recently. They did it with Lanyan. They did it less with Aoife because they did nerf his multipliers, but he still does functional damage. Functional damage. Lanyan does better than him, but like it's usable damage. They did it with Lanyan. They did it with Shanyun, where they were like, okay, Farzan exists. So, like, realistically, she can make any Animo character deal good talent damage, so we can't make a limited character that survive. Like, we really can't make any Animo character who that is their thing, dealing Animo damage. Like, even fucking Hazo. Hazo came out, and, like, his thing is dealing Animo damage, and they haven't released a unit. Like, he does some other stuff. He shreds res as a VV holder. He does a little bit of EM buffing in an Ascension passive, but mostly he just deals animo damage. And they haven't come out with a unit like that since Farazan came out because they fucking know. They've made supportive units that have multiple uses, but also just have good numbers. And Lanyan, she has okay numbers on her skill. Whatever. That's not the biggest number in the world, but it hits a fuckload of times, and C1 doubles the amount of time it hits, and that actually becomes crazy motion value. C1 Lanyan at every single skill level has a higher motion value than Hazo. Every single fucking talent level. Hazo has a lower motion value than Lanyan with C1. Not mine. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, yeah, Chelsea, you're the excuse. You're the one person whose Wanderer does more damage than Lanyan in chat. But yeah, she like, and here, so DPS playstyle. You want to? It's not horribly incompatible with supportive playstyle. They use generally the same artifacts because shield scales on attack, damage scales on attack. So she can still have a pretty solid shield in her DPS playstyle. And that's another thing that makes her really fucking comfortable is she makes her own shield when she's DPSing. And her DPS is very, very front loaded. So like rotations are very flexible. You don't get fucked by certain enemy behavior. She just like plays really, really well aside from doing a ton of damage. Lanyan or Chaska? I'm talking about Lanyan now. I don't know anything about Chaska. But minus C2, does he get Hazo get anything nice with cons? Hazo does get some decent damage increases with cons, but like Lanyan will always be dealing more damage than Hazo. They're effectively the same unit, except Lanyan will deal a little bit more damage if she has C1, and also she makes a shield, so there's no real fucking point to Hazo. Sadly. But he is fun. He does get you, his multiplier is in just one number, so you can get more, just like a higher raw fucking number on Hazo and make you feel better about yourself than Lanyan can. But in general, Lanyan is going to outdo him. C6 is a great boost. C2 is a great, or C3 is a great boost. That's kind of it. It's like mostly these two are boosts for his damage. The rest of them are good, but they're not anything special. Nephros Key like look dumb? Yep. The Dendro Flins. Which again, I always have to mention, Kit has like a 50% chance of being real. Because like, yeah, I could totally see that is something that Hoyo would do. But also, yeah, if I was lying and if I was stupid and I wanted attention and I was making up a kit for Nefer, that would be the kit that I would make up if I was a stupid idiot who had no original thoughts ever. Like every single leaker. That was the implied thing. I was gonna let that go unsaid, but I figured I should say it out loud because that was what was implied. Anyways, Lanyan's fucking stupid. Lanyan, and the fact that like she isn't even the best 4-star of this version, I think she's very cleanly the second best, but like this unit is ridiculous. And if it weren't for like the current state of the game, if it weren't for the ways that Hoyo is trying to balance the game, in particular with Animo, I don't think anybody would be able to shut up about Lanyan. And I think people would be crying for a Lanyan rerun. Because this unit does so much and asks so fucking little. And like can be incredible outside of her intended playstyle. And her cons are really not that good. Her cons are really not that good. This is another, I think, overhyped C2. This is better than Shilon in C2. Number one, because it's a 4-star con, so it's more feasible to get. Costs a lot less. Number two, because it actually fucking does something. It's not a tenacity of the millilith worth of damage. It makes her shield functionally a lot stronger in scenarios where it does not immediately break. If it gets damaged, doing normal attacks on your on-fielder can heal it, and you can give it a lot more effective HP. It is situational, but the situation where it's strong, it's fucking strong. This just solidifies her as pretty much the strongest shielder in the game when this can be used. A lot of people talk about it all the fucking time, but frankly, the shield is like a side thing for her. It's like Seat Lolly, except it's actually a really, really strong shield. The reason why she's so strong is she can hold really good supportive gear, and she does not take a very long time to do her stuff. She has really low field time and can rotate quickly. Although, what does she have? A 16-second cooldown? Is it 16 seconds on her shield? It's 16 seconds. So, not incredibly quickly, but she feels good. You don't have to do a big, stupid, long 5-star burst animation or a burst animation at all. Although her burst animation, or her burst is good. It has good ceilings. Uh, but yeah, fuck yeah, Lanyan. I'm a big fan of Lanyan. Because like she's like Shilonen as a 4-star, and I just like 4 stars better inherently. Like really, she just is Shilonen as a fucking 4-star because it's like, oh, it's Animo and using VV, so that's a little less convenient than Shilonen's Res Shred, and she doesn't give any damage bonus, but she can fucking what's it called? She can hold DGDS, so that's another pretty strong offensive buff. Does her stuff really fast, doesn't ask much of you, works in a lot of teams, has a nice defensive utility. She's just a 4-star or Shilonen, except she does more damage than Shilonen. Because everyone deals more damage than Shilonen. I'm crying for Lanyan. Me too! Give me Lanyan cons! Because they're not like great, but they're not useless. Talent levels? Woo! We love those. EM? Full party EM? Fuck yeah, we love those. She has secret EM scaling, so like I'm not gonna cry about that. That's more damage for me and everybody else. C6 sucks. This shit sucks. Extra skill charges always suck. Never good. They are effective for one rotation. Because hey, guess what? One extra skill recharge, you know what that doesn't fucking change? You know what that doesn't fucking change? This 16-second cooldown. Even if you use 2 skills, next rotation, after 16 seconds, you want to know how many skills she's going to have? 1. 1 charge. The second one is not going to be off cooldown. Helpful as a DPS. It's helpful in the slightest bit. You can use it, you can front load 1 extra. That's essentially what it is. It is extra front load. So for DPS, you can front load 1 extra instance of skill damage, which can be meaningful because she deals most of her damage in her skill in a burst. So potentially this can help you front load some extra damage and clear a lot faster. Usually, I would say it doesn't. And it can also potentially be a little bit useful in her supportive teams if they rotate really, really fucking fast. Because she has a 12.5% shield duration, 16-second cooldown. She has some downtime. Effectively, what you can do is use, because essentially you use her skill on your first rotation, and then your second rotation, after 12.5 seconds, the shield expires. You swap back to Lanyan because, I don't know, you're fucking playing Sethos with C2 Shilonen. You don't need a red shredder in that scenario, but whatever. Let's just deal with it. You're playing someone who's rotating very, very fast. So your shield expires, 12.5 seconds. You swap back to Lanyan. Your skill still isn't off cooldown, but you have this second charge. So you use the second charge, and then again, rotation after that, you've gotten another charge back, and then your skill is whatever, like fucking 9 seconds off cooldown. So you can use it in the supportive playstyle to rotate a little bit faster because she gets access to her skill 3.5 seconds faster. Very, very niche, but it is a thing you can do. Anyways, I need to not get bogged down in constellations because this is just making everything needlessly long. Yume Mizuki fucking sucks. Any questions? Any fucking questions? I generally do not like making negative edited content. That's why I'm not going to make any content about Stygian. People will keep asking if I will make anything about Stygian, but I'm like, I generally don't really like Stygian that much. Another thing we'll get into. So probably not. No edited content because I just don't like being mean in my edited videos. Those are things that like much more people are going to see than the live streams. And they're going to like stick around because people will see them more often. Like for live streams, it's like most people watch them within the fucking mostly during the stream, but like then people watch it within the day of it going live, and then it's dead. Nobody ever watches it again. But people will come back to watch old videos. So I don't like to keep negativity because like it just it has a much longer lifespan. But when I saw Mizuki's kit, I was like, holy shit, this is so bad. I have to make a video about this because I need to explain why I am never going to fucking play this unit. And even that video that I recently made about Mizuki, about how, oh wow, I'm gonna start playing, I might start playing her recently, or I have some interesting things to do with her. Um, I don't think I'm gonna level her for a good long time because I have other priorities, and she doesn't do anything that special. She is kind of okay in some teams. That video was less of like a, oh wow, I actually kind of want to use Mizuki, and more of just like a, like the reason I did that is more just because I wanted a reason to use Mizuki, not because I actually really liked Mizuki in that slot. I'm just like, I need something to do with Mizuki, something, and this is a recent relevant thing that Mizuki kind of does fill all the requirements for. But generally, it was just like I need something to do with Mizuki. It's not because I want to use a character and Mizuki would be great here. It's because I want to use Mizuki and she's not awful here. I think that pretty perfectly explains it. Um, it's that it really wasn't, oh wow, this is great. I found a unit that perfectly fits the slot and I really would want to use in this slot. It was, I think it would be funny to use Mizuki as a gimmick. Let's try to find something to do with Mizuki. Not gonna say, yeah, no, I know it's not inherently negative to say that Mizuki sucks because it's true. Mizuki does just suck, but like, it's just like I would like to avoid calling characters terrible. Unfortunately, you do just have to do it sometimes if you're being honest, like with Mizuki. But I want to avoid it when I can. DPS Barber is better. I can't confirm that, but I wouldn't be surprised. Wasting too much time on field. Yeah. She requires too much. It's just that she asks for on-field time and fucking does nothing with it. I think I've talked plenty of times why Mizuki is bad, and I frankly I don't really want to talk about it, why Mizuki is bad much more. She has healing that seems like it was designed specifically to not work with Farina, who is the character that gives healing value. She has a buff that is barely useful. The only character it really consistently benefits is herself, and it is not a particularly strong buff. And she doesn't do fucking normal attacks. She doesn't do normal attacks. That really like that was the moment that solidified when I really wanted to make that first video about Mizuki is going to be bad. It was because I found out she couldn't do normal attacks. I was like, this restricts her team options so fucking much. And I know people always say like, oh yeah, but C2 gives her a damage percent buff. Ignoring the fact that damage percent won't be fucking useful in Nod Cry. So, big whoop. People are like, yeah, C2 is good because it gives damage buff, but then she gets more swirl buff. Then swirls can crit. She does more swirl damage. She's like, oh, but cons are so good. They make her so much better. Like C2 makes her healing usable. Her cons make her functional. Her cons make her not the worst thing ever. Her cons make her a little bit better than, I don't know, fucking Heizo. Like they do increase her damage. They do make her synergy higher with Farina. But she starts from such a low fucking baseline that it's like she is the increase doesn't go very far. Is essentially what it is. It's like, okay, yeah, whatever. Like, she has great healing with Farina, and once you get C4, she has damage buffing once you get C2. But, like, she was so terrible that, like, what this does is, like, I would recommend that you don't fucking use her unless you really love her. I said I didn't want to be negative about Mizuki, and now I'm being negative about Mizuki, but I promise I'm going to end soon. I would straight up recommend, unless you just love her that much, don't use her until you get C4. Because she doesn't make sense as a unit until you get C4. And even after C4, she just makes sense. She's not particularly good. She's just, like, not disgustingly useless. Is what it is. Mizuki mains know she sucks and don't complain about other people. I think a lot of Mizuki mains don't really complain. What makes damage percent bad and not cry? Damage. What am I trying to say? These new units are going to have damage that is considered reaction damage, but it's basically talent damage. Like Inefa has lunar charge damage that comes from her skill that is unaffected by it is unaffected by what's it called, damage percent. It just literally doesn't work. Damage percent does nothing for the majority of Inefa's damage. Same with Flynn's. Flynn does majority lunar charge damage, and that does not get buffed by damage percent. Same with Lauma. Is the majority personal damage. Mostly she buffs bloom damage, but the majority of her personal damage is lunar bloom damage, and that does not get affected by damage percent. But yeah, she becomes okay-ish. She becomes not the worst unit in the fucking game at C4. But yeah, sorry Mizuki, I'm really, really sorry what they did to you. The thing is, the worst fucking part about Mizuki is they made this her elemental combination. Inherently, I think Animo Catalyst easily the best elemental combination in the fucking game. Because irrespective of what the kit does, because VV exists, because Swirl does so much on its own, and having access to consistent Animo is a strong utility, I think Animo Catalyst unit is inherently the strongest weapon type in the game. And I think that makes it so that just using fucking Mizuki to do Animo normal attacks is way better than her intended playstyle until you get C4. Animo Catalyst is not a great... I mean, it is the best elemental combination, but inherently that elemental combination, like, you need to do other things in your kit to be a good character. But, like, she does so fucking little in her kit that her combination is more important than what she is. I'm gonna stop it. I'm very disappointed in Mizuki. It is impressive how fucking bad she is. It is impressive how bad they made her kit is what I'm trying to say. And I wish they did her better, because fundamentally I do like her. I like her as a character. I think she has kind of a cool unit design. I've grown on her more since I got her and since she existed in game. I like her voice, but they fucking hated Mizuki. They channeled all their hatred for this entire patch into Mizuki. Like the idea of streams being evil me. I'm trying to keep the barrier up. I am doing my best. Okay, Mizuki sucks. Ian-san. Woo! Ian-san. Fuck, I tapped out. Ian-san really fucking good. Ian-san is incredible. Ian-san is literally like most of what I would want from a Bennett style unit. Where the fuck is he? A Bennett style unit in Modern Year. Because frankly, Bennett is fucking stupid. Bennett does way too much. Hot take, guys. Hot freaking take. Bennett does a lot and is maybe a little too good. Bennett is better than Ian-san? What are we saying here? What are we fucking saying here? We literally, until this year, did not have a unit competing with Bennett for strength. Bennett has been on top since fucking Escoffier. In any case, Ian-san, I think, is really like, this is a balanced Bennett. This is what I would want out of a balanced Bennett. So not only, I talked a lot about the differences between Ian-san and Bennett, and I think it's really interesting that, like, oh yeah, she is a worse attack buffer, but she has scroll. She's a Natlan unit. Again, coming back to scroll was something that they designed around. A lot of units were designed with scroll in mind. Ian-san is absolutely one of them. They were like, here, we'll make a dedicated attack buffer, but she has access to the scroll set, so her attack buffing will be a little less useful, and inherently, you're going to want to use them with different units that have different stat priorities. That's fucking awesome. the fact that she still has healing and she technically can proc effects that require healing, which off the top of my head is mostly just like Escoffier Sig. Other stuff usually when they require healing, they need like a lot of healing, and Eonson does not do a lot of healing. Anyways, this isn't even the healing passive. This is the healing passive, and Eonson will not be healing for that. But in any case, she has healing, but it's shitty, stupid, garbage healing, and that's good. That's good because what that is it's still a defensive utility, but it isn't a defensive utility that makes you turn your fucking brain off. Like Bennett. Bennett healing is so good that you basically never think about it. The only time you ever think about Bennett in the terms of defense is like, so Farina, because he doesn't have the best healing for Farina, you're gonna be like, okay, his healing isn't that great for Farina because it doesn't generate a ton of fanfare. He's kind of bad at making you overcap, so that's a little rough. And also like against fucking Topa, because he lets Topa get free vapes against you. But every other situation, it's like Bennett is more than enough. Bennett is ridiculous that he can provide that much healing while also being an insane, like, strong offensive unit on your team. That's a little too much, in my opinion. The fact that it's, like, the only thing that's really making him reasonable is the fact that it's attached to a circle on the ground. So the fact that they made a unit, everybody complained about the circle on the ground, so they like, fuck it, let's make a unit that does attack buffing, that isn't linked to a circle on the ground, and that she essentially does all the things that Bennett does, but she shifts them. She does them in a different way. She still attack buffs, but it's reliant on your character. That's really the first thing. She doesn't tie it to a circle on the ground, but she asks that your fucking character moves around a lot. And she gives a damage percent buff, which can be very relevant to specific teams. She heals, but because it's not attached to a circle on the ground, it's not very much healing. It's just a little bit of healing. So if you need a little bit of help defensively, Eonson's got you covered. She's not going to take care of you single-handedly, but she can do just a little bit of extra defense. I'm sorry. I can't fucking get over this because Eonson is just like, alright. Eonson is beautiful. Beautiful. Even down to the fucking element. Even down to the fucking element. I mean, this is just because I like Electro. But Electro has access to... Like, she is able to run in so many fucking relevant teams. And give a damage bonus to so many relevant units. Mostly I'm thinking about the Dendro. The synergy with Dendro there. The fact that she can trigger a Quicken and give a 40% Dendro damage bonus is fucking sick. Because Dendro units care about Dendro damage. And I wish that Nodcry cared a bit more about Dendro damage so that Eonson would be a little more fucking relevant in the upcoming teams. Whatever. Eonson is sick. And I fucking love Eonson. And she is, I think, easily the best character, easily the best 4-star coming from Natlan. And I think even down the line, like as the game develops, a few years later, I think Eonson has the potential to be the best character from Natlan. I think she has the strongest potential to continue being a strong unit. They could release a character that's just fucking Eonson and better, but and Power Creeper. But like considering how relevant Bennett has stayed and how it seems like they do not want to do a ton of direct attack buffers, I think Eonson has a very long life ahead of her. You can just put her on Noblesse. Yeah, you also can just put her on fucking Noblesse. Which mainly me saying that you can I wish Notcry units have better synergy with damage percent was about, yeah, like the scroll isn't a benefit. You can just fucking run her on Noblesse, but then she is going to be a worse attack buffer than Bennett. But even then, her element is relevant because she generates electroparticles and she can activate electroresonance. She generates like more particles in one skill, but she has a much longer skill cooldown. There's a lot of different things, a lot of different nuances between them. I love Eonson, and I like no notes basically. It would look better in a fully grown woman model. Absolutely. Absolutely. One of the only dark racing characters in Natlan TV. Yup. This is the fucking one instance of actually making the darker skinned character like a solid meta unit. But what? Eon-san is also like what? This one, so I've talked a lot about I think Genshin has really solidified the differences between their 4 and 5-star designs, and it's the fact that like yeah, 4 stars can also provide really really strong numbers and be really really strong. Like fucking whale teams use 4 stars is my point. 4 stars are very very good in Genshin. Like Eon-san, if you have a C6 Mawika, Eon-san is still an incredibly fucking good option for that Mawika. If you have C6 of every single 5-star in the game, you're running a Mawika team, you probably still want Eon-san or Bennett. It's mostly the fact that well, for the most part, 5 stars are the ones dealing damage. If 4 stars deal damage, it is usually very conditional. Like Gaming, you need C6 for him to be a really outstanding damage dealer. Before like he gets a lot of damage from his cons, especially C6. And he is really finicky. He's difficult to play. And what the fuck? My point about all this is saying that like 5 stars deal a lot of damage and are convenient. 4 stars can provide a lot of value by dealing a lot of damage or doing a lot of big buffs, but they're always like inconvenient in some way or just like awkward in some way, whereas 5 stars tend to not be. Should I build my C0 Gaming? Probably not. Probably not. For Stygian Fearless, I Fearless difficulty 5. I don't think C0 Gaming will probably not be able to clear a Fearless Stygian. You probably do need cons because of how big of an upgrade Gaming cons are. But that's my point. Is 4 stars that deal damage usually deal that damage very situationally, whereas 5 stars that deal damage, they deal the damage way fucking easier. And they of course usually deal more, but not always. Not always. Having a possible Bennett side grade for certain DPS. Oh, this is about Eon-san, but yes, again, Eon-san, yeah, as a Bennett side grade. Like, just having a fucking unit that can provide the same value as Bennett, provide another attack scaling team. Like, if you're already running Bennett, you're able to run 2 fucking attack scaling teams. That's great. Layla's pointy ears. What are we talking about? Layla pointy ears? Eon-san has the pointy ears. She probably comes from an elf race. Oh yeah, the pointy ear stuff. Yeah, that is maybe a cool thing. That is maybe a lore relevant thing. Veresa, I don't like Veresa. I don't really like Veresa that much. I think Veresa is a fancy physical DPS. She's probably just like she's just like Kaniche. She's like a slightly less restrictive Kaniche. But she's like a physical character. You never really care about her reactions. You're only ever putting her in Overload, which is a roundabout physical team. I'm not shitting on Shivers. I love Shivers. Fuck yeah, Shivers. We love you. But like effectively, when it comes to damage, like Veresa is just doing numbers. There's no reactions involved. Veresa is just doing numbers. You're either playing her in Overload or you're playing her with Farina Shanyuna Yansan. She has very like she just has cookie cutter teams to me. Frankly, I just don't think she's that interesting. I think it is lame that they designed her in a way to make Codex a lot harder to use on her. And I also think her existence makes Codex a little bit less valuable because we only have 1, 2, 3, 4 units. 4 limited units that were intended to fucking use the set. So yeah. I think that's lame, and I think that's a needlessly restrictive design. Would that make Mualani a physical too? No, not at all. Because Mualani specifically wants a pyro units intercept. In freeze teams, Mualani is a fucking physical unit. But Mualani always wants specific application up so she can react her damage. Veresa doesn't really give a fuck about specific application as long as you have enough application to trigger overloads and get good Chevy uptime, which is a cool thing for team building, but I would attribute that more to Chevy and why I like Chevy's design more than I would Veresa. Can I get her? I'll see how much I can push her team weirdness. She does have weirdness when it comes to, what's it called? Prototype Amber. That's kind of cool. She has some, like, she has that baseline, like, she's a fucking busted unit, so you can do goofy stuff with her. But, like, if that were a factor, I would be saying that about all these fucking units, where it's like, oh yeah, just do stupid stuff, because you can clear anyways. It's not something that's unique to Veresa, but Prototype Amber Veresa is probably the coolest thing about her. And that is, like, a real thing that you can do, but frankly, like, that's not a thing that is really that unique to her. It's just a bunch of fucking team-wide healing. And I guess that is... No. Dory has a bunch of fucking team-wide healing. And frankly, I would just rather use Dory. Varese is definitely better, but I would rather use Dory. She has some nuances in her kit, but frankly, like, she just does not appeal to me very much. Pamber Varesa funny? Pamber Varesa is indeed funny. But, like, Pamber Varesa on its own is not funny enough for me to care that much. Those are my general thoughts. Long Night's Oath is a Varesa set, not Codex. Got every now and then. Yeah. But for the most part, like, I think my biggest gripe about her, she's kind of just like, if you like her, fucking play her. Like, you know, I play Kaniche. Like, who am I to talk shit on Varesa? It's the same fucking character. Varesa is easier to play, which is why I don't take interest in her when I do take interest in Kaniche. Pikmin Song is gone. Fuck, I forgot. There we go. Pikmin Song back. Thank you for reminding me. I just, like, they're very much the same unit, where it's just like, okay, meet a condition, and they can have a little bit of interesting team building stuff, but generally, whatever. Like, pull them if you like them. And I didn't really like Varesa that much. I don't love her. Again, I'll get into it later, but I don't love her characterization or her visual design. I think she's chill, but I don't really love her. Not really a unit that I would want to play that much. But if you like her, go for her. She's fucking great. She's like the 3rd best DBS in the game. So, fuck me. Like, what does my opinion matter? Also, yeah, big note on the stream in general. What does my opinion matter? I love to hate, so, like, if I'm hating on a character that you really like, fuck me. Aoife. I like Aoife. Guys, do you know that? I like Aoife. Fundamentally, Aoife is not very good. Aoife has a dedicated role as an electrocharge carry, or like an electrocharge driver on fielder. Swirls, shreds res, does some reactions. I think it's a cool niche. Because I like I never really loved electrocharge that much. And I still don't like Aoife gameplay is fucking pressing E and then you hold the normal attack button. So it's like, whatever. That's not that interesting. So I don't love him for the gameplay. It just feels like I think it's cool that I have like an intended character for this team now. I feel like I'm more compelled to play it now. Which again, this really just comes down to me being more favorable towards 4 stars than 5 stars. It's just like, oh cool, yeah. Aoife doesn't fucking do that much. And he is like okay in his dedicated role. And like I didn't really enjoy his dedicated role until I started playing Aoife, and he doesn't do anything that interesting with his dedicated role that warrants me wanting to play him. But I don't know. I think he's hot, and I think that's justification enough to fucking use him his intended role. Yeah, he's a better version of Mizuki, but that's not very difficult. It's just like he again, this goes back to my original Aoife video. Aoife do got that drip, though. Yes, he is. He does have that shit on, which I shall get into. But it goes back to that original video of just like, he has an intended role, but he's just a little bit undertuned in that role, so he's fun to optimize. Because for me, in this game, like, really, I only want to optimize characters that are, like, you feel it when you optimize them. Like, as I went back to Mawika, I'm like, yeah, it's interesting that her on-field playstyle requires skill, and you can optimize it a lot, but you don't need to. She's so powerful that why the fuck would I bother optimizing when I clear everything in 30 seconds anyways? So when it comes to things like Aoife, I'm like, yeah, I like doing fucking funny things with attack speed, Aoife, and with building him on a maximum healing build and optimizing with that. Because he's not gonna one-shot everything. He needs the help.
Huh?
So I'll do that. I'll happily partake, and I'll help him be a bit of a better unit. I also think that EM scaling healing is funny. I just always like odd scaling things. Off-brand version of Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop, or off-brand Boot Hill. Yeah, it was 100% Boot Hill. They said Boot Hill is successful, and let's do that again. And again, before I mentioned the constellations, so before now, I mentioned that I really like the direction that they were going with Natlan units and constellations, where they're usable at C0 and they become a standout with constellations. That's really what it is they are fine with C0. They are okay. If you need a 36-star clear at Abyss, if you are new to the game and you don't have a 36-star clear and you need a 36-star clear, Natlan DPSs can probably do it pretty fine. If you are looking towards harder content like Stygian, if you are looking to get decently fast Abyss clears, then you're probably going to need some constellations, but you feel good about getting most of the constellations. That's really what it comes down to, is that I really like Natlan constellation design because you feel good about getting the C0 because the C0 is usable, but you also feel good about getting the constellations because they're decent upgrades. Aoife, besides Dahlia, because Dahlia is just something else altogether, I would say Aoife is probably, he gains the most from cons. Here's me, so be my weekend main thanks to Power Creep. No, I'm still gonna be playing Cyno. I was playing Cyno 2 years ago. I'm gonna be playing Cyno 2 years from now. But yeah, so Aoife, I think he gains the most from cons. I think fucking Kachina, either Kachina or Dahlia is the worst at C0. But Aoife gains the most from constellations because he is okay-ish at C0. He is technically functional at C0. But like each one of his constellations is a significant upgrade. C6 is an damage upgrade, pretty low damage increase. I did see you talking about like potential attack speed issues. It still, I think, is more than any of his other constellations. Maybe not for the DPS playstyle, because it is less than 25% damage, because you are losing, what's it called? You lose attacks, so you are losing overall motion value, so it's like pretty neutral on DPS. Scaling on it is kind of terrible. Oh yeah, the scaling is on it is shit. So I don't 66% motion value increase is fucking insane. Okay, so for DPS Aoife, yeah, not a particularly great constellation. Because it makes you get less attacks. So for motion value in particular, because you are getting more attacks out, so you would think that is more motion value, but because you are getting less of these base attacks out, whatever. For DPS Aoife, I think that's what you are saying is for DPS Aoife, C6 Aoife fucking sucks. Which actually is news to me. I will not lie. I remember you talking about that, how it still is rough, but 66% motion value is kind of ridiculously low. Jesus fucking Christ. Only go with Yunjin? Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, because this is still normal attack damage. Alright, so Yunjin still buffs it. So yeah, the scaling is terrible, but this is still a very good constellation for his supportive playstyle, because even if you're getting less... What am I trying to say? The motion value matters a lot less there. Because this still results in a lot more shots, in which the more shots triggers more swirls and gets more healing. Which is his intended playstyle, and it makes him a fair bit more decent at it. So essentially, for EM driver, it doesn't matter at all. Does it not matter at all? Tars Blammo coming in with the hot fucking information? Yeah, the scaling doesn't matter. But he is getting off more attacks, which means more swirls and means more healing. Yeah, okay, never mind. So very, very bad for the DPS playstyle. C3 is probably better for the DPS playstyle. But again, like, the other constellations aren't horrible for DPS. This one lets him get his burst up consistently, which his burst isn't great, but it's not nothing. It is extra damage, which he does very much appreciate. I don't want to go through Aussie constellations right now. I don't want to do that because that's gonna add so much time to this at all. So much time to this whole thing. Anyways, he is a unit. What was the start of all this? The start of all this was to say that he is not that great at C0. He scales well with cons. Both of his playstyles, I guess DPS scales a little worse now that I know that his C6 absolutely fucking sucks hot shit for DPS playstyle. But in his intended playstyle, he really does scale very well with constellations. So he is absolutely the worst example of a unit that is good at C0 and scales good with Constellation because he is the worst at C0, but he is still an example because, again, he is functional at C0 because he has, mostly just because he has a good element and weapon combination. Like, being an Animo Catalyst unit can only be so bad that, like, yeah, he's usable. What am I even fucking saying? I like Aoife. I like Aoife, but he's not good, is really the crux of this entire this entire situation. It's just that he is particularly bad without constellations, and he is less bad with constellations. I like him. He is really not interesting. That's the thing. That's really the thing. I'm just trying to justify this to myself. By all means, I should not like Aoife. He is not that interesting. He doesn't do a ton. But him being a 4-star and him being hot just makes me like him. Also, Kukuku is cool. Also, Kukuku is cool. I like Aoife against my better judgment, just like with Shilonen. I shouldn't like Shilonen because she's boring. And actually, I don't like her visual design, but she's too fucking useful. Him, I shouldn't like him, but he's too hot.
Huh?
Next unit, fuck you, Escoffier. Fuck you, Escoffier. I don't think I've had a more successful hate campaign against Escoffier, or against any other unit, because I still get people coming in my chat and being like, wait, you're pulling Escoffier? I thought you hated Escoffier. To this day, I believe that one of the best bits on my channel was Escoffier 101. I think that I was real proud of that one. And it's going to take a while until I do a better bit than that one. Escoffier is too strong. I will always remember, because I was this was a little bit more, because, you know, we all have points where we don't think for ourselves, and a lot of you guys probably the point is right now because you are going to use me to justify your opinions. You're going to use what I am saying to justify your opinions because, hey, guess what? I do that. I did that shit all the time. I used content creators to justify my opinions, and I probably will still do it. But I when Escoffier was in beta, I was using content creators to justify my opinion, and everyone was like, she's too strong. I don't like her because she's too strong. She's best in slot in every team because she does so much fucking damage, and she shreds res. Like, why would I never use Escoffier? And initially, I was on that train. I was on that fucking train. I was like, yeah, Escoffier sucks. She's too good. With the context of Farina, she does too much. She's so fucking incredible. And then eventually I came around, and I like, this is something I was like, I need to say this on stream because this is really fucking important. I came around to the point where I was just like, you know what? She is really strong. She maybe is too strong. But I don't really give a fuck. Because I don't care if any of these units are strong. I don't like Escoffier because she's fucking boring. Because she's fucking boring. Because she doesn't do anything. She takes all the worst parts of so many units and she just does them, but bad. I think Escoffier is maybe the worst designed fucking unit in the entire game. Oh, alright, I'm popping off. I'm like locking in. This is a moment. I've entered flow state. Escoffier, literally every time someone brings up Shivers and they're talking about like, oh well, yeah, Escoffier is like freeze Shivers or whatever. And those are so many of the units, like so many. What am I trying to say? Leaks fucking loved saying Escoffier is a freeze Chevrolet, but I'm like, no, Escoffier is just all the worst parts of Chevrolet with none of the interesting bits. What she asks is, she says, hey, have 4 units in my team that are either Hydra or Cryo, you know, elements that basically don't fucking react with each other. Hydra and Cryo, all they do, trigger freeze. Wow, on normal enemies, it freezes them. Who would have fucking guessed? It makes them not move. It makes them not do anything for a few seconds. I'm tweaking. Worst reaction in the game. Worst reaction in the game. Not like from a fucking tier list standpoint. I don't give a shit about what is actually good. From an interesting reaction that I want to use standpoint. Freeze sucks. I fucking hate freeze. And what do they do with the unit that is intended to bring freeze into the meta? They don't touch with the reaction, which, let me remind you, does literally nothing against bosses. It does 0. If you freeze a boss, all it does is remove the aura. Nothing. Sound like you were trying to rage bait? No. This is why like half of the joke is my channel is that all these opinions are serious. Is like, I genuinely fucking believe these things. The reaction that does literally fucking nothing against 75% of Abyss content, more than that, 90% of Abyss content, and 100% of Stygian content. The reaction that does nothing against those units, they make a unit for that reaction and they say, yeah, okay, she's actually not gonna fucking interact with the reaction at all. She's just gonna shred rest for those fucking elements. I always, over and over, I always describe this motherfucker as blue physical. I just cracked my my knuckles. Sorry to hear that. I always describe this motherfucker as blue physical because guess what? If you play Escoffier, you're not playing Genshin Impact anymore. There's no reactions. There's no anything. You are playing a game where you hit an enemy. You take all your units that do the most damage and they all hit the enemy. You're playing... I don't actually know how ZZZ works. I don't know if there's a fucking system in them. But you're playing blue physical. Escoffier is better than Skirk. Save some anger. Escoffier is way better than Skirk. Yeah, there's no question. Escoffier is fucking incredible. Escoffier is maybe the best unit in the game. But again, I don't have an issue with how good she is. I have an issue with how boring she is. This is the unit that is meant to be for the freeze reaction, and you don't touch it. You just make everyone deal more damage. You take the one reaction in the game that does fucking nothing, and you just make all the units deal more damage. You are not playing a game that has a reaction system, that has interesting interactions between units. You are playing a game where you just put a ton of units that do a bunch of numbers together, that have a bunch of fucking high numbers, where this is why I hate Escoffier, is because you take all the units in the game that the devs said, okay, you can have high numbers, you're allowed to have high numbers. You take all those units together, you just put them in the team, and they just do their high numbers together. That's it. That is all Escoffier ever fucking does. Because you just take all these units, it is a reaction that does nothing, that she doesn't ask that you interact with it at all. One of the things I always say about fucking Chevrolet, whenever people compare Escoffier to Chevrolet, I'm like, no, Chevrolet is actually an interesting unit, because guess what? Look at her constellations. You see, where is it? After a character triggers Overload, they will get 40% Pyro and Electro Shreds. What the fuck? 40% Pyro and Electro Res Shred for 6 seconds. That means you have to have Overload constantly being triggered, at least every 6 seconds. This affects your team building. To get this res shred, not only do you have to have all Pyro and Electro units, but you have to have a composition of units where you can be triggering overload once every 6 seconds. So if you have a Pyro on fielder, that means you need an Electro on off fielder. If you have an Electro on fielder, you need a Pyro off fielder. She affects how your teams will be built. Escoffier just says, fuck it. I don't give a shit. I'm doing absolute, I don't ask anything of you. I just ask that your team be constructed in the right way. She asked the first fucking step about, she asked the first step of Chevreuse. She says, just make the team comp right. And then she does all the fucking res shred. She doesn't ask that you trigger freeze. She doesn't ask that you trigger a reaction. To be fair, even if she did ask that you trigger freeze, it wouldn't be that much of an issue because Jesus Christ, you already want to run her with Farina. And that's another thing. That's another fucking thing. Jesus Christ, I am not able to calm down about Escoffier. I hate this fucking unit. So it wouldn't be an issue because you usually play with Farina, and okay, whatever. You would usually be triggering freeze off field anyways. So, but she doesn't even ask that of you in the first place. Like, she doesn't even let you connect those dots yourself. She doesn't say, hey, please have an off-field Hydro applier so that I can do my res shred. She just says, fuck it. Just put in a ton of units. And, we'll do all the right fucking thing. Just a rant at the same pathetic rant we've heard 1,000 times from 100 different creators. What? Why is that a problem? Getting to a boring rant? I don't care. I'm still ranting because I have these feelings. Fucking. She does the shit. She does this shit. Also, what the fuck else? It's not like I'm getting this from anybody else. She does this shit. What the I've like kind of lost track of what I was trying to say. Perfect fucking song to do it. The difference with Chevreuse as well is another thing of what makes Chevreuse so interesting is that she doesn't do any damage herself. She has fine multipliers. She has decent multipliers. 282 at level 1. That's not bad. Let's go fucking check my Chevreuse's multipliers. Let's go check out my Chevreuse's multipliers. Perfect song to be playing right now. 536. That's not terrible. At level 7, which I actually still need to level this up. But again, another 500 multiplier. That's not bad. You can do something with those multipliers, but it's still not a lot of instances of damage over the entire course of your rotation. And balance healing? Okay, and balance healing. Yeah. That's another thing, is that Chevreuse has good healing, Escoffier has bad healing. Anyways, Escoffier just fucking does all the damage herself. She just does all the damage herself. She's like, I actually, you know what? I would like it if you had a lot of units in the team of these two elements that did a lot of damage. But guess what? I don't give a shit if you don't have any of those units because I'll just fucking do it myself. Because for some reason, I have 140% multiplier every second to an element that I am shredding res for. So you don't even have to think about, oh wait, I need to build my Hydro and Cryo units well if I want to get good value out of this unit, because I can just build this unit well. I can just build this fucking unit well. And then she'll do all the damage. And I don't fucking think about it. And this is why I'm not going to level Escoffier's skill at all, because she just does not need the damage. She just doesn't need the damage. And in fact, she has more interesting interactions with team building if you don't build her for damage. And then Jesus Christ, let's get to fucking healing. So this is something Tars mentioned earlier about, like, if it weren't for Farina, Escoffier wouldn't be that interesting. Or she wouldn't be that powerful. And that is true. That is certainly true. Escoffier does a big fucking full party heal based on her attack, which is the stat that she's building already, so she doesn't have to decide if she wants to build between attack or healing. So whatever, this unit is unbelievably boring, and you build her in a really stupid way. So what am I fucking trying to say about that is the fact that it is full party healing, the fact that it is, every other unit that really wants to have good healing with Farina, and we're going to use Baiju as the example, because Baiju was very clearly designed with Farina in mind. He doesn't do a ton outside of his healing. He applies a little bit of Dendro, but he was very clearly intended to be used with Farina. That is when he becomes a powerful unit. He pretty much all he does in his kit is heal the entire party with his skill, and then heal single target with his burst. So you do get, good fanfare generation with the skill for Farina, and then he does his single target healing, which helps Farina overheal and then get additional fanfare from, what's it called? The fucking Endless Waltz passive. This thing. That is ideal healing for Farina. Escoffier has that on her burst. And, okay, yeah, you could get into the conversation of, she's too powerful. She shouldn't have that on with the rest of her kit. But again, it is maybe too powerful. But it's fucking boring, because the entire interesting thing about Farina is that she has an interesting relationship with healing. Is that you put her in your fucking teams because, oh my god, I need a damage bonus buff, but oh, hey, because I put Farina in my team, she's gonna drain HP, and I need a healer in my team if I want to get a good fucking damage bonus buff, and she has different relationships with different healers because she builds fanfare faster based on if your entire team is changing health. She builds fanfare faster from HP, from full party healers instead of single target healers. So they scale differently. You might have different reasons to use full party and single target healers, but guess what? Fuck you. Escoffier fills every single one of those needs. She even asks that Farina be in her parties because she wants Hydra units, and she does full party fucking healing. Farina is balanced around having stronger supports that have worse healing and worse fanfare generation. Shilonen, strong support, bad fanfare generation. Fucking Bennett, very strong support, bad fanfare generation. Escoffier, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Just give her good fanfare generation along with everything else that she does. She makes Farina one of my favorite units in the fucking game, who is one of the most dynamic mechanics that can go so many different ways. She makes Farina boring. How do you fucking do that? How do you do that? I like the offensive kit. Alright, yeah, that's fair. I mean, her kit is very efficient, if anything. My point is, she fits too perfectly, and you give no thought to what Escoffier teams are going to be. You give zero thought to how Escoffier teams are going to play. You give zero thought to how you're going to build them. You're just like, okay, put a bunch of fucking units that meet the requirements, and then boom, you're done. This unit sucks. This unit is horrible. And I despise how she fucking interacts with everything else in the game. Everything else in the game. Now, there are two nice things I can say about Escoffier. There are two very nice things I can say about Escoffier. Number one, this is like a half compliment. This is a half dislike, half like. It's the fact that her red shred still works in teams that are not full hydro cryo. It's just specifically great in teams that are all hydro cryo. I fundamentally do like the idea that she's flexible. The fact that she's so strong and she becomes such a best in slot option for so many teams isn't cool, but I do like that you can play her in other teams, and you do give up a little bit of her strength by playing her in other teams. I just wished I wish she was less good at her peak, or I wish she gave up more of her strength by playing her in non-optimal teams. Like Chevy I think is a really good design because she is incredibly powerful, but she is only useful in one specific fucking team. And then she can do niche stuff with I don't know, Chaska or whatever. I like that what's it called? That balance. Running super nut. Yeah, like that's also an interesting thing is you can run her in super nut and she is a cryo red shredder and she does make your super nuts deal more damage. That stuff is interesting. It's just the fact that like again, I guess I really don't care about the fact that she's overtuned because that's not like I don't care about that. I don't care about big numbers because I'm not a meta player. I don't give a fuck about what the best options in my team are because I'm not going to play what the best options in my team are. I'm going to play what I enjoy playing. Um so like when it comes to Escoffier being so incredible in so many teams, I don't really give a fuck. So I guess the red shred in non full teams is a benefit because she is usable in all these different teams. I think that's neat. Um, really like what when it comes to Chevrolet, like I think the design of something like this is okay, and I think the design of something like Chevrolet is okay. And when I'm talking about this, I mean only this passive. The entire kit, fuck the entire kit, but only this passive. When it's like okay, you are really strong in your dedicated teams, and you are useful in other teams, just less useful. I think that's interesting. I also think the design of Chevrolet is really interesting, where you're really strong in your dedicated teams, but you are near useless outside of your dedicated teams. I like both of those paths, and I don't think either of them is inherently better. I think both of them are ways to give you unit texture. So yeah, cool, great. Escoffier, you did one thing right, and actually you did do two things right. The second thing right is that she doesn't buff attack, and no Hydro or Cryo units buff attack. This kind of goes a little bit further into more like her teams that she enables. We do not have any good attack buffers for Cryo and Hydro units, so it makes it so that attack is very very valuable in these teams where like artifacts that give attack buffs like tenacity, like noblesse, those are really valuable, or attack rolls and artifacts become really valuable. I like how Escoffier changes your stat priorities. I think that's really interesting. She, you know, a side effect of making Farina a brain dead auto select option, uh you're getting a ton of damage percent buffing, so you do want a little bit more attack buffing. Want to see Lolly and Scofi together? You can also do that. But yeah, and yeah, something like TGDSC Lolly is very very strong because you have very little attack buffs. But in general, yes, Scopia. So overall kit design. Another thing I really meant to mention is the healing. When it comes to Shivers, like people say Shivers is healing. Shivers has healing, but guess what? Her team requirements exclude Farina from that healing. So again, um, you can't use that healing for Farina. But also, you that healing would be bad for Farina. It is very low healing. You can build towards it and it becomes fairly strong healing, but it would not generate a lot of fanfare even if you wouldn't use it. Visually, FA is also bad. Yeah, I also don't like how she looks, but we'll get into that. Dahlia, what do I say about Dahlia? What do I fucking say about Dahlia? I don't know. It's unfortunate. I really, really, really wish Dahlia was a little bit better, but it's like he exists to be a budget skirk option. And that's it. This is another situation where, like the animal characters, like I'm glad they gave him reasonable multipliers, but the fact that the multipliers are so inconsistent still does not make him a good damage DPS. He just is like an okay gimmick character. But he has okay multipliers that if you really want to do something with, you can do something, especially because he's Hydro and he can get a forward vape. Otherwise, yeah, I wish they wouldn't do this shit. I wish they wouldn't make units useless outside of like two specific teams. I wish they would stop fucking making free to play options. I wish they would stop making units that were like meant to be options if you do not have the stronger variants. Like Dahlia is here for people that didn't pull a Escoffier. That's essentially what it is. That's what he is supposed to be. Like again, similarly, like Kachina is here for people who don't have Shilonen, and I think Kachina is a really bad design. And again, Ino is going to be there for people who don't have Columbina, most likely. Can't say for certain, but most likely. But I think Ino is going to be a compelling unit within, like, her kit has enough stuff going on that she's not going to feel so terrible not in her specific team. Like, Dahlia and Kachina feel fucking awful, and you really only use them if you have to. Or if you really, really like them and you want to use them. I wish we had less units like that, essentially. I say as I say I like Aoife. You only really use Aoife if you have to. But like Aoife's a support, or he's an on-fielder, so like you only build him if you want to. Whatever. Dahlia is a character in Genshin Impact. Nothing more true could be said. Dahlia is like barely Dahlia is Hydro for Skirk and Escoffia's passives. That's essentially what it is. He applies no Hydro. He does nothing useful with Hydro. He just is a Hydro, so Skirk and Escoffia's passives can be activated. Anyway, Skirk I also fucking hate. Skirk is really, really, really similar to Malwika in the fact where I like half. Well, it's like I like half the kit. Malwika is like I like each half of the kit on their own, whereas Skirk I just do not like the on-field playstyle at all. Only she wasn't poo-poo dog shit. Actually, you know what? You bring up a good point about Dahlia. Is Dahlia Shield? I think Dahlia Shield is probably the most interesting thing about him. It's still not crazy interesting, but it is somewhat interesting. Having a small shield that refreshes when it breaks is kind of cool. Is mechanically quite unique. Makes it so that you consistently have a shield. If you have effects that want you to have a shield, like Calamity of Eshu, which obviously Dahlia exists for. If you have stuff like that, then Dahlia is really good for that. The fact like you can get hit several times and still have a shield is kind of cool. Having like, I always say this. I think shields have a lot of potential for like balancing them in different ways. Like there's Zhongli, which is the worst way you can balance a shield, which is just like it's fucking stupid and like it's just never gonna break. So who gives a fuck? Because like it just makes you absolutely invincible. There's shields like Xinyan, which like the shield itself is fine. It's not so frail. It's not so strong, but there's utility attached to it. So you don't want to take damage for that reason because you'll break the shield and you'll lose the utility. Tomo's Shield refreshes. Tomo's Shield is a little less unique. I would say it like the more unique one is definitely Baiju, where it's like he has very low health shields, where you essentially get interruption resistance and not shields. You still take the damage when you get hit, but you don't take the stagger. That's kind of cool. And Dahlia is kind of like that, where you still will end up taking a decent amount of damage, but you won't take the stagger, and you'll get a refresh on the shield. So it's more like a number of times that you can get hit, rather than a certain amount of health that the shield can have. That's cool. Being able to balance these defensive characters in different ways and have them give you different defensive utilities is fucking sick. If only it wasn't attached to Dahlia. If only it was attached to a unit that actually did something. Xinyan plugin coming. Xinyan plugin coming. Shout out Xinyan. That's my girl right there. We love our girl Xinyan, the best unit of all time. Also, Xinyan plug also already happened. Yeah, Skirk sucks, and I hate her. Skirk, I think, is basically just like the ultimate Kaniche. It's just if you like playing her, if you're interested in her, if you like her character, go for her. If you're not interested, don't. Because, she's really like actually, maybe she really is like Malwika Super plus Ultra or whatever. Because again, it's like she has combos that she can optimize. Skirk optimization is a real thing that a lot of people can do, but do you fucking need to? Do you need to optimize Skirk combos? No! No, you don't need to optimize Skirk combos. She's gonna fucking clear anyways. You can, and she will do more damage, but you don't need to. you need to because it's fun. If you're having fun with optimizing your combos, hop the fuck off. I'm doing 5 cannon Kaniches, and actually maybe I do need 5 cannon Kaniches to clear, but whatever. Even if I didn't need to do 5 cannon Kaniches, I would be doing them. Not to, yeah, sorry. No 6 cannons. I haven't done a single 6 cannon Kaniche so far. But yeah, Skirk, she, well, number one, I really do not like normal attack spamming. That's why I don't like Arlecchino. I like doing different things. That's one of my main things in this game, is I like doing different inputs. Even if, like, fundamentally spamming normal attacks, like, isn't all that different from spamming normal attacks and occasionally pressing E, my brain processes it in a different way. So I just don't enjoy characters who all they do is normal attacks. I find it extremely unsatisfying. And Skirk is one of those characters. So I'm not really interested in Skirk. She also has incredibly uninteresting team building because it's the Escoffier team building. And hey, what if Escoffier team building was more restrictive? What if we just like took out the cool part of Escoffier's kit where she still can shred a little bit of res outside of kits? And I mean, okay, fine. Skirk still does get a little bit of damage boost outside of dedicated freeze teams, but res shred, getting a little bit more res shred versus getting 50% more talent multiplier damage, night and day. Night and day. Like, I know 45% res shred from 2 cryo units to 4 cryo units, or 4 cryohydra units is a lot for Skirk. 45 res shred is a fucking lot. But 50%, and this multiplier, it's just straight up multiplying your the multipliers on Skirk stuff. So this 170% of its original damage is just a 70% damage boost. From 110, so that's what, 1 fucking extra cryo unit to 3 cryo units at 170. You are getting around a 60% damage increase. That is really fucking impactful. So she is more restrictive than Escoffier is. She's still overpowered and stupid, and you can play her outside of Escoffier teams, but it won't be nearly as good, and a lot of other cryo units will be better in this context. But she's still usable outside of Escoffier teams, which I am a big fan of that. And also, I am a really, really big fan of having 2 playstyles on a unit, having 2 exclusive playstyles on a unit, having one where you use either the skill or your burst and then you do a ton of normal attacks, and then have one where you use either the skill or your burst and they do big hits of damage. That's neat. Surprise, surprise. I like units who have 2 different playstyles, 1 nuke playstyle and 1 playstyle where they do a bunch of numbers. I think that's cool. And I would like to get Skirk so I could play more burst Skirk. But the balancing stuff around freeze teams is just so lame. Is so unbelievably lame that I have been pushed away from Skirk a lot. So fundamentally very cool kit, but really uninteresting team building. And now. Final character. We are almost 4 hours into this fucking stream, and we are almost done with the first section for the Natlan Retrospective stream. Yeah, Inef was pretty cool. Inef of my queen. Yeah, shout out Himiko's breast mole for speaking straight facts. Inef is really fucking cool. Many of you may be surprised about this, but I am a big fan of Inefa. Surprised by her? Yeah. I was also kind of surprised by her. Because remember, you can literally see the stream title. I for a while, I was like, I don't know. Inefa's okay. I don't care a ton about her. Because, like, I conceptualize as, oh, this is Electra Emily. And, like, yeah, I already have an Emily. And I really like Emily, but I do already have an Emily. So I don't care that much. But then I did eventually realize, I'm like, wait. That's Electro Emily. And that's why I won't fucking stop talking. Like, that's why I won't stop making that point. Is because that is Electro Emily. That is my favorite character as my favorite element. Inefa is a meta unit that you can do so much bullshit with. And Effa, she certainly is a victim of the role consolidation stuff. She does do a bit much, like Escoffier damage, heal, red shred, fucking Mawika, off-fielder, and damage, whatever. You get my point. She does a lot of things at once. She shields, she buffs, she damages. But I think enough of her power is played into the fact that she is mostly a damage dealer that I don't really have that much of an issue with it. Role consolidation is a fun thing, is a good thing, is a nice thing when I think it is limited enough, when it is reined in enough. The fact that she doesn't do great buffing, and she does actually really solid shielding, but it's not great shielding. Most of her power is in her damage dealing ability. Then I'm like, yeah. Like for Escoffier, she does great damage, she does great fucking red shred, she does great healing, so that's why I'm a little less. Although, fine, I'll go back to Escoffier a little bit. I do understand that that is all done on purpose because she is meant to be played in freeze, and essentially losing access to all reactions, you do need to do a lot to make that viable, to make a character who is meant to be played in teams where you don't do any reactions. A lot needs to be done to make that valuable. But I think they still made her do too much. I still think she can do no damage, and they would still make her really, really powerful. Anyway, back to an Effa. Because an Effa is like the cooler version of Escoffier, because she does ask that you trigger the reaction. She does ask... I don't fucking know. Anyways, she's really, really cool. I also remember someone mentioned Mawika is uninteresting because she doesn't use any energy before. And again, true. I like energy. I think, surprise, surprise, a core mechanic of the game is good. Engaging with one of the most dynamic, interesting mechanics in the game, I think that is good design choice. So Mawika and Skirk not interacting with energy at all, that's lame. Ineffa wanting to burst every rotation, that's cool. Doing the best shield, best buffing, best electro damage. Yeah, I think that's perfect. Not doing the best electro damage. I mean, she's doing the best off-field electro damage. And that actually is something that is something to be said because Fischl is not weak competition. She's doing really strong off-field damage. She's doing and then fairly okay shielding and buffing. Not weak, not really strong, but solid. You need to read already? Ineffa. You need Ineffa to run already? Ineffa ran last banner. But yeah, Ineffa fucking rocks. And another thing that I haven't really been mentioning with these other units, I mentioned a moment with the Onsen, but like element really, really matters. And Electro is easily the element that you can do the most horseshit with. Most horseshit with. Because of the transformative reactions. It has a decent amount of transformative reactions. It has the additive reaction of aggravate? What the fuck? There's so much reaction stuff that you can do with Electro units that Ineffa being Electro, fuck yeah. Especially as a new unit that is about to come, that is about to buff Hyperbloom. Ineffa doing really solid talent damage and being a good Hyperbloom trigger because you want to build EM on her. This unit is going to be fucking incredible. I think she's really interesting, especially because, like, Skirk and Mawika, I just said, I don't like them because they don't interact with ER. I think ER is the second most interesting stat in the game. Most interesting stat in the game? EM. Because the reactions in this game are so cool. They're what keep bringing me back to this game. And affecting reactions, a stat that affects reactions, is fucking sick. So the fact that she is, like, the coolest element, she does a bunch of things, but she doesn't do two of the, like, she has a clear direction where she is mainly supposed to deal damage, but she also does a few other things just less well. The fact that she scales on the best stat in the game. The best stat in the game. Like, I just can't get over Ineffa. Ineffa's fucking incredible. Ineffa, that's another thing. Electro helps superconduct, and you can help physical units out. Like, fucking Plunge Fremine that I submitted for that account. That account swap thing. That Abyss account swap. There's a, like, Ineffa is my favorite Natlan unit for a reason. Ineffa fucking rocks. She is the best unit. Like, she's the best element. that is calling upon my favorite unit design that fills a lot of roles but has a clear direction to her role, because that's another thing is Escoffier. She fills a lot of roles, but like she fills all those roles pretty equally like well. The reason I don't like Escoffier is because like you don't have a clear direction you really want to take her in. Because she shreds res, she heals, and she damages. She does all those things really fucking well. Inefa mostly does damage, does the other things on the side. If we're like talking about unit balance, I think that's how things should be. I keep coming back to Escoffier because fuck, I hate Escoffier. Escoffier is a jack of all trades, master of all. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna make a snarky comment about how she was master of all, but you already did the snarky comment. So shout out you. Anyways, that was the first section out of like 7. And I think it's easily gonna be the longest. But I'm gonna take a pee break. Can you guys do okay without me? Do you guys think you can survive without me? You can survive a pee break? But yeah, there we go. That is all my feelings about the Natlan unit designs. Might not. I might die. Oh no. Not dorsal fin. I hope dorsal fin doesn't die. The rest of you are... you guys can die. I don't give a fuck. No, please don't die. I like you guys. I promise. You should change the slogan on your hat to say I fucking hate Escoffier. That's an idea. That's an idea. Because this unit, like... I know nobody else likes Escoffier. I know that's the thing to hate on Escoffier. But this unit stands for everything I hate. Have you done Mualani yet? No, I forgot Mualani. I'll do Mualani when I come back because I really do have to go piss. But yeah, Escoffier stands for everything I hate. I'll talk about Mualani when I get back. I'm gonna go piss. I'm gonna go piss, girl. Have fun. I'll be back in a moment. You guys have a lovely time. Okay, 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 okay. I'm here. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Can I try? Oh my god, you guys are talking. You guys are entertaining each other. She think life is sunshine and rainbows. Mualani silly maxing behind the screen. Mualani indeed silly maxing. Mualani indeed silly maxing. Yeah, wow, I didn't talk about fucking Mawika. No Traveler ended. Mawika? Mawika? Did I say Mawika? Mualani? I meant Mualani. I know Mualani. Did I say Mawika? Hi, Mualani. Sorry, one N name was on my mind and I couldn't get it out. Hi, Mualani. So Mualani. Mualani. Show the viewer polls real quick. Oh yeah, join my Discord if you want to do viewer polls. Thank you for reminding me, Starshade. Starshade, you should. I was gonna say, I need mods. I need fucking mods. I have no mods on any platform, on anything. I need mods. I was gonna say, Starshade, you should be my mod for reminding me to do that. Excuse me. I need some freaking mods, so anybody, that's what I'm shilling. I'm shilling, number one, join my Discord if you want to, if you want to do viewer polls. And also, number two, please also join my Discord and let me know if you want to be a mod, because I need mods. Mod me, can't, oh, I do not have a fucking exclamation point Discord's command on Twitch. Shit. I should link my Discord somewhere on Twitch, probably, because I actually don't know if it's linked at all. I don't know if it's linked at all. Where is my... Can I do, like, settings, customization? Maybe I'll figure this out another time. I'll set shit up on Twitch another time. I should do a Twitch stream soon where I just set up all the Twitch things, because there's like a million different things that I have to do on Twitch. I was on YouTube, Twitch, Discord, all the above. Yeah, I do not have any mods on anything. Is in your bio? Just found it? Okay, cool. Yeah, I should make a fucking exclamation point Discord command. My links should be in my bios for both YouTube and Twitch. Links to other things should be there. But I need some fucking mods. Alright, I appreciate all you guys saying that you will be a mod. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not gonna work that out at the moment. Please, if you actually would like to be a mod, DM me on Discord. Join the Discord, which is linked in, apparently, yeah, description of the YouTube video, bio of the Twitch account. So just join the Discord server and invite me. Anyways, Mualani, I kind of want to go outside of the character archive to talk about Mualani, because this feels correct. Mualani, actually, like, I don't know really why I saved Mualani till last, because like she's just kind of another Kaniche. She really is, like, she's not. The thing that I come back to is I remember seeing Jeff say something along the lines of like she is the worst meta unit. Which I think is like the perfect description for her. Where she is really, really fucking good, but she has a lot of headaches. And if you and it can be a massive issue dealing with those headaches. You might not enjoy dealing with those headaches. Live demonstration, please. On Mualani being a fucking massive headache of a unit. I could just do a rotation. Anyways, what am I trying to say about Mualani? Is actually never mind. So this is a little bit climactic because I think Mualani is like the ideal unit. I think Mualani stands for a good trend, whereas Arlecchino and in particular Mawika stand for a bad trend. So a thing that they had kind of been doing for the past two regions is the first unit that they release is a very, very powerful DPS unit, but they have a lot of issues, and you need to play them well for them to be a standout DPS. It's Mualani and Linny what I'm talking about, and I think that is a really interesting design direction. And to a lesser extent, Nilu is also that, where she has a lot of little optimizations where you can do stuff with her, and she's not great without that optimization. She's okay. In any case, well, it explained a lot with all the things you need to do for perfect damage. I'm glad that was the point of it. In any case, I really think that having a kind of pattern of like having units early in the region that are very strong and can compete with the higher DPS units, but need good play to reach that high point, really, really good. Again, I've been going over this entire time. I don't like Mawika because I can fucking one-shot all the game's content without trying. I don't like Escoffier because I can fucking do everything that she ever needs without trying and I don't have to think about teams. I really, really, really like when you have to engage with the game and you have to pay attention. And Mualani and Linny, 2 units that I got this year that I have really come around to that fact on. I think they are fantastic units with incredible designs. Linny especially, because like Linny and Arlecchino, they are on par with each other. It's just the fact that Arlecchino is a fair bit easier to play, but Linny is like, it takes fucking work to make Linny work. So essentially, you can like, by pulling the early character in a region, you can reach the DPS checks, or like the DPS of later units of that region if you play well enough. I think that sort of shit is incredible, and Linny and Mualani both embody that shit. Mualani in general, again, I think I made my opinions pretty clear. Also I'm gonna open up this one. So cracking this Jonathan. What the fuck was I saying? I think I made my opinions pretty clear in the description of the Mualani video. I think Freeze Mualani sucks dick and I hate it and I never want to play it. Because it takes everything about Mualani and it makes her less interesting. If you want to play Freeze Mualani, pop off. I fucking love you, and I'm not shitting on you. I just never want to play the teams that you want to play. Applies to Flynn's? Oh yeah, it doesn't apply to Flynn's. They gave up with Flynn's. They did it twice with Mualani and Linny, and then they fucking gave up entirely. And a little bit with Nilo, I guess. Are there messing characters that are going to stand the test of time strength-wise that are easier to play? Yeah, no. It makes sense. This just comes down to player preference thing. And again, this is why at the beginning of the stream I said this is my opinion. If you don't agree with this shit, fuck me. Doesn't matter. If you don't enjoy units that take it, like Kanich, not a good unit. I shouldn't say not a good unit, but like if you want a strong account, don't fucking pull Kanich, because he takes a lot of effort. And he doesn't reward you like as much as Mawika, as much as Chaska, I guess Chaska, but mostly Mawika, Verisa, Skirk. He doesn't reward you as much as playing and learning one of these characters would. But I like Kanich. I enjoy Kanich, so I play Kanich. Llama, I don't get Llama. Llama also. Llama, actually, yeah, maybe Llama is the unit that's a little bit harder to play. I'll have to see about Llama, because she seems relatively easy right now. But I would like it if she was along those lines, where it's like she was difficult to play, but she is really, really rewarding if you dedicate yourself to it. Nisha good because no one else has a Shao. A Shao, I almost said. A How, true. Anyways, I'm wanting my ground cherries. I have a pint of ground cherries here that I can eat, which are really just tomatoes. They're tomatoes filled with like papery wrapping, and I don't really know why they're called ground cherries, but they are. Well, yeah, Mualani is a member of or she is part of a design that I really, really like. I am very big fan of the Mualani archetype. And that's it. That's it. Really, I don't have anything negative to say about Mualani. She is very, very clunky, and she loses a lot of damage if you don't play her well, and I think that's a good thing. On a unit value perspective, awful. Like, I would, like, if you were specifically pulling to make your account stronger, get units that are easy to play, get units to do a lot of damage, But, if you are a person like me, who wants, like, who needs risk to have fun, who wants to play a fucking game where losing is, like, a real possibility, sorry, I'm being really condescending right now. I'm being really, really condescending right now. But essentially, like, if you don't care about unit strength and you care more about just, like, fucking having... I need to word this in a way that does not sound horribly condescending. You guys know what I mean, though, right? If you don't care about meta, and if you just want to play a unit that is engaging to play Mualani. I'm not too difficult. She has the resource. That's what I'm saying. Like, well. Here's the thing: is until units come out, I don't think you can really make much of a statement of how difficult they are to play. So I'm just not worrying about it until Llama comes out. Do you want more interaction? I don't know what that's in response to, but I do want more interaction. And that's another thing: is Mualani is a very interactive DPS because she wants pyro happening on field. She wants to vapor attacks. She does need her teams built in a very specific way. That I think she's very engaging both in the team building phase and in the team playing phase. I think for my favorite units, both of those things are crucial. Which is why Risley is one of my favorite units. Because there's a lot of different ways you can build his teams, there's a lot of different ways you can make his teams functional, and when you're playing him, there's a lot going through my head. So expression as a unit is more satisfying. Yeah. Amendment. Without Nefer, you will. Yeah, yeah. You get what, like 2 fucking dew from Bloom. Anyways, enough about Nefer. I want to see how Nefer is, but I'm more interested in her as a support. Anyways, but the Mualani propaganda, you're almost convinced you're trying to get her. Don't pull Mualani yet. She's not a good pull for like 99% of people, but she was a really good pull for me. But yeah, Mualani is fucking sick. Because she is a DPS. She's very much a DPS where it's like, if you like her, you can get her. If you don't like her, then don't get her. But she is one of those DPS where it's like very, very skill intensive. If you are good at Mualani, it will show. If you are not good at Mualani, it will also show. I love my skill expression units. Is that it? That's it. That's it for the first section. A mere 4 hours into the fucking stream. 4 hours and 20 minutes into the stream, I'm done with the first section out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But the rest should go shorter. The rest should easily go shorter. And the second is characterization and visual design, which I actually think I will go right back to the archive. This is mostly going to be a good, this is mostly going to be about visual design, because a lot of these characters do not get characterization. Scroll TTS Mualani, fucking awesome. Using your units in unintended ways, always awesome. Interview for the bio character comes out. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily hold my breath about Mualani for Durin. Because like the only information we have about anything regarding that is very suspicious leaks. Not like, oh yeah, Durin is gonna be a vape character. I don't fucking know, but like it, essentially 2 limited pyro units coming out this year. It's not totally out of the question that Mualani gets a very good vape unit. She doesn't have great pyro options in her teams right now. Again, I talked about this is something I want to bring up more in other in my edited content, where it's like, yeah, you slot a unit in here because there's just no other fucking unit to slot there. Like Mualani, there's just no good pyro unit in that slot, so you slot in whoever the fuck you like. Like I use Xinyan, so whatever. Ugh. I want to start including that more in my videos. But yeah, visual design, let's go. Characterization and visual design. Should we just do the same thing? Just go through chronologically? It's gonna take a lot less time because I have a lot to say, but right off the bat, frankly, Kachina, you know how I said Kachina sucks and I hate using her and I never want to think about her in my entire life? When it comes to characterization, when it comes to less so to visual design, but definitely characterization, Kachina is one of my favorite characters from Natlan. I use PMC. Oh yeah, PMC also exists for Mualani. But yeah, when it comes to characterization, when it comes from Natlan, I think Kachina is pretty far ahead, and it's not particularly close. This gets a little bit. I had Archon Quest at a different segment. Oh, actually, Archon Quest is the next segment, so maybe I could just have both of these segments together. Because characterization obviously has a lot to do with the Archon Quest. It's okay, I think Seat is better. I also prefer Seat. I think the only two Natlan characters I like better than Kachina. I like Mualani, but I don't know if I actually like her better on a characterization level. It's probably only Auron and Seat. These two are probably the only ones that I like. Yeah, I'll just do. I'll talk about characterization and Archon Quest at the same time. Because they go so hand in hand. And Kachina, yeah, so I think she was only one of the only characters to get decent character development. Am I jumping ahead here? Maybe I am a little bit, but in general, Natlan Archon Quest, I hesitated for a moment because I didn't know if I wanted to call it bad, but yeah, I think it's fucking bad. yeah, I do not think that the Natlan Archon Quest is very good. Characterization is better. Yeah, I agree. Characterization is one of the biggest downfalls of the Natlan queue. That's why it was such a big disappointment for me. Is because so few of the characters got sufficiently characterized. Because really, like, okay, fine, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna go full deep dive into the Archon Quest stuff. It just sucked. And I'm not so here. Let's lay a little bit of groundwork, okay? Let's lay a little bit of groundwork. I do not think anything in Genshin is better than a 7 out of 10. I think the best quest in Genshin Impact is a 7 out of 10. Maybe 8. I could be convinced of 8, but not that high. I think Genshin solidly peaks at like, yeah, this is a really serviceable story. I can follow this. I can enjoy this. In general, Genshin really does not have good writing, does not have good story content, and I think Natlan Archon Quest, it is not necessarily so much worse than a lot of the other Genshin content, but it mostly hurts after Fontaine and Sumeru. So Sumeru, I think they were still kind of learning what they were doing. What quest do you consider the best? I'll answer that in a second, but just promising you that I've read that. Now that everything Genshin does wrong in Quest perfectly incorrectly for me, yeah. That's another thing I really will get to, because I've been thinking so much, especially today, when I was like, I want to do the Natlan retrospective stream. I will really think a lot about what, about my impressions of the Archon Quest. And the Archon Quest, generally, I think, it just didn't attempt anything. My main issue is that the Archon Quest didn't try shit. Is that the Archon, like, it pretty much was just, hey, let's go beat up the Abyss. That's it. The furthest character development we got was fucking Kachina. Kachina and probably Auron, but Kachina was most likely the best character development, because we actually got a unit who, or we got a character who does, she's I don't even know. I don't even fucking know about Kachina. I'm saying, like, she's the best developed character, and I can't even think about a character trait for Kachina. She was resilient. She wanted to win the fucking, what's it called? The war. You guys know what I'm talking about. You guys know what I'm freaking talking about. Night Wars? Night Wars. There we go. Pilgrimage. Yeah, one of the two. Pilgrimage. You got everybody is spelling pilgrimage wrong. Nobody can spell pilgrimage correctly. Do you guys need me to help? I can type it in chat. Pilgrimage. There you go. There you go. There's how to spell pilgrimage. Yeah, she wanted to win the Night Wars, and then she like kind of was sad and lost them, but then she won she won them. She won the pilgrimage. And that was like the most development that we got out of literally any Natlan character. The most we got was she wants to do a thing and then she does the thing. She didn't know that she could do the thing and then she does the thing. Can they the word for leave? Hey! Yeah, never mind. Never mind. I don't have a leg to stand on here. But her having like a real character dynamic was like the most we got out of all of Natlan. Because I'm trying to think about going forward. What even happened in the Archon Quest? So we helped Kachina to win the Night Wars, the Night Wooden Wars. Kachina or Mualani and Kanich were our friends while that happened. And then she won the wars, and then she died. And then we brought her back. And then we killed the Abyss. Am I missing anything? This isn't supposed to be like a comedic recap of the Archon Quest. I'm genuinely asking, am I missing anything? Is that all that happened in the Natlan Archon Quest? Kachina was the only character that had a goal. And actually, no, not the only character, because Malwika had a goal and set out to complete that goal and did complete it. But Kachina and Malwika were the only two characters that had goals and completed those goals. And Kachina was the only one of those two characters that actually fucking... I can't. That actually struggled. Kachina was the only one of those characters who fucking struggled with trying to get her goal. There were two things that were supposed to happen within the Natlan Archon Quest, and one of those things had conflict. And that was fucking Kachina. That was Kachina trying to win the Night Warden Wars. That was the conflict. That was the... Correct me if I'm wrong. That was the only conflict of the Natlan Archon Quest. Aren't you forgetting something? Maybe I am. You gotta fucking tell me the name, because I don't know who it is. Also, hello. Welcome, Roberto Desu, for the... Welcome to members. Thank you for joining. Sorry, I didn't say that earlier. An event quest or 5.x patch has been amazing. We'll talk about that in a bit. War against Abyss doesn't count as conflict. I don't think so. Because it was just like the conflict was mostly just we have to kill the Abyss. And then they killed the Abyss. And then, well, like, what happened in between them saying we need to kill the Abyss and them killing the Abyss? Genuinely, what happened between that? Because I don't know. I know I'm sounding like a dickhead and I'm sounding condescending, but I'm asking a question because I don't know. I don't know. Conflict of Abyss right now. So here's the thing. Sorry. I should clear up. I should really clear up because I guess it does sound bad for me to say, hey, the Natlan trying to fight the Abyss that doesn't count. It does sound kind of scummy for me to say what's it called? It does sound scummy for me to say there wasn't any conflict, and then when you guys bring up the conflict against the Abyss, I say, hey, that wasn't real conflict. The whole thing of cutting Harvey. Okay, I see a few messages, but I'm gonna explain myself first. Doesn't because there was no emotional. There we go. Thank you, Dorsal Fin, for being so smart and real. There was no like there was no issue when I say there was no conflict. I look at that thing. I look and I see that Natlan they said we need to kill the abyss, and then they killed the abyss, and that was it. When I say there's no conflict, I mean that when there was nothing stopping them from killing the abyss. They said we need to kill the abyss, and then they did it. And yes, them wanting to kill abyss was a hello, I spit my tomato out, my ground cherry. That really is a tomato. Do you know what I'm saying? Does this make any sort of sense? Like a traveler was stopping them? Yeah. That really is exactly what it felt like. Is it wasn't like there were characters that were having interpersonal conflict that led to them not being able to stop the abyss. It wasn't like there were conditions where it's like we can't kill the abyss until X, Y, and Z. It feels like we want to fight the abyss, and we have to wait until the traveler comes around to fight the abyss so that fighting the abyss can be done on screen. That's what it felt like. There was a whole thing in Capitano suggesting cutting off the Night Kingdom will like the abyss, but this suggestion to kind of shit down my... Oh, actually, no. Perfect. This is exactly what I was talking about. So, Twitch chat says, there was a whole thing about Capitano suggesting cutting off the Night Kingdom from the abyss, and Mawika just says, hey, fuck you. We're not doing that. And again, like, that didn't really go anywhere. I see a lot of people talking about, Capitano was he was conflict. He did introduce issues in the story. Frankly, don't agree. Frankly, I think Capitano was wasted. I think his potential, he did nothing in the story, and his potential was wasted. Because we're just gonna show we go with Capitano's plan. Yeah, that's the thing, is like that's kind of always what it felt like, is Capitano's plan. It didn't always feel like a backup, because here's the thing. The reason why I really don't like it is because that felt like a real thing. When Capitano comes into the story and he says, hey, here's an alternate way. I don't think Mawika's plan is going to work. Here's an alternate way. I'm like, damn, I'm interested in that. But then 10 minutes later, he goes, shit, man, never mind. My plan won't work. Let's just go with Mawika's. It's like he comes into the story with an actual fucking character, with an actual goal, and then he goes out of the story going, shit, never mind, my bad, I didn't actually mean to, challenge the status quo like that. Let me go do something else. I'm being reductive. I'm certainly being reductive. But my point is that I think Capitano did not have enough of a character, and I think he was only there to provide the slightest instance of like the slightest what's the term? It's like its conflict was not really fucking conflict. He was there to make things seem like they were conflicted, but they weren't really, because pretty much the second that he got pushed up against, he said, oh, never mind. Resistance, I guess. The second that he got pushed up against, he said, damn, my bad. I didn't mean to, cause any problems. Let's just let the story happen. No set villain. Yeah, no set. Excuse me, Jesus Christ. No set villain antagonist. Like, Capitano was the shadow of an antagonist, and then like he couldn't even do anything with that. Conflict, literally, you're strawmanning. It might be. Well, actually, no. Here's the thing, because I could use that answer, and I could say, well, it was very like, if Capitano was making conflict, it was it just didn't matter. It was uninfluential conflict. Because if he was making conflict, it was conflict that lasted for 30 minutes, and then he said, damn, never mind. I'm gonna give up and go with my weakest plan. Revealed his face to. Oh yeah. So actually, no. Here we go. I see a few people talking about the face reveal of Capitano. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Well, number one, because I am attracted to people without faces. So let's get that right out there. I am biased. I am biased, and I do want to fuck Capitano. So let's be honest with that now. Um, essentially, I think they did that the right way. I think they did it the way that they should have. Where you there is like a quote unquote face reveal, but the players don't actually get to see his face. Where like naturally at some point there is a chance where like the traveler would be like, "Hey, Capitano, I haven't seen your face at all. Can I see your face?" That would make logical sense, but I don't think that we as the consumers of the media really need to see it. I don't think that's necessary. I think there is value to mystery, there's value to conflict, and us not seeing his face provides mystery and conflict. I think beta wins players, yeah. I never expected them to fully reveal his face. And I think that's good. I really think that's good. Love it when they don't show us stuff. Yeah, 100%. I love it when they don't show us stuff. I love it when things are implied and not spoken. And I think Capitano's face is perfect example of that. Capitano Monica has a good argument about human preservation versus culture. Yeah, okay, fair. That is a really good point. So I see you talking about this is probably gonna be, this section is mostly just gonna be me responding in chat. Because obviously I've been sitting here talking about fucking with Kachina on the screen, talking about the same two units or the same like two story beats over and over. But I do think fundamentally, like, it has a good setup. I do not dislike how Capitano was introduced to the story, where it is about, like, I do think this kind of comes back to what's it called? This is. Can we put an F or Emily on the screen? This is so pretty. Okay, fine. We'll put Emily on the screen. It's an Emily moment. Oh wait, Emily already in the team. Okay. Anyways, what was I fucking talking about? Capitano. I completely forgot what I was talking about. Let's just think about Emily for a second. Everybody's talking about Emily. Because she's the best unit. Capitano on his mask. I got that much. I didn't remember what else I was talking about. Capitano decomposing body, yes. Natlan had no college, it didn't matter. Yeah, Natlan had no conflict. I wish I was talking about Sheik Badger, but I was not talking about Sheik Badger. Capitano Monkeys ideas. Okay, there we go. So fundamentally, I do think it is a good conflict. I do think Mawika being like, hey, let's preserve the nation's history, versus Capitano being like, hey, let's preserve the nation's physical form. Fundamentally very cool. You can reach a lot of interesting questions about that. Excuse me. But Capitano gave in too easily. Capitano gave in way too easily. That's my main point. Is that is I gonna hear so much lovely farting noises from my chair. Capitano gave in way too fucking easily. Is my main issue. Is that Mawika comes up with a plan, he's like, your plan might not work, and she's like, no, trust my plan work, and he's like, okay. Yeah, I guess the plan will work. Like, Capitano could have been so much better established as a character if that was what he rolled with. If that is, like, if he stood on his values, and if he actually, like, created some issue in the story with them. Because, again, I keep saying, the biggest issue, in my opinion, with the Natlan story is that there was no conflict. Is that the only conflict that was there was that, oh, we have to destroy the abyss. And that's not really like, that is, yeah, technically conflict. I'm doing air quotes, but you can't see me because I don't have a face cam. That is technically conflict, but it is not, it's not conflict that I have to think about. Because if you give me the options, hey, would you rather choose between everybody fucking dying or everybody not fucking dying? I'm going to choose the option where everybody doesn't die. It's not a very complex moral decision. It would be a complex moral decision if I was from the abyss, if I was fucking a little fucking voidling who like actually cared about the life of the abyss, but I am a human. Hoyo knows that I'm a human. I don't give a fuck. Like if you say, "Hey, humans versus abyss," I'm choosing humans. It's not really that it's not that complicated. If everyone is fighting the abyss, it's not integral to the story. Exactly. If everybody is fighting the same thing, the fight might as well not be happening. You make 7TV, I'm going to make a Sheik Badger emote. I'm going to make my own Sheik Badger emote after the stream is done. I'll talk about Selena face. Selena did not reveal face. I've seen Selena's face in an older video of his. That's kind of where I got the inspiration to do my funny face reveal, is because I was like, he has already revealed his face and I would like to do that as well. If the main plot exists, not well, okay, no. It's more like if the main plot exists, if the main plot is not interesting, is what I'm saying. If the main plot, that's my thought. If the main plot is, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I can't think of the exact words. Here. But it very much does go along the lines of, if everyone isn't fighting the abyss, no one is fighting the abyss. It's fucking Syndrome from The Incredibles. If everybody is super, nobody is. Your issue isn't lack of content, but this conflict that was in Natlan disinterested me. I guess so. When I say lack of conflict, I mean there was a main conflict and it was not interesting. So yeah, that is exactly what I mean. There was a conflict and I didn't give a fuck. That is the main thing that I don't like about Alan. Is there the conflict existed and it was not interesting to me. Skirk was random. I don't actually have such an issue with Skirk. Because, like, if we're talking about Skirk was random, when do we start talking about fucking Varesa? When do we start talking about Escoffier? If we're talking about random units coming out of nowhere, like, Skirk is not the starting point, but even, like, Natlan is not the starting point. Because, like, look at who I have on screen right now. If we're talking about units that do not contribute anything to the story and come out of nowhere, what are we fucking talking about? What are we talking about? This is my favorite unit in the game. She has had one quest that she's in. Why were the 6 helping us more in the fight of Mualani? Yeah. Yeah. That's much. I have less of an issue with that. The antagonistic forces weren't interesting enough. That's another thing. The antagonistic forces. That's actually, so here's the fucking thing. Here's absolutely the fucking thing. Is there certainly were antagonistic forces in the abyss. I also have, like, again, completely forgotten what I'm saying. The truth surely wasn't that they weren't interesting enough. There were antagonistic forces. Hello, there were antagonistic forces, and they weren't interesting enough. There we go. When it comes to both the Abyss and Capitano, I think we had two separate, different fucking sources of, like, two different parties that both created conflict, and we flubbed on both of them. Is my general thoughts. is I think Capitano didn't provide enough of a resistance to be interesting. And again, Abyss did not provide enough of a resistance to be interesting. And also, yeah, I've seen someone mention over and over that they're like, yeah, Mawika didn't face enough punishment for her, or like what she was supposed to be doing. Mawika should have died. And it's not because I need to say this. It's not because I think she is uninteresting as a character. It's not because I don't like her. I think the story would have been more impactful, and I think she would have had a better character if Mawika died. How my misgivings about the Natlan IQ, but the amount of actually, thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me about there was a ton of lore stuff that we received in the Natlan IQ, and a lot of people use that as an excuse to essentially be like, okay, maybe it wasn't that good, but at least we got a lot of lore stuff. I don't at all. I think like in some sort of sense, to some extent, I think Natlan was never going to be that good. I can't say that. I can't really say that. But what I kind of mean to say by that is Natlan, this is something I'm going to have to grapple with. Because talking about Natlan rewrite. So many people just kind of assume, including myself. So many people, including myself, assume that Natlan was rewritten fairly early, or not early, but like soon to its release. Very close to its release. There are a good amount of signs. I don't care enough to point out all of them out right now, but a good amount of people believe that Natlan story or Natlan Arc Quest was rewritten very close to its release, and I'm one of those people who believes that. Um, what is my main thing? It's mostly that like I think Natlan, if we are using this assumption, if we are saying that Natlan was rewritten right before release, um, I think it makes the rest of the story make a lot more sense, but I also doesn't think it excuses a lot of the story. What makes you believe that? It's because so this also again, this isn't very good proof. This is not very good proof. This is a bad assumption to make, and there is no proof towards it. So like, absolutely cast as much fucking doubt as you want on it, because Natlan being rewritten late into its development is a fan theory. There is not evidence that is going towards this thought, but I think so much of Natlan is so heavily focused on being lore relevant. So much of Natlan, not even like so much of Natlan is focused on being lore relevant, because that's not the case. Is a lot of Natlan is not lore relevant at all. But essentially, it's like so much of so much of Natlan was geared towards being lore relevant. I guess is the thing that I should say, is that like a lot of the stuff sacrifices itself for the purpose of being lore relevant. I think the Abyss is the perfect example of that, where when it comes to like what the Abyss is doing in the story, the Abyss is not doing anything crazy. It's the Abyss is trying to kill us, and we are trying to kill the Abyss. That's kind of it. That is the role that the Abyss has in the story. But if you look more at some of the more lore relevant things, like you start reading about the papilla, or you start thinking about the mimifloras, and you start reading about how, hey, wait, the Abyss, like its primary goal is to essentially mimic things on the surface. Papilla mimics a ton of other bosses because that's what it's trying to do. even if we go into the stuff that was like said during the story quest, we start talking about how so many units in Natlan, I don't fucking know. We start talking about oh, here it is. Here it is. In the story quest, we're hearing about how the tribes, every single tribe in Natlan, uh all focused on a you guys know what I'm trying to fucking say. When the Abyss attacked each tribe in Natlan, it quote unquote chose a method of attack that was most effective towards that tribe. Like for the Flower Feather clan, it was like toxic winds or some shit, and then um I don't know, Children of Echoes, it was like goop in the ground that like came up and it was poisoned. It was fucking evil. Oh my god, it's Seluna. Hello, Seluna. Now, retrospective is not cry units will make me like the characters more. Probably, probably unbelievably real. Um, but essentially, like, yeah, the what's it called? What was I fucking saying already? It's interesting if you read into the stuff. If you read about how the Abyss desperately just wants to mimic the things on the surface, but there is one voice line. Mualani has one voice line about that in the Archon Quest, and then that's fucking it. And then that's it. That's all you ever have is the Abyss likes mimicking people, and you have to go into the other stuff. You have to go into I don't know, but essentially you have to start reading to comprehend what that means. There's so much stuff like that in Netland where it's just like we're gonna hit a lore drop and we're gonna say something that maybe makes you a little intrigued in wanting to learn the lore, but we're not gonna give you the actual lore. We're just gonna give you something that makes you want to read the lore. Because the quest itself is not all that interesting. It's just what the quest implies that becomes more interesting. Do you think Knockout movie care more about the lore? Yeah, I'm kind of here on that. I am interested in the lore, but I think a lot of Nog Cry stuff will make the lore stuff more engaging, especially on Dory. That's my girl, Dory. I love you, Dory. Any signal that Natlan was rewritten? It's the fact that a lot of the Natlan story has less to do with like what is actually happening in the Natlan story. Again, like really, I cannot prove this because when people saying that the Natlan story is rewritten is speculation, and I'm not going to go in and say, hey, the Natlan story definitely was rewritten because I can't say that for sure. Um, I am guessing. I am fucking guessing at the end of the day. But the fact remains that I think Natlan, the Archon quest is not particularly compelling on its own. It does not have any compelling conflict, any compelling villains. It is just like we need to fight the big evil bad thing, and then that's it. We killed the evil bad thing, and then that was it. And there's a ton of stuff in the Natlan Archon quest that is completely unrelated to the quest at hand, but it explains things about the overall lore, where it is focused on finding things that make the overall story work. Like it very much like again, it doesn't fucking make sense. What am I trying to say? No, what am I saying? I'm losing my fucking mind here. There is no proof that Natlan was rewritten, but I do believe that it is incredibly like again, this is an I do believe moment. So like if you don't think that this is the case, then whatever, I'm wrong. But to me, it seems like they sacrificed the strength of the story that was continually happening, the story of Natlan, to make the overall story make sense. And additionally, the things that they've said about Nod Cry makes those things make a bit more sense. Where they've said, "Hey, we've forgotten to mention X, Y, and Z key plot points." So we need to go back and we need to talk about those in more detail. Again, like I'm saying, this is not evidence that Natlan was rewritten, but everything makes a lot more sense if it was rewritten. That's what I'm really coming at a lot of this with. Probably just hold my weakest hand do grunt work. And by rewritten in universe or at the company, I think at the company. That's a good question because I don't immediately know the answer for it. Um, I think that overall, like if we're talking about in context of the company, I think the overall story is going to stay the same. So I guess I would say that I believe the story was rewritten. But again, like I am guessing. I am completely fucking guessing about this. Um, which is why I was really like I want to make a point about this thing in the story where I'm like I feel like the story was rewritten, but there is no confirmation for that. This is just people guessing. This is vibes, which I'm a fucking feels crafter. So like I don't know. You got what you came for, I guess. Nakarai's devs going our player bases are illiterate. We need to explain everything this time. That's what I'm kind of saying. That is almost exactly what I'm trying to say. Is they are going, hey, our player base is fucking illiterate. Let's make everything explicitly clear, and the upfront story is going to suffer because of that. We need to make everything explicitly clear, and the story that we are trying to tell in the current moment is going to be worse because of that. Those are my overall thoughts about the Archon quest and not Cry or Natlan. My bad. Sounds like doing companion quests, not doing companion quests, but just, rather than just Archon quests. Okay, so is this companion quests or HSR equivalents of story quests? I'm not so subscribed to the fact that they're gonna stop doing story quests because yeah, they made an FN, they made her story quest the Archon quest. I don't know. I think like hiding key lore and artifacts that description, the fan base not knowing about it makes them illiterate. It just means they don't read. Yeah, well, hey, yeah, that's a split. Part of it is definitely this is something that I'm gonna get more into when I talk about world quests. Is part of it is definitely just being the fan base being fucking illiterate. Yeah, sometimes it is just like, hey, we have garnered a fan base that is kind of fucking stupid because we make our game to appeal to people who are prone to gambling addictions. So they are maybe not always the most sensible people. um, but yeah, like essentially, what is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? I don't think it is the responsibility of fans to know a lot of the stuff that's going on with the item description only stuff. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I mean, story quest is so not good. I'm also with that. I genuinely wish that an FS story quest uh was a story quest and not an Archon quest. We're going to look for it. Gotcha game, and they shouldn't have the audience. Yeah, yeah. That's really slippery territory when it comes to like, well, nobody's gonna read anyways, so why the fuck bother making a story? Because it's like, make a story because you want to make a story. Um, is that it? I've said a lot of what I wanted to say at this moment. Uh, but it's a lot of just like the R. This is the original point was about the Archon quest, by the way. The original point was about the Archon quest. Helps us satisfy everyone. Bad user client relationships. Base is too diverse while you're trying to appeal with everyone. With Genshin, it appeals to nobody perfectly. I think fundamentally that is probably the issue with most of Genshin systems. It's like really I want to be like I want to critique the story. Uh I want to say something interesting about the story, but I kind of can't. I kind of can't because the story is at some point always going to be a little bit like we're just going to dumb it down so that everybody can understand it and everybody can enjoy it. And that's not an inherently negative thing. That's like if you are making a business, if you are trying to do this thing, if you are trying to make a product that everybody likes, pop the fuck off. But I'm not gonna like it so much, essentially. Good art tends to be controversial. Nobody strongly hits a story. Yeah. If nobody strongly hates the story, it's less likely people strongly. Okay. Yeah. People that if nobody hates the story, nobody loves the story. Is really the essence of it. The reason I think another thing, like I'm been saying about kind of this whole thing, I really really love this game. I appreciate this game. I respect it for what it is, and I wouldn't be able to complain this hard about this game if I didn't like it for what it was. There it is. I think that's kind of the core of the point that I'm trying to make is that I really am very interested in this game and Natlan did not fucking deliver for me. Stories are most passionately writing on the world quests. Yeah, yeah, no, I agree that the world quests are the best written stuff. We'll get into that. It's more enjoyable when you literally just take 10 times more time to do anything and read. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Genshin is so much better when you're not under time constriction or time constraints. Now like he was the best we've gotten, presented and written the most consistently throughout all the missions. You know what? Here's the thing: is I will not disagree with you on the fact that I think it's the most consistent. I will absolutely not disagree with you on that fact. Had thoughts with it. Having a lot. People can, yeah. It's hard to have thoughts without. It's hard to have negative thoughts without having positive thoughts. Is essentially it. But yeah, Natlan Quest I think was like I didn't really enjoy Natlan Quest, but it was probably the most consistent quest out of nearly all the Archon quests. Mostly for me, like it's a bit of an insult for me because frankly, I just think that Fontaine does have a very strong closer as well as Sumeru. They both have very very strong closers. Uh but like the thing is that the rest of them, the rest of each nation doesn't compare to their closers. Fontaine ending fucking incredible, but there's so much filler in Fontaine that like the ending is clearly the best part. The same mostly the same thing goes with Sumer. Um yeah, it's like this. Fontaine gets praised because yeah, there's so much engaging stuff in Fontaine and Meropide weighed it down so much. Like here's the thing, is that I'm saying Fontaine was kind of shit. Like Meropide was bad. Meropide fucking sucked. Like not only compared to the rest of Fontaine, but also compared to the rest of Fontaine. Meropide was fucking terrible. Meropide is such a big change in pace, such a massive break in pace, and that's really mostly it. It's just that it's in such a big it's such a big change of pace. It's that they are like the Fontaine is very very strong outside of Meropide, but Meropide does break it down a lot. Now Meropide act would have been the guy who escaped Plato's cave. Exactly. How to do Meripedian? I can't fucking imagine. Like Meripede, here's the thing. Here's the thing is that you know how I said Fontaine is like always like you max out at like 7 out of 10. It's also like Genshin. You minimize out at probably like a 4 out of 10. Like there's only such a large range that Genshin is like okay. All the content in Genshin is okay at default. And yeah, Meripede is horrible, but it's still like a 4 out of 10. It's not like, man, I would rather die than playing Meripede than play Meripede again. But it's also I don't know. You know what I mean? Endings do leave the strongest impact. Yeah, and Hoyo knows that ending leaves the strongest impact because Jesus Christ, did they know how to do endings? They may fumble around a little bit with the other stuff, but endings, they fucking kill it on endings. And even to some extent, Natlan is not different. I always joke about how utterly awful the oh whoops, I tapped out. This world boss is this weekly boss. I always talk about how fucking terrible it is, but like genuinely, it still is a bit of a it is a bit of a decent ending. It stands out at the very least. When the American was being honest, yeah, yeah. Well, here's the thing: is I do I do definitely agree that the point of Meripede was to be monotonous, was to not be enjoyable. But there is a point in really every game where it's like, even if this is the intended game idea, even if we are supposed to be doing X, Y, and Z, uh, it can be possible to do the thing badly. And that's the thing you mentioned. It was just a bad point. It's like it is possible to make a section purposefully repetitive and purposefully boring. That's a thing you can do as an artist. Make a section purposefully bad, but also like it is just like to a point unenjoyable. If you make a bad piece of content, don't be surprised when people don't fucking enjoy it. Because like I don't like, okay, we designed Meripede to be an unenjoyable piece of content. People don't like Meripede. Holy shit, this is crazy. Like that you can do a thing, you can and do a thing that you intend to do well, and it still not be good. Making a piece of content that you intend to be bad and it ends up being bad, it's not a win. It can be a win if you are that type of person. But if you are like Hoyo and you are intending to make a product that is appealing to the vast majority of people, and you make a thing that is like, oh, I want it to be bad, and then it is fucking bad and nobody enjoys it, I would consider that a failure. There are good ways to make struggle content, and there are bad ways to make struggle content. And I think Meripede is a bad way to make struggle content. Dahlia just got him. Congratulations on your Dahlia. If you seem like you want him. You seem like you want him. Oh no, that was my bad. Someone else. That's sure in our quest that was unplayable. Yeah. Oh yeah. Also another thing is I guess this does. I'm still talking about the Archon quest, so it does wrap into my general feelings, but I'm repeating what Ashikai says. Ashikai is a wonderful and smart individual, and I will always respect her intelligence. And I would have come to this conclusion without Ashikai's interference, but I also come to this conclusion with Ashikai's experience. I really wish paralogism was fucking fantastic. I really wish that didn't require knowledge from previous limited time quests. I really wish that it didn't. Because having to do limited time event quests to understand what's going on in the permanent story quests, fucking disgusting. Absolutely scummy. I wish we would not do that. I wish we would just make the temporary content permanent and then not deal with any of that. So there you go. There's your uncontroversial opinion for the night. Paralogism should have not been reliant on Simulanka to happen, and also paralogism is a funny name because jism. uh, didn't do that event. I'm such a late joiner. Yeah, yeah. Fundamentally, it's cool. It's a nice follow up. It's a fun follow up, but like the event should have been permanent. They shouldn't have made the permanent content reliant on temporary content to understand. So like I really did like paralogism, but that is a big complaint that I have about it. There's a very very big complaint that I have about it. 2.3. Oh yeah, I was also on 2.3. Though that is extra ridiculous. Thank you for reminding me. It is extra ridiculous that a 6 point or 5.6, is it 5.6 or was it 5.5 the event? I don't remember the version that it came out. But whatever version it came out, it is ridiculous that that version event requires knowledge from an event from 2.3. 5.6. So what I'm hearing is the Shadows Amidst Snowstorms came out in 5.6, and more than double the versions later, we had a permanent bit of story content that relied on knowledge from that event. It wasn't as relevant as Simulanka was, but Jesus Christ, that's still disgusting. That's stupid. That's really bad, and I don't think that is gonna. I don't think a lot of people are gonna disagree with that. Is that is a very very user unfriendly thing to do. Ugh. I might go to bathroom again. But for the most part, I think I am done with the Archon Quest section. I didn't love the Archon Quest in Natlan. Generally, I think it is quite weak and is lacking a proper strong antagonist, and I think an antagonist could do a lot to help it out. The later with paralogism, I think it is like the quest itself was solid. I very much enjoyed it. But the fact that you need knowledge from a temporary event to actually understand what's going on in this quest was actually lame and stupid and bad. Don't even know where the freak mini Durin came from. It's like it makes sense if that's the thing, is it makes sense if you know the freaking what's it called? It makes sense if you played Simulanka, but it doesn't if you haven't, and a lot of people haven't. Especially because Natlan was appealing to so many new players that it just doesn't make sense. And I should talk about what's it called? I should talk about a time and space for you because that's the last thing that I have to mention. A time and space for you. Maybe I don't need to talk about it that much because it's like it's the bog standard Archon quest. It is a not for Natlan because I believe it is better than most Natlan quests, but specifically for like Fontaine and to an extent Sumeru. Sumeru, the thing, Sumeru. I don't think maybe this was just me skipping more of the story than I need to, but I didn't think Sumeru was all that good until what's it called? Until Bedtime Story. I think Bedtime Story is really what made Sumeru good. But what I'm trying to say is that like, yeah, yeah, like it Time and Space for You was pretty good. I think Time and Space for You was the solid 7 out of 10. Whereas like this is Sumeru Archon Quest level. This is Fontaine Archon Quest level. This is about the level of strength that Sumeru Archon Quest will be, or the Natlan Archon Quest will be. I think Time and Space for You does make sense as an Archon Quest. And I think it was fun. I think it was informative. I don't think it was incredible. But I need to talk a little bit about something else that I would like to talk about when I get back, but I really need to piss. So I think I'm gonna piss and then I'm gonna talk more about the thing that I want to talk about when I get back. So I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm done. What am I coming back to? Ashika my goat, Ashika my goat. Pistism? Pistism real. Boom. Was that it that I really want to talk about the Ark Conquest? That was my second category. Now we are 5 hours and it only took a mere hour for that second category. But I probably will really shorten the rest of the stuff that I want to talk about. Oh, so I actually completely skipped the section that was called categorization and visual design. So I guess we can go back to that. Where did Emily go? Good point. Emily has the best characterization and visual design. I'm not even like joking. I know that kind of sounds like a joke, but like legitimately. No, visual design is good. I don't even really want to say disagree. Because I think Natlan visual design is pretty infamous at this point. Ooh, crack in my neck. Oh, god damn it, that was awful. I think Natlan visual design is pretty clearly like most people know. When you hear Natlan visual design, they fucking know. That's so crunchy. Did you guys hear my neck crack? That's great. Like, Natlan does have a very distinct visual style from the rest of Genshin, and the distinct visual style is that there isn't a style. Is that every unit feels like they're from a different fucking video game. Yeah, that was my neck. Cultural details are insane. That's just something you bring that up because, like, I feel like I always hear the opposite. Is that people are very viscerally unsatisfied with the cultural representation. But again, I am not the expert on that matter. So, whatever about the designs. In general, I think when it comes to, so visual design and characterization. You look more detailed in their designs that are called models. Okay. Here's the thing. Oh, so I'm now seeing if you look more into their designs, then it makes sense. I'm really split on that. Cause like, yeah, then you have the defense of like, yeah, well, actually, this is a very representative thing. Like, the style that they use are representative of some fucking sort of culture. Uh, what I kind of want to say about this is that these designs are still very white. These designs are still very white. And so when we talk about like, oh, they actually do have good representations, because I think before I mentioned with Kanish. And you kind of like realize, oh, wait, okay, I kind of get the aesthetic when you look at his skill icon. Because, okay, it's like the more geometric style. And this is a bit more of like a, you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? I don't fucking know. This is a cultural reference here. This is a cultural reference. Essentially, like what I kind of think when I see people talking about like, oh yeah, this thing, this looking like this is a cultural reference. Their clothes looking like they do is a cultural reference. Fucking Mualani, just as like traditional, I don't know, Polynesian princesses or some bullshit like that. When I see that, it's like, okay, yeah, cool, whatever. They have good designs. Like they have significant cultural designs within like the character's aesthetics, but also like, are they not using this design just to excuse the fact that they made all the characters white? Essentially, like, are we just doing that to get away with the fact that we made all the characters white? For pale white, yeah, exactly. Yes. And I'm not necessarily saying that like Hoyo is making these characters that they're including cultural references so they can make the characters white. They're not doing that. I'm not saying, oh yeah, Hoyo wants to specifically make white or make these references so they can get away with making the characters white. It's just like, okay, are we making the characters white for the like are we trying to be lazy here essentially? We're trying to be lazy by making all the fucking characters white and then making all the references be within their clothing and things like that. Narepa culture include the people who, yeah, exactly. Excuse me. Uh Include the people who are part of it of all forms. If you're going to rep a culture, include people of multiple types. And like there is such a thing as light skinned people from these cultures. There are people who are going to say, wow, I love Kanich because I can connect to him because I have a lighter skin tone and Kanich has a lighter skin tone. But the fact remains that everybody has the same fucking skin tone as Kanich. I stopped on Aoife, that's not a good one. But like Kanich is not the exception. Kanich is the rule. Executive meddling? What like whatever whoever's fault it is, it's not good. I don't care who the fuck made all these characters white. I don't care if it was the devs. I don't care if it was the executives. I don't care who the fuck it was. Someone made all these characters white, and I'm not chill with that. That's essentially what I mean with that. I'm darker than Mualani and I'm white. That's what I'm saying. I did not say that. Although I am not darker than Mualani, but I am white. But this chatter who said that is right. Even Janssen's markings look the just because Janssen. Yup. And that's the thing, is even if we weren't solely doing this for the purpose of like, hey, can we stop being racist? Although like it's not like that's a bad reason to do something. Like characters look fucking better with contrast. Contrast is a thing. That's color theory. Light markings look better on characters with dark bases, with dark starting points. It was my saving grace. Yeah, and I've seen so many like again, like I've seen. I remember this one person on my Discord who keeps going like, yeah, I love Xinyan because like she is a darker skinned Chinese character and I am a darker skinned Chinese person. Like even going beyond, hey, let's stop being racist and making everyone white. Like this stuff can be valuable. Bright colors look best on dark skin. Yeah. Like something that really, really fucking disappoints me about Natlan is that like a lot of characters, it's not only that it is not like good to make the characters white, it is insensitive to make the characters white. Making the characters white makes them look worse. Even if we ignore all the context from that, like literally just making the fucking characters white makes them look worse. It's so funny. Hello, Anika. Annika? Annika. I don't know why I said Nika. It's Annika. I know how to pronounce that name. It's hilarious. Like, I mean, I guess I should say that, like, it would be fucking hilarious if it wasn't so evil. So many characters have been gimped from darker skin designs, not only from, like, a proper cultural representation standpoint, but, like, from this character would just look better if they weren't white standpoint. I think Hoyo's missed so fucking much on these designs. And that's most of the things that I really have to say about when it comes to, you know, characterization and kit design. Actually, I guess I could talk a little bit about characterization in the Archon Quest. Because, as I was talking about a little bit with the Archon Quest, is most of the characters I feel nothing for. I feel nothing for Kanich. I feel nothing for Archon Quest Chaska. I feel nothing for Mawika. I feel nothing for Ian-san. I feel nothing for Veresa. Ugh, excuse me. I feel nothing for Veresa. All these characters are so like mediocre, so middling, that I don't give a single fuck about their appearance in the story. Their characterization, I think, is generally just quite weak. Veresa, but really, yeah, Veresa characterization is nothing. Veresa characterization is nothing. Zero. Veresa has nothing. And like generally, I think for the most part, a lot of characters just don't have a lot of work to work with. Like Kanish, I think is perfect example of character that just doesn't have a lot to work with. But one character that I think actively suffers and is worse in the Archon Quest is fucking Chaska. I think the Archon Quest in Chaska is so unbelievably dirty. I think she is a good character outside of the Archon Quest. I think she's fun. I think her being a little bit insane, a little unhinged, is a lot of fun. And outside of the Archon Quest, that is explored a lot more. I think that's really mostly it. Is just that I like that she's insane, and I like that that is incorporated into her personality outside of Archon Quest. In Archon Quest, it's mostly just like, damn, I'm gritty and I'm sad that my sister died. I don't fucking care. That sucks. That's you know how many people that I know who have had sisters that died? At least five. At least five. Chaska, get a better bit. See, like, gets too much hate on Twitter. That's yeah. Yep. Yes. Yep. But yeah, Chaska, I think she is a really fun character, and I think it's fun when she, especially like her voiceover as a unit, where she just sounds utterly insane. I love that, and I don't think enough of that comes through in the Archon Quest. Chaska is not insane. She is so sane. She is normal. Why are you like trying to convince me that Chaska is an uninteresting and bad character? Because like that's the fun part, is that Chaska is fucking insane. She's just a little bit fucked up in the head. And that's what's fun about her. So yeah, Chaska got done really dirty by the Archon Quest. I think pretty much the two best characterized units are Oron and Lali, because they were pretty much the only units that got characterized. Everybody else, it's like Shilonen. Shilonen? Okay. I shouldn't be mean to Shilonen. Shilonen's fun. But she for the most part is just like, I'm lazy, I'm bored, I don't want to do work. Whereas Oron and Lali actually do have like significant like character traits, personalities that you can work with. Lanyan is one of the only characters. Yeah, Lanyan did get a little bit of characterization, but like overall, I still think she is just too much like chill, nice girl who doesn't do anything else, who is just like a kind person who you would want to hang out with. And like, yeah, I would want to hang out with Lanyan, but I would also like if she had more to her character. I would really like it if she had more to her character. Oren does weird stuff in events. Yeah, he does. And we love him for that. We love Oron being weird in events, and we love Lali being weird in events. But yeah, these are pretty much the only two characters that got significant characterization during the Archon quest. And the rest of them were just like, okay, I'm going to stand here and I'm going to be helpful. I'm going to stand here and I am going to not kill everybody. I'm not going to be an active problem, so I'm going to be helpful. And that's why I really like, I think I've previously mentioned that Kanish was like, I'm fine with him. I don't love him as a character because he just kind of sits there and he helps and he doesn't do anything. Kachina, yeah, Kachina too, my bad. Kachina's the real character, and that's why she's one of my favorites. But it's like, see, Lali, Oron, Kachina, these are the only three characters in the quest. To my kind of knowledge, to my thoughts. These three had character arcs, nobody else. How are we feeling about that? And he, like, none of the other characters basically did anything at all. Except for Marika, and she did everything. No issues. And I've seen a few people calling Marika Mary Sue, and I really want to stray away from that language because I think it has really bad connotations for the most part. I think Mary Sue when you hear that, you kind of assume bad things. But like the essence of it is certainly true. She did everything with no issues. She just solved problems. She just walked around and solved problems. What's Mary Sue? Oh, it's Mawika. Mawika's our Mary Sue. Don't think Mawika's Mary Sue, but the AK did disservice to her possible flaws. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what a Mary Sue is essentially. It's Mary Sue just essentially means someone without flaws. The main reason I want to avoid it is the fact that sorry, let me take a drink. Ugh. mm. That's what a Mary Sue is. It is someone who has no flaws, essentially. And Mawika is a character who really had no flaws, which is like incredibly surprising to me, essentially, because she had a flaw built up. Her thing was like she is a human archon, and yeah, all Natlan archons are human archons, but she is a human archon, and she always wants to do everything herself. Like she doesn't want anybody to get hurt. Like when 500 years ago, when the calamity or whatever the fuck was about to happen, what she did is she pulled up and she said, "Hey, I'm gonna sacrifice myself. I'm gonna like go 500 years into the future so I can deal with this." She said, "I don't want anyone else to deal with this. I want to deal with it myself." And she had a lot of those resonant themes going throughout the Archon quest, where she was like, even with like Capitano, I think that was good characterization. Where Capitano didn't have good characterization, but she did, where she said, "Hey, Capitano, I love your plan here, but I." Frankly, like I fucking could have just like don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, man. That's what she means. Capitano. Cool thoughts? Don't worry about it. I got it figured out, is what she says. Male leader without flaws would not have gotten the same hate. I agree, but not from me. 100% agree that a male leader without flaws would have gotten less hate than Mawika would have gotten, but not from me. I would have called him boring just the same. So yeah. Building both for a kid. Yeah. She had I think she was prepared. Dynamically traveler, feel like she's a human. Yeah, I also like that's the thing. I think both of these little comments together that I'm seeing. Um she does have very much she has solid building blocks for a good character. I did initially like something that I've said before is I liked her. I came into Natlan, I started doing the Archon quest. I started being like, "Hey, wow, this is nice." So here's the thing: is that let's go back and look at the other Archons. So the first Archon we ever met fucking lied to us and said he wasn't the Archon, and eventually we found out. Second Archon we met also fucking lied to us and said he wasn't the Archon. Third Archon we met tried to kill us. Fourth Archon we met, she was pretty nice. She was pretty chill. Where the fuck is Nahida? She was pretty chill. She was pretty nice. She was pretty good. But she was trapped in a box and she was heavily restricted in how she could help us. So she tried to help us and she liked us, but she couldn't for most of the time. And then fifth Archon is she was another one who maybe is not so actively trying to kill us, but she is antagonistic. And so it was really nice when we came to Natlan and we started talking about Wika, and she was like, "Hey, yeah, like just fucking level with me. I'm a human, you're a human. Let's just be real with each other. Let's just be like, "Hey, how can I help you?" I love that. I absolutely love that when she was just like, "Hey, I get it. You've had issues in all your past nations. What can I do about that?" The issues really started when that was all she ever was. When all she ever was, "Hey, how can I make things easy for you?" Does that make sense? Would it play better with someone next to her? Absolutely. If she had someone to play off of, if she had, I was gonna say for some reason I was gonna fucking say a Chlorand, but like a Nuvolette. If she had a Nuvolette to play off of, I would have loved that. Good take. Thank you, Himiko's breast mole, for saying good take. Wish it were as simple as sexism, but that's very much not the case. How is Himiko's breast mole having some of the most nuanced takes in this chat? Twitch user Himiko's underscore breast underscore mole is having goated fucking takes. Yeah, I also do wish it really were as simple as sexism with Mawika. Not that I wish there were sexism, but like certainly there is a lot of sexism with Mawika. I wish that were the only thing. I wish she were a good character. Being a good leader is a nice character trait. It's just disappointing that's the only one. Perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. She's a good, strong leader that helps out, and she is a benefit to the rest of her character. Like, she makes for a good person. She does not make for a good character in a story. Is, I think, the best way that I can really word it. Mawika as a friend, I would love to hang out with Mawika. Me and Mawika, best friends. Character in a story, I don't want to hear about her. Is that the best way I can say it? I think that's the best way I can say it. If only she had died and had a flawed replacement. That's what I'm saying. Thank you for reeling me back in and bringing me back to my original point. Of Mawika should have died. Mawika should have died. Suffering with why I like a character. Yeah, I'm a Danganronpa fan, man. I'm not actually no. I was a Danganronpa fan. I was a Danganronpa fan. I love when characters suffer. I love when characters are bad people. I love when characters have issues. Feed me eggs, so true. Characters should have flaws, and Mawika didn't really have very many. And I think she's a good person, but I think she's a bad character because of that. I would love to hang out with Mawika. Human with no insecurities or flaws is not a human. Yeah, that was another real big thing that I came back with. The first human Archon is the least human Archon because she has no issues. She has no flaws. But yeah, I you guys are saying so many of the things that I just like. Yeah, I 100% believe to be true. This is not a character. This is a unit. This is a ideal. This is Mawika is an ideal. I don't think dead characters can be playable. Oh yeah. Whatever. Genshin, please make dead characters playable. Back to my point about please kill Mawika again. Not because I don't like her. Again, I just said I would be good friends with her as a person. I just don't enjoy her as a character. The main thing when it comes to I think Mawika should have died is because they kept alluding to that fact. They kept alluding to the thought of like she wants to do everything herself. She is self-sacrificing. That is her main thing as a character. She doesn't want anybody else to get hurt, and she will put herself in harm's way so that doesn't happen. And I think she could have been a great character if she did that and she was facing consequences for it. If she put herself in harm's way and she fucking died, if we all after all these years had the thought, like had the belief that Archons could not die, and the main character of the story and the Archon put herself in harm's way and she died, like, tell me that wouldn't have hit. Tell me you would not be looking at the Archon story quest without, like, reverence, without being like, holy shit! They killed an Archon! That's brave! Had an Archon dot. Okay, fuck off. Whatever, Focalor doesn't count. We didn't meet Focalor until literally the scene that she died. character flaw never gets a payout. Yeah, that's another thing. It's like not only just like would it have been an interesting development and unexpected, but like they Chekhov's gunned and they didn't fucking pull the trigger. They set up the thing where they were like, hey, Mawika is a character who self-sacrifices. Mawika is a character who she will put herself in harm's way before she lets anybody else die. And then when she puts herself in harm's way, she wins. She wins and nothing bad happens. What is that? I'm so sorry. What the fuck is that? Maybe Renova will pay her a visit. I hope. Dude, I fucking hope. Because here's the thing. Natlan Archon Quest is not over. The Gnosis is still firmly within her big stupid hands. So, and that is a very, very important thing that we are missing. So we're gonna come back to her. Hopes my hopes are not over. Like there is a possibility that Mawika still dies. Chekhov's fumble. There certainly is a possibility where Maruka still dies, and like I will forgive Hoyo for making this the fucking worst Archon quest. It's not the worst. Is it the worst? I actually believe it's the worst, but I don't think it's significantly worse than Mondstadt or Liyue. So like whatever, don't take my opinion so seriously. But I do believe it is the worst Archon quest. But if they kill Mawika, I think Hoyo has the chance to redeem it. If they come back, if they deliver on that, Chekhov's blank. If they deliver on Chekhov's blank, I will forgive them. I point the Lantern Right has a lot parallels to the Natlan Archon Quest because it actually works because Hu Tao is an interesting character and her friends are well characterized. No! The Lantern Right quest is just a version of the Archon quest that works because you know and care about the characters. It's just fucking Natlan Archon quest, but you actually care about who lives or dies. Oh no. Best thing ever. Forced her to sacrifice the life. That's another thing. They set up with Capitano. Is they were like, here's an alternative. You could also save Natlan by fucking killing everybody. So what if they made Mawika? What if they forced her to look her people in the eye and fucking kill them? What if instead of this stupid bullshit, of this absolute horseshit, where they say, oh my god, hey, whatever, you took 25 minutes to complete the Archon quest. I'm complaining about this. This section avoided my complaints during the main section when I was talking about the Archon quest, but we're so fucking back. Wow. Hey, did you know that you killed 1,958 people during the Natlan Archon quest? I don't give a fuck. I don't care. If you look me in the eyes and you say, will you feel the emotional weight of this quest if we make a number go up? If we make a number go up, the longer you take to complete it, what if we make a number go up? Maybe this is just fucking me being autistic. Maybe this is just me being autistic. But like, I can so clearly see through this. I can just be like, hey, I know what you're fucking doing. Is you typed in a little fucking thing that says, the longer it takes to beat this quest, the higher this number will go. And I read that and I go, these are not people. These are numbers. You typed in a fucking command on a computer and you made a number go up and you said, do you feel bad now? That's what that is. That's what that fucking is. Emotional as hell, but it felt so bland. It feels so like what's the word? It's so contrived. I can't. These guys are ones and zeros. Why should I care? Yeah. I cannot with this. This feels like such a manufactured, like, hey, do you feel guilty now? Do you feel guilty? Hey, do you want to kill yourself yet? It's like, no, I don't. You made a number go up. Why do I fucking care? I'm gonna go to sleep tonight like I fucking went to sleep last night. I hate this shit. This is like I know I'm harping so unbelievably bad, but like this shit took me out of the story so hard. When they said, "Hey, holy shit, you're letting people die," I was like, I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less. I cared a little bit, and then you said, "We'll make this number go up the longer you take to complete the quest." And now I'm sitting at my computer like, "Oh man, I might go make a sandwich. I might go fucking I don't know. I might do something to get away from this bullshit." This manufactured bullshit. At this point, I am just complaining. At this point, I am just being evil. Like, if you enjoyed this part of the quest, good on you. But at this, like, I am too far gone where I see this number and I'm like, I can tell you just made a number on a computer go up. I don't give a fuck. Balloon, yeah, also the balloon thing did kill a lot of urgency. But this made me, like, this checked me the fuck out of the Archon quest. And maybe that is really something that you should consider when you're like considering my opinion on the on Archon quest. Is like when I saw this shit, I was like, I don't care anymore. Because why are you trying to guilt me? Why are you trying to fucking guilt? What are we doing, man? Why are you coming here and being like, oh, you should feel bad for taking long to complete this quest because these digital these digital characters, they're gonna die, and then we're gonna put some NPCs in the quest that say, my mom is gonna die if I don't if you don't kill these Saurians, and it's like, okay, dude, fuck your mom. Who cares? Literally, who cares? This is the most artificial way that you can make me care, and I'm not falling for it. Give Malika a breakdown, I beg. Actually, no. Actually, no. If I'm face to face against Shibalanke Dragon, and Malika comes flying, and she's like, I'm gonna kill the dragon. I'm gonna beat it. I'm gonna hit it with my fiery sword. And she takes one look at that dragon and she goes, oh fuck, I don't know if I can do it. Peak! That's a good story quest. If Mawika hesitates for a second, that's a good story quest. I'm sorry. I'm just pissing myself off now. I'm so sorry. This was gonna happen no matter what. But like any friction. Ooh, wow, it's thundering outside. It's lightning and thundering outside. That's beautiful. Any friction that Moika could have had at all, would have made it so much better. If she was nervous for a moment, if she maybe couldn't do everything by herself after guaranteeing several times that she could. Give Moika imposter syndrome. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Give Moika imposter syndrome. Real main quest was the things with the true. Cared way more about anything that happened with the fucking Saurian than I did with Mawika. Give Mawika something. Give some sort of obstacle. Something in the main quest. Let every person. The first. You pull up in my fucking house. You come to my house and you say, hey, here's the first human Archon. And I say, oh wow, does she act like a human? And you say, no, she does everything perfectly. She sets out to do everything. She has so many goals and she sets out to do them and she succeeds. And I'm like, cool. Why is she a person? And they go, so you can relate to her. And I'm like, I don't relate to her because I set out to do things and I don't succeed. I set out to do things and I fail. That's not a human. I can't. I cannot. I set out to do things and I fucking procrastinate. It's like I made a fucking IFA 101. That shit gets 10,000 views. Life goes on. I don't do everything perfectly the first time. All the other cons, literally all the other Archons being more human. The past three Archons, the whole story was for the past three regions was about the Archon being human. For Farina, it was about the Archon cannot handle existing and lying to all the people that are closest to her for 500 years straight. She can't take that. She's a human. She can't function with that. Sumeru, the Archon isn't perfect. She doesn't know everything. She can't come out the fucking womb with perfect knowledge. She needs to learn. And oh, there's fireworks outside. That's what's going on. She needs like that is the thing. That is the fucking thing. Inazuma, she is full of hatred and she thinks she's doing the right thing because she wants to avenge this past, I'll say it, lover, because Raiden Shogun is gay as shit and she wants to avenge one of her past multiple fucking lovers, and she is stuck on that for hundreds of years, for thousands of years. She's stuck on that and she can't take it and she is inflicting that on her people. And that is the conflict. That's her sister? Sorry. Sorry, my bad. I wasn't fucking paying attention. She loves her sister so much. Not that Inazuma doomed Yuri. I was just taking a piss and heard fuck your mom. Yeah, fuck your mom. That's what I'm saying about Moika. She's like, oh, my mom is dead. Fuck your mom. You left your mom 500 years ago. You knew she was gonna die. You should have been preparing for that 500 fucking years ago. If you're so perfect, if you do everything that you're gonna set out to do, go get over your mom 500 years ago. I hate you. I can't. Called Ace. So sorry. She's sorry. I'll correct what I'm saying. She's so emotional over her sister. Whatever way, whatever, if I'm being stupid or not, like the point is that she cares so much about this person and she feels so much guilt that she is harming her people hundreds of years in the future. And that is more human than Mawika will ever be. Popping in to say I also love complaining, so true. Raiden being a bitch and saying mean things to her people are more human than Mawika could ever hope to be. Raiden A, my flawed, messy queen. And I'm still not saying that, like, Inazuma's good. Inazuma's not fucking good. Raiden's character arc is not fucking good. But she has interesting things about her that make you engaged with her as a character and make you care about her. I could not give a fuck about Mawika if I tried. And that's my main thing. Is every time people are like, you hate Mawika, I don't hate Mawika. I wish there was enough about Mawika for me to hate. I don't give a fuck about Mawika. There you go. There's your Natlan retrospective. Is I wish there was enough about this shit for me to hate. Oh. Movies milk toast reaction to seeing it. That's like even the thing. Is like, okay, I understand it. Malika, she is character. Like, if we're going off the characterization that she is given, and she looks at her sister and she's like, damn, my sister is dead, and that makes me really sad. I'm like, okay, there we go. That's in line with what Mawika has given me so far. This is very Mawika built. Um, she just never gives anything else, is my point. She never gives anything more than, oh, my sister's dead. That sucks. Oh, wow. The nation might explode. That sucks. Oh, wow. My plan of six heroes might not work. That sucks. Whatever. I'll do something about it. If shit goes really wrong, don't worry, guys. I'll fix it. And the bad joke, literally the bad joke, is when someone says, don't worry about it, I'll fix it. The bad joke is to believe them, is to be like, oh yeah, they will fix it. Don't worry about it. Not to get political, but that is literally fascist rhetoric. I'm not joking. The fascist rhetoric is to be like, don't worry, guys. There's some fucked up guys, and I'm going to take care of it by killing the fucked up guys. That is what Mawika does. She literally, I'm backing up from the mic so I don't blow out my fucking microphone. She goes, don't worry. I know there are bad guys, but I'll kill the bad guys. And it works. That is the intended solution. She kills the bad guys, and that's it. The joke response, the fascist response, is the one that works. Am I crazy? Am I crazy for believing that's bad writing? Writing Mawika fascist off. Am I crazy for thinking that the fascist solution that is literally meant to make people, to dupe people, to make people think that things are better than they are, that is the real solution? Am I crazy to think that that is bad writing? I don't think so. Sorry, so might not reach these levels. Interlude being, let's cure PTSD real quick. I don't know what you're talking about, but fuck yeah. Apparently fascist, but it's fascist. It's the idea of killing a bad guy and everything being okay is not inherently fascist. Like if that were a real situation in real life, if you were to suggest that, being like, hey, everybody, like if you were to say, hey, there is an entity called the Abyss that is trying to kill everybody and make everything bad, so we should kill it, and that is the solution. If that were the real case in real life and you were to say that, that would not be fascist. But that has never been the case in real life ever. The solution has never been kill a certain group of people and everything will be okay. That has never solved anything. Is the idea. Yeah, okay, yeah, all right. So the idea, if that idea worked, to go with the idea would not be fascist, but that idea has never worked. Is the point. Anyways, characters in mental. Oh, mental illness of what? Are we talking about the girl? I don't think girl was. This is another conversation to be had. Although I guess this is about the Archon quest, so I can still talk about this. I don't think girl. I forgot her name. Although that's not really a really big indictment. because she was only in one quest and I did it while I was inebriated, so maybe that's more my fault than it is hers. But girl, uh, I don't believe inherently that was like she was supposed to be representing mental illness, because that is just like a lot of the things that were happening to her, like seeing things that weren't there, hearing that blah blah blah. Like those were just like those could definitely be used to signify, um, this girl has something weird going on. Not necessarily this girl is meant to have a real life condition that exists and should be taken seriously. It might necessarily mean, hey, this girl is odd and you should question her. That's necessarily what I took it as. But Mies check general Discord. What am I checking in general Discord? What am I checking in general Discord? I assume this is important if you're stopping me from rambling. That is funny. Never mind, that is really funny. Why the hell am I... Why can't I see Discord? There we go. There you go. There's Discord. You guys like that one? You guys like that? That is funny. Allegory for PTSD? Am I the only one who wasn't picking up the PTSD allegory? It could have been. It could have been. What was the girl's name, by the way? No one said the girl's name, I don't think. Mies? What? Interlude quest? Don't remember her name at all? What did you say? Characterization of mental illness rubbed me the wrong way. Interlude quest. That's what I'm talking about. A time and space for you. Yeah, Deirdre. My bad. Deirdre. Deirdre. That's what it was. Deirdre. Pretty ass name. Sorry, so sorry, Deirdre. They meant the Yansan one? The Yansan one. Oh! Oh, the Capitana one, where he revealed his face. Fuck me. Okay. My bad. I don't remember that one. I don't know if I can meaningfully comment on that one, because I don't fucking remember anything about it. Abyss is portrayed as a mindless, evil force in nature. I don't think actually Abyss. I think the Abyss was portrayed as a mindless evil until Natlan, and I think Natlan was very much the region that is supposed to be like, hey, let's catch everybody up because the Abyss isn't mindless. The Abyss is trying to copy the not Abyss, and it's not necessarily malicious. 3 damaged people. Oh, that one. Yeah, okay. I could very much I could definitely see the PTSD stuff there. I could definitely see the PTSD stuff there.
Just ignore him when he's
Um,
don't let him get under your skin.
that's interesting. That's really interesting because it does grapple with the Abyss as kind of like, let me put this in, as a bit of a mindless thing. Hello. I don't know. I don't know. I would have to check back in on it again, but that was like literally the only quest that I didn't refresh myself on before doing this stream. So I'm trying to think of like 3 damaged people. I know when that happened. But I'm trying to remember anything. Excuse me. Something significant about it. I am so lost. Don't worry, so am I. I remember. I know exactly what you guys are talking about. It was that quest. It happened at the Flower Feather clan, At the Flower Feather Clan, that was the quest that Capitano showed his face to the Traveler, but not to the players. It was hidden from the players, but showed to the Traveler. Very cool. And he gave the, what was it called? There was that medicine. It was the medicine. It was like, I don't remember. Quest name is For the Same Land, yeah. And there was the dude who was like, I'm gonna kill everybody. I'm evil and I'm gonna fucking kill because I'm an evil warrior and I see villains all around me and I'm gonna kill. I remember it 100%. I know exactly what you were talking about. I think the quest where Capitano reveals his face should be information enough. But the what was it called? It wasn't Icor, but it was along those lines where Icor is, like the essence of the gods or blood of the gods or whatever. It's I could look this up and I know I could find it, but I know someone else will say it. Are we the wrong way? I didn't feel much about it at all because I was choosing to be. So here's the thing about Hoyo is I just assume that they cannot write with any sort of depth or intrigue, because that has been the case time and time again, and I have not been proven wrong. So when that quest happened, I was literally like, oh yeah, it is just a thing. It's just a thing about the abyss. It is about how the abyss touches you. It is not meant to mean anything deeper because, frankly, I don't think Hoyo can handle anything deeper. And I think that's true. And I think that's true no matter what, whether that was or was not intended to be a an allusion to mental illness. I think it's true that Hoyo cannot handle mental illness, writing about mental illness, because it's either they didn't attempt and then they didn't write anything about mental illness, or they did attempt and they did it badly. Like they gave you much to care about. Yeah, yeah, that was kind of that seemed like a very the whole thing. I think what I meant to say earlier, but I kind of forgot. The whole thing, even to an extent, this is definitely the quest that felt least like it, but to an extent, time and place for you. It felt like they were rating the entire quest with like the thought of it being filler. The whole thing was felt like, okay, the story doesn't really matter. We just need to say a few things that are important to the general plot. The entire quest really felt like that to me because there wasn't much interesting that happened in the actual quest besides, the characters that what's it called? New Traveler story for you? Yeah. The Huxley Femine event was an alright mental illness allegory. True and real. Fontaine event where that one was coping with the loss of her son. Yep, that was the one. That was the Thelxie Femine event. That one was pretty good. Unironically, that one's pretty good. It's always that's the thing is the fucking Archon quest is never where they pop off. The Archon quest is always where they do like the common denominator fucking what theme will most people like type bullshit. It's always the world quests that do the best, and occasionally the event quests do pretty good. Like yeah, I think the event quest this year with Hu Tao for Lantern Rite was a pretty good quest, but that was just comparing it to Fontaine. Like it was better than the Fontaine quest for the or the Natlan quest for the most part, not Fontaine. But it also was a little bit better than Fontaine because a lot of Fontaine was never mind. Fontaine was nice. I'm gonna stop being mean. Oh wait, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? Did I just accidentally ban from some Twitch chat? This is the worst thing I've ever done. This is what the fuck did I just see a thing in chat that says I banned someone. I've messed up. I'm sorry. Let me unban you. I'm so sorry, Golden Sun GPA. Let me unban you. How do I do this? There we go. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. You have been unbanned. I don't even know how that happened. How do I misban? How do I fucking ban someone by accident? That's like I thought that's like several inputs that you have to do. Whatever. Yeah, so sorry, Golden Sun GPA. Welcome back. I hope I didn't scare you away forever. Okay. Okay. Um anyways. Anything more that I have to say about the Arkham Quest? Not really. I think I said most of the things that I want to say. I might continue on to what is next? World quests, which are what I greatly preferred. And again, is going to be I think each section is going to get shorter and shorter because I have less to say. Um in any case, the world quests are pretty good. The world quests were pretty nice. That is not a big surprise because in the past two regions, they were really a standout in Sumeru. Sumeru world quests were fucking fantastic, and the Archon quest was pretty okay. Not the best, but okay. Um, in Fontaine, again, like I do think the world quests were fine. Or what am I trying to say? I do think the Archon quests were fine, but the world quests were still way better. Especially the stuff involving Narcissus and Croix stuff. I absolutely fucking loved the Narcissus and Croix world quest. Unfinished Comedy, maybe my favorite quest of all in this game. Like that actually, I just said before, 7 out of 10 is like the highest Genshin quest get. Genuinely, maybe like a 9 out of 10. I absolutely adore Unfinished Comedy. And I think that pattern continues in Natlan, where the world quests are by far the best content. But the Natlan quests, I do not like the what's it called? I don't like the Archon quests so much that I think the world quests are just okay. I do enjoy them. I did have fun with them, but I am not in love with them in the way that I was in love with Fontaine and Sumeru. For turning me from the depths of hell, I will now harass people and be very problematic. That sounds good. That sounds like what I would do in chats. Living my dreams. Typing in chat during work hours. Sorry for banning you at work. Nursing Girls were incredibly goated. Haven't played Nursing Girls fully yet. I need to do it one day. Those quests were incredible. So here's the thing: is since I was gonna say since Golden Slumber, but it was kind of since Inazuma with Kitaru Tsuna, where they have kind of been making the same world quest over and over with the same themes over and over. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that because they make really good set pieces every time. But the thing is, every single time, they are just making Evangelion. They do just keep rewriting Evangelion over and over. And Natlan World Quests, again, they were good, but also they were Evangelion again. And I am getting a little bit tired of it at this point. Really at its peak. Evangelion is I'm happy to have experienced it, is what I'll say. I don't love Ava. I'm a little bit of a I think a lot of Ava could have gone without being seen. I don't think it's bad, but I'm certainly not the biggest fan of Evangelion. But I do enjoy it to an extent for what it is. And yeah, they do just keep writing Evangelion over and over and over again, more explicitly every single time. So like Yeah, it was kind of cool with the Tatsuna when they were being really vague about it, and it was like about technology, and and it's like okay, it's like I could make I could make the connection with Evangelion, and Shinji does look a little bit like Wanderer. I do see the connection there. And then Sumeru came along, and it's like, okay, yeah, Shinji and Wanderer are the same character. Um, and also we're gonna make a world quest that is Evangelion, but with different characters and not Wanderer this time. But also we have Evangelion, but with Shinji. Um, and then they made Narcissus and Croix, and it was like still really really good, but it was like, hey, we want to make the Avengers, but also we want to make Evangelion again. And then they made Natlan, and they were like, "Hey, have you guys seen End of Evangelion? This is a really good movie. You guys should watch End of Evangelion. In fact, you know what? No, forget it. You don't have to watch it. Let's just fucking make it. Let's just make End of Evangelion here, right here. Okay, you can just watch. Like, you don't have to watch the movie. It's here in the quest. Don't worry about it. We got you. So like." Someone give them more anime to watch, please. Like, look, man. I think maybe they showed someone showed them Ghost in the Shell, and that's why they're making Nod cry now. But everything is fucking Evangelion, and they just keep making it more obvious over and over and over. Like, I made the joke so many times when I was doing the newest Natlan World Quest, but literally the plot of the final World Quest with Little One is, hey, we need to progress humanity by turning everybody into an amalgamation of orange goop. And it's like, okay. You came up with that one on your own, all by yourself? Certainly nobody has ever progressed humanity by turning everybody into an ocean of orange goop. That's not, no. No oceans of orange goop have ever been made for the purposes of progressing humanity. You're fucking crazy for thinking of that. Wonder where I heard that one before? Yeah. Sorry if you guys haven't seen Evangelion. Spoilers for a 30-year-old show. Show them Berserk. So sorry, I got news for that too. You could definitely paste Berserk onto these quests, but like it is word for word, bar for bar. That's yeah. Men of Lithin is literally just the plot for the fucking Saurian quests, but instead of Saurians, it's people. It's even more Evangelion, and it was a book. I can't get over it. I cannot fucking get over it. Happily let you the one to spoil Ava for me. Okay, so all right, now I have to bring context. Um, for everybody who has not seen Evangelion, that is the exact plot of Evangelion. Is the entire time there's this not spoiling everything, but essentially, Shinji is a traumatized little boy who fights in robots because fighting in robots would traumatize any little boy. But essentially you fucking as the show's going on, you are introduced to this group. I don't remember what they're called because they're not important, but they have this plan to turn everybody into goop. It's called the Human Instrumentality Project, and their plan is to turn everybody into goop and make them like more efficient or something like that. And I don't fucking remember the exact thing. Nerve, yeah. That's my guys. The Secret Council of Nerve is their entire plan is to be like, we need to advance human evolution by bringing everybody together into a singular unified form, and that form is goop. So by the end of the show, that actually doesn't happen. By the end of the show, Shinji, the main character, learns love, and the entire show it's incredible. It's fucking incredible. I'm so sorry to spoil it for everybody because like you do not understand it until you really watch it for the first time. So I'm not even fully fucking spoiling it for you, but I'm kind of spoiling it for you. At the end of the show, literally, just Shinji learns to stop being an evil dickhead. He just learns love. He stops learning to, sorry, YouTube, please don't demonetize me, sexually assault women. He says, hey, this shit is not cool. He says, this shit is not swag. And he learns to not be evil. And everyone says, good job. You did it. You did such a good job at not making women uncomfortable. So that happens, and people hated it. People fucking hated it. People said, "Hey, what happened with all that secret? Like, what happened to the plot of the show? Essentially, what happened to the fucking secret society trying to goop max everybody? What happened to blah 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 X, Y, and Z? What happened to this?" And the runner of the show goes, he's good, like he fixed all that, he solved that, and everybody goes, that's not enough, I'm not happy with that ending, that's not good. And he goes, okay, fine, fuck all of you, I hate every single fucking one of you. Since you keep complaining, since you won't shut your goddamn mouths, I'm gonna make an ending where everybody dies and the bad things happen and nobody has a good time and everybody gets fucking assaulted, and that's what End of Evangelion is. I'm gonna make an ending where nobody has a good time and everybody gets gooped. That's what that is. So that's the and that's what this new fucking show is, or that's what this new Archon Quest is. Archon Quest. Anyways, and Evangelion is like kind of good. Evangelion is like kind of good, and if you have experienced it, yeah. If you still like, I would recommend watching it because I have spoiled it. But even if you go in knowing that context, like it's still kind of good. But it's heavy. It's heavy, and I know I said the joke about like Shinji learned to not sexually assault women. That's like that's not a joke. I'm laughing. That's not a joke. That is a thing that happens. It is not. What am I trying to say? Just like brace yourself for that sort of thing. Shinji is a bad person, and he is supposed to be. Anyways, why do you think it's a bad sound ending in the first place? It's not a bad sound ending in the first place. When is the end of Evangelion? It's a movie. So the original show is like one season. So there's a show and there's one season, and watching the whole season is the show. And then End of Evangelion is a movie, which is an alternate timeline type of thing, where it's like, okay, you guys didn't like the original ending of the show, so here's a different ending, and it's a movie. Well, that's anime 10 out of 10, truly. So yeah, Evangelion. I think it's good to watch it for like cultural knowledge, but it's a watch. It is a certain watch. So about World Quest is they make Evangelion over and over and over, except they do it without the sexual assault parts. Talking about anything but Genshin at this point. So yeah, they made the exact same thing, where literally the entire goal of that is like, we're gonna turn everybody into phlogiston and make human evolution go further. We're gonna make everyone evolve. And guess what phlogiston is? It's orange goop. So they want to turn everyone into orange goop for the purpose of saving evolution and making people good. It is like, it is Evangelion. It is the closest they could fucking get without getting sued. OST music for Evangelion is so good, true. So recording the Honkai games, I assume. I'm not sure, but I know they really like Evangelion, and they talk about it a lot. Literally, the entire thing of Scaramouche's entire story is just Evangelion. It's all a big Evangelion reference. He looks like Shinji. He is forced. His fucking mother is like dead, but and also hates him. Well, Scar's mom hates him, and Shinji's mom is dead, but neither of them have very good relationships with their mother. They have horrible relationships with their mother, and there's more. There's more about it, but I forgot right now. There's more, but I forgot about it. Hoyo is actually, yeah, Hoyo is very obsessed with Ava. And and they make him literally the end of his fucking quest. The end of his story is forcing him to get in a robot and fight. Get in the robot and fight. That's the thing, is they force him to fucking get in a robot and and fight a being from a different I don't know, universe, whatever, reality. Shinji gets in robots and fights beings from other realities. Wanderer gets in a robot and fights the Traveler from a different fucking universe. You get in the fucking robot. Yeah, also Scara does not partake in sexual assault. Very cool of him. Very, very powerful of him. But Genshin is just one big Evangelion reference. Thinly veiled Asuka gender bend. Yeah. Child is very much an Asuka gender bend. Like there is so much Asuka in Child. Anyways, back to the retrospective stream. That was kind of mostly it. That was like, I know I didn't talk about Genshin for most of the time that I was talking about it, but that is a lot of my opinions about the Genshin, about the Natlan Archon quest. Is it still enjoyable, and it still is the best content that they put out this year, basically. But I am getting tired of it. They do keep releasing the same fucking quest over and over, and I am getting tired of it. Those are my my overall thoughts about these quests. Except hold on, sorry. Water. The Natlan, the Notiska Natlan stuff was okay, but it wasn't crazy interesting. It was just kind of fleshing out a little bit of backstories. Um, I could be challenged on this because I don't fully remember everything. But anyways, I want to talk about the fucking side quest. The best content that was, this was certainly the best quest that they released the entire year. The one with Enjo and Seat Lally, because those are the only two characters that matter. And Enjo was in two quests this year. He was in one before Seat Lally came out and one after, and the one after Seat Lally came out had Seat Lally in it, and that's what matters. Yeah, that was fucking incredible. This kind of leads me back to Seat Lally. Maybe I'm gonna make you guys think about Natlan in general a lot differently, but Seat Lally was the make shit happen character. Seat Lally, whenever we needed to know some information, we never needed to go somewhere to find something out. It was always Seat Lally. Seat Lally made everything happen in all the fucking quests. I guess I shouldn't say all the quests, but in a lot of the event quests, definitely in the Archon quests, and in this quest. Seat Lally was the driving force every single time. Whenever anything needed to happen, the devs just fucking snap their fingers, Seat Lally shows up, and shit starts happening. And like honestly, Queen, honestly, unbelievable, like honestly, so real for that. But that is a weakness in the region's writing. All the regions do have issues with having make shit happen characters, but Seat Lally was the Natlan make shit happen character. Anyways, see, Lolly is really cool and awesome, and I love her, and she was my goat the entire time, and she's my favorite Nana character. And also, Enjo was there, and they got to interact. And see, Lolly bullied Enjo, and she called him a fucking she called him a ratty little grandson, and I cummed over that because I was like, wow, these are my favorite characters interacting in my favorite way by hating each other. These and then there were also I swore the entire fucking time that I was like, oh wow, there's gonna be nothing about the Maraudans. There's gonna be nothing about Vanessa. There's gonna be nothing about whatever because they have not done anything with any of those characters for so long. And then of course they make my ass look fucking stupid by swinging in and saying, "Bam, Maraudon drop, bam." I mean, Anjo isn't the last of the Maraudons, but he's looking to find them. I think Merjavari is absolutely going to be an explorable map. Is the thing. I don't think this is the last we're seeing of Merjavari. Yeah. Why are you guys fucking? Why are you guys acting like I said something weird? This is like the most normal thing that's ever been said. But the last survive. Hold on, what's his fucking name? Sorry, so the quest was the same name as this guy's little subtitle. So I'm gonna find out exactly what it's called right now. Oh wow, I'm going the wrong way. The last survivor, I know, are the first words, is... Hit it. Brett. The last survivor of Tenochtitlan. That's not it, but whatever. Citlali Sleeper MVP, so true. Citlali was the fucking goat. Citlali was my goat. I was like, that's my favorite character. Before Natlan started, I looked at the teaser and I said, that's my favorite character. And guess what? She was the only fucking character that did anything ever. Except for Mawika, who has stolen valor. She has absolutely stolen swag, stolen valor, never got anything done, just killed shit. Anyways, you're much more tame in your videos. I pride myself on that. I think I think of myself as a spectrum from video to live stream to Discord. People who hate Citlali are, oh no, my steak is too juicy and my lobster is too buttery is so real. People, they can't handle it. They can't handle a fucking diva. They can't handle a diva. Anyways, I'm supposed to be talking about the characterization. They cannot fucking take it. This is the best character in the entire... not the video game, because Emily is the best character in the entire video game. But Jesus Christ, Citlali was popping off the entire fucking time. They can't handle a character that is actually, like, done well. They can't do it. Because these motherfuckers keep talking about, I don't like Citlali is so tsundere. Number one, if you say the word tsundere, you're a fucking pedophile. Number two, also you didn't pay attention. You can't read, and you didn't pay attention, and also, I hate you, and you go die. Fucking, what are we talking about? So, what am I trying to say about Citlali? Is that Citlali is 500 years old. Citlali is immortal. You want to know a fun fact about most of the characters in this video game, Genshin Impact? They are not 500 years old and immortal. Citlali has seen a lot of fucking people die. Citlali has seen so many people she cares about die. That is what... She had a little thing called like a cinematic before she came out. There was a little movie you could watch about her character, and that's what that was about, actually. Is about how she knew a lot of people and they all fucking died. And how it was really sad about how she distances herself from people. This shit makes sense, is what is my main point. Is Citlali shouldn't attach herself to people very easily, unless she finds out they're fucking immortal. Which the Traveler is immortal. If I was an asocial freak, if all I did was sit inside and read fucking manga all day, which is kind of what I do, except I don't read manga because goddamn that shit costs money. If that were me, and I met another person that I had something in common with, if I met another person who wouldn't immediately fucking die after I befriended them, maybe I would fall a little bit in love too. Maybe I would do that. Why does he always say youngins live super long? Because the people creating the game are pedophiles. Because they want little girls to, they want to have little girls in the game that say they're 500 years old. That is the answer. This is not a joke. She's also an alcoholic, true, and that makes her so real. Clocked it? Yo.
Going into a trance is risky.
I enjoy her
So don't
as
get
a
any
human
ideas.
being who, you know, likes things that look good. I think her color palette and design are overall incredible. I think she's fucking gorgeous, and I am jealous of her. I would love to rock her fit like she does, but frankly, she is 500 years old and she looks like a fucking teenager because the people who made her are a pedophile. Or one pedophile. No. They're multiple pedophiles. They're either here. Never mind. Sorry. Let's be real. Maybe Hoyo isn't pedophiles, but they are selling to pedophiles, which is so much better. They are trying to appeal to pedophiles and trying to get the money of pedophiles, which is much better. What is this conversation? Someone asked me why Hoyo made Seat Lolly look like this when she's 500 years old, and I couldn't lie to them. I'm not allowed to lie. I need Aoife Carnley, so true. Anyways, Seat Lolly fucking rocks, and she is the only reason that anything happened in the entire Archon quest. And also, Auron is a fucking dickhead, and he's great because he is a dickhead, and he is annoying to everybody, and nobody likes him. Everybody is mildly annoyed with him, and that's what makes him a great character. Calling Seat Lolly Lolly basically. Here's the thing: is Seat Lolly? No. Seat Lolly is not. I'm also not gonna say that word because saying that word, the LOLI word, makes me feel like a pedophile. I don't think she is bait of that matter. I just am like, if I were a human being who were making sense and trying to like make a video make a piece of fiction, not even a video game, make any piece of fiction, and I was trying to make an old woman in this video game, would I make this 500-year-old woman look like this? See, Lolly is 200, not 500. I think she is 500, but even if she was 200, would I make a 200-year-old woman look like this? Would that be the first thought in my mind? That's whenever I think like, oh hey, another big thing that people fucking bring up is like, hey yeah, oh but Veresa, so actually I don't. People always accuse Veresa of being gooner bait and whatever. I actually don't think Veresa is that much of gooner bait, but whatever. The common argument that a lot of people bring up is, oh, but she does butt slam moves. And then the common response is, oh, but those are real wrestling moves. And then my response is always, yeah, except here's the thing. There are 1,000 wrestling moves. There are like 30 million wrestling moves. And Hoyo could have chosen any one of those wrestling moves. But they chose the moves where you do a butt slam. Like Seat Lolly, there are 1,000 million ages, but Hoyo chose the low age. So that says something about them. Hey, we don't need to put Veresa in the meat grinder. I like Veresa. Don't put her in the meat grinder. Let's not be so hasty. I'm just saying, like, yeah, they're not pedophiles for making Seat Lolly look like this, but it does say something about them. It doesn't say that they're pedophiles, but it does say something. Think most people wouldn't pull for an older lady like Madame Ping? I would. I think a lot of my viewers would. I don't think, like, even if that isn't the case where, like, old lady is a niche thing, I don't think Genshin is very opposed to making niche characters. I don't think they're opposed to making characters that have niche appeal. Like, I don't fucking know. Who has niche appeal? Dory? They made Dory. I like Dory a lot. Nobody likes fucking Dory. Pull for Shanyun even though she's grandma? Well, that's the thing. Is Seat Lolly is very much grandma, but she doesn't look like it. This person's point is that people wouldn't pull for a character that looked grandma, but I don't think that's true. Let's get some more grandmas in chat. Trying to appeal to the masses, yeah. No, I'm saying, yeah, it makes sense. As a business, sure, appeal to the masses, make a profit. But, like, what am I fucking trying to say? Like, I'm saying, they're not pedophiles for making Seat Lolly look like this. But at the very least, if you're saying they're trying to, they make Seat Lolly look like this because they're trying to make this character appealing to people. They are appealing to people who think good, who think young characters are better looking. They are appealing to people who think that younger, who think that younger is a desirable trait in the character. Which is pedophiles. That certainly is pedophiles. Arcane's works better on Nahida? Yeah, it works better on Nahida, but it does also work on Seat Lolly. The fact that we can bring up another unit that in-game like still meets those requirements and that is definitely appealing to fucking pedophiles is a good point. 620. What do you want about? Like, yeah, okay. Again, like maybe not Seat Lolly. Maybe Seat Lolly is not the hill that I am staking my fucking claim on. But the fact that I can hit escape, I can scroll down, and I can go, why is this character in the game? I think that says a lot. Like, maybe you guys are right. Maybe, okay, maybe Seat Lolly isn't a valid argument to make. But guess the fuck what? I press 2 buttons and I'm at the valid argument. So... I'm just saying. Completely different character from Seat Lolly, but you should... Maybe I should have led with that, but it is the same game. It is the same game and the same developers. Same people making it. And my point is about the people making the game. Not about the game. You're not a pedophile for playing the game. I'm saying you're a little weird for making the character that looks like this. That's my point. That is what I want to say at the end of the day. So that was a bad... Maybe Seat Lolly was a bad example to me, for me to use. Because again, I'm like, I fuck with Seat Lolly. I love Seat Lolly. I think she's so fly. And I think that, yeah, she's 500 years old and she looks like a teenager, so that's kind of weird. But maybe if you guys don't think she looks like a teenager, that's a bad example. So what I can do is I can X out, and I can scroll down, and I can be like, this is a toddler. And I don't like that. I think it's weird for making a character that looks like that. Why would people look like Nahida? I'm saying why... I also think why would people look at Nahida like that, but why would people make this? My question is always, why would people make this? That's what I want you guys to be asking. Is not that I'm looking at this and I'm going, I'm fucking being weird about this. It's in the game where the main goal is to sell characters, is to make people want to purchase characters. What am I trying to say by making this? Who am I trying to appeal to by making this design? Yeah, no. Dory is not exempt from this. Dory is definitely a part of this. It's weird that the Tala characters are also only girls. Yeah. Inevitably, the Natlan Retrospective stream was going to get into this. This is certainly not a problem only with Natlan. This is a problem with everything. This is a problem with the fucking game to me. She looks like a little sister to me. Yeah, that's cool. Nahida is very little sister coded to me. I also feel that very much. I enjoy Nahida as a character for that reason. But like there are characters in the game that have been made to fucking... You know what I'm saying? I've said it a lot. I don't know if I have to really spell it out this hard. Sorry, we're certainly adult that doesn't grow. Yeah, I mean, there's another one. Sorry is like, yeah, she's a normal human and she's supposed to be an adult. But she looks like that. It's every gacha game too. It's just a thing that you confront with these types of games. They make these characters because they want to appeal to people who are into these characters. Is what I'm fucking saying about all these. Like, yeah, you and me talking, watching this stream right now, me streaming right now. I look at this and I'm not thinking any of that. I'm thinking, yeah, I like Nahida as a character. I think Duke is funny. I think it's funny that she makes so many metaphors. I think she is an interesting archon. I think it's a fun like idea that like, oh, she embodies her embodiment of wisdom is being a child and having her mind open to everything. I think fundamentally interesting character design. But that wasn't what Nahida was made for. She wasn't made for the purpose of you and me appreciating that aspect of her design. She was made for people to be weird about her. Because all the fucking characters in this game are made for people to be weird about them. And they just tend to do a lot of plausible deniability with the characters that look younger like this. Constructing ball bearings for cars. Some of them are going to be making. Yeah. You have to know if you're making a character that looks like this. Like you have to be aware of what this fucking this sort of thing is going to elicit. What type of person this kind of design is going to attract. And there are normal people. There are normal fucking people who just go, wow, I like this character design. I think the child is cute. I'm going to take care of the child. There are those people. And Hoyo is that's the plausible deniability. Is they're saying, hey, there are people who like this for normal reasons. So we're going to make this. We're going to make this thing that appeals to to fucking freaks, frankly. And we're gonna cloak it in the fact that some normal ass people do enjoy it. Join back into the stream and hear, yeah. Sorry, Tars. Talking about, I hate pedophiles now. Streaming server maintenance? Yes, I am streaming server maintenance. Talking seriously about like this game, you always have to grapple with this question. I get into this shit like probably every few streams. Isn't that normal? Yeah. Very normal. If this conversation is how I fucking alienate viewers, pop off. There's merit to the character design itself. That's not the primary reason they made it. Yeah, no, I'm sure. Like, yeah, I think it is irresponsible of me to say that they made this. Maybe that is. I should pull back and be like, it is irresponsible of me to say that the primary reason they made this character was for fucking evil people being pedophiles. But like I am certainly believe that was a consideration where they said we do want to implement to the like we want to implement this character to appeal to a type of person. That is not the sole reason. That is not even the primary reason. But I refuse to believe that that is not a reason. I refuse to believe that that is not a factor when they make these characters. It's fine to like these characters. I like a few of these characters. That's really not what I'm trying to say. Some of the like I like Nahida. I think she's well written. I think she's interesting. I think that there is some sort of like credit given to her being a child. Like her being a child plays into her motif. But if I had a choice, I would rather not have this design. Is my overall thoughts about this shit. Characters are created to appeal to this physical audience that will appreciate that trope. Yeah. More concern. It is also probably more of a concern that we are indirectly promoting gambling to minors. That is a very big issue. that is certainly a massive issue. again, I think I've said this before, and I think I'm gonna say this again. Is I think people ask me if I think Genshin is appropriate for minors, and I've said no. Literally the only thing, if you just take out the gambling, I'm fine with that. I think children can handle a lot of the themes that are covered in Genshin. I think they can handle a lot of the story beats. I think they can handle really everything. I just don't think that they can handle the fucking gambling. If you take out the gambling, I think kids should be able to play this game. Because frankly, I'm so not tight-fisted about sexuality at all. I think sexuality is such a massive part of everyday life that I think that is something that children should be to some extent exposed to, not in such an unrestricted way, but Genshin is really not in an unrestricted way. Genshin is really reeled in. There are some sexual, like some more sexual designs, some designs that show some more skin and that sexualize certain parts of the character, but like as far as the game goes, it's like sex doesn't exist in this game. Relationships are not a thing in this game. The characters, like they are friends, and that's kind of like that's the furthest that things go. So like even if I was a Puritan about like I don't want my kids seeing this, I shouldn't have a problem with this. Sex is banned in Tevat. True. Tevat has different laws. Only attracted to anime. Unfortunate. You're in Timaeus erasure? Okay, well you have to pay attention. You have to be able to read to fucking get the Timaeus and Yinger smut, okay? Counterpoint. Counterpoint. You have to have the attention span to read through that shit because it was unvoiced. Because yeah, alluded to, but it's more subtle stuff. It's essentially like the same kind of like I don't know. Like it feels like a song or a fucking kids movie that it's like it's enjoyable for kids, but adults can also get shit out of it. That's what it feels like to me. I think this game is suitable for all ages if you take out the gambling. All right. Okay. I think I'm finally gonna get back to the point of the stream. Exploration is the next point that I was supposed to talk about, but again, I think this is gonna be a really short point because chat. I didn't like the exploration. Believe me, I didn't like the exploration. Things got kind of dark around Samara. I still think those are themes that kids can handle. Genshin the Gambling is a highly great kids game. Thank you. Thank you for agreeing. Kids yearn for the casino. Kids yearn for the casino, but they don't fucking get it. Anyways, I didn't like the Natlan exploration that much. Exploration my favorite. Yeah, this is the really, I think this is the biggest controversial take that I have about Natlan. Is I do not like the Natlan exploration. Actually, I think Easy Breeze is some of the worst that they have. And it embodies some of the worst things about it. Because I think my issue is that it is too difficult without Natlan units, and it is too easy with Natlan units. And Saurians are not a fun enough stand-in to want to actually use them. That is my overall thing. If I am using a Natlan unit, it's free. It's completely free. I can go wherever I want. I have a billion phlogiston. I am not worrying about walls, ceilings, anything. I can just fucking fly anywhere the hell I want, and I can stand next to a rock for 7 seconds, and I get a fully regenerated phlogiston. It just feels like it's too free. Saurians again, like they similarly do feel kind of free, but they feel awful to control, and I don't like playing them, so it's a little less free because you have to actually deal with a fucking Saurian if you want to explore. In any case, what am I trying to say? What am I trying to say? There were so many open spaces without really anything inside them that it always just felt like either I am spending most of my time exploring walking between places instead of like looking around and trying to find something interesting, or I am I've blanked again. I've completely fucking blanked again. I'm either walking between areas or like if I don't have an outline unit, I'm just spending most of my time not walking between areas. Or if I do have an outline unit, I am running through everything completely frictionless. Mondstadt had that openness too. Mondstadt is also bad. Mondstadt is my least favorite region for exploration. I think Mondstadt is easily the worst exploration in the entire game. Base game Mondstadt is really fucking bad. I do not enjoy base game or base 1.0 Mondstadt. It's on Inazuma. I really loved Inazuma because, again, just like with gameplay, I enjoy friction. I really, really enjoy friction in gameplay. Like, I enjoy it when there are issues that I have to solve. And Inazuma, all of this was just fucking Mario 64 Islands. It was all just a bunch of little puzzles that you do to get, I don't know, stars, get power stars. Everything was just mini puzzles, and I fucking loved it. There were no like there were a few random quests that you just walk across and you do damage to them. You kill a few enemies and then you get a quest that way. But there were so many puzzles on Inazuma that I loved it. Inazuma is my probably my favorite exploration in the game. For the region, if we're taking into account the entire region, Inazuma is my favorite. Challenging and fun, yeah, that's the thing. Is I think it's challenging because, or it's fun because it's challenging. Invisible barriers. I don't remember invisible barriers. Fontaine had the best. I also hate Fontaine. Fontaine is my second least favorite exploration because Fontaine is so similar to Mondstadt, and I do not like the underwater. The above water is too much like Mondstadt. Underwater is boring, and I do not enjoy it. I really, really don't like really, really don't like Fontaine. But yeah, fucking, I think base Mondstadt and Fontaine were maybe the only two regions that I enjoyed exploration less than Natlan. Because here's the thing, I think maybe over time. So Sumeru, they had the four leaf sigils, right? They've been kind of making exploration easier and easier over time. Because they had like the Electrograna stuff in Inazuma, and that was like a little bit annoying, but not great. Or it wasn't that much of an issue. And then Sumeru, they had the four leaf sigils, which made everything a lot easier, but they were still a little bit less easy. Then eventually, Fontaine actually didn't have that much ease of exploration stuff, but Shenyu Vale had the carp stuff. And Shenyu Vale, again, like I think the carp all the carp stuff and being able to like immediately go to and then launch from a point made exploration very, very easy. But I really liked it because here's the thing is that everybody had access to the carp stuff. My main issue with Fontaine or with Natlan when it comes to exploration is that it feels like it's too heavily balanced around Natlan units, where it's just like kind of needlessly frustrating and it takes too long when you don't have any Natlan units. And when you do have Natlan units, it's just like fucking chest after chest after chest. You don't have to think about it. It's free. It's fucking free. Where if Chen Yu Vale, they designed it with the idea of everybody will have access to these carps. So everybody like it feels like they balanced it in the best way. Where like they did have a lot of carps, and carps tended to get you out of annoying areas, but they did still expect you to walk from location to location. They did still expect you to, like, carps weren't the only method of traversal. Anyways, everybody's asking about Chasm. I'm fine with Chasm. I don't remember a ton about Chasm. I know a lot of people really didn't like the Lumenstone thing, but I did. Um, it's way better than Liyue Mainland. But Chasm's like, I feel so nothing about Chasm. Chasm feels like it feels so much like an expansion on Liyue. Like, yeah, it's about as engaging as Liyue, and there's more of it. Collective Engano Mio is cool. Engano Mio is one of my favorites. Oh, I can get plants. I want to do that. Engano Mio fucking rocked. The desert. I love Sumeru Desert. I explored Sumeru Desert before the underground maps existed, and I fucking loved it the entire time. I love Sumeru Desert because I love when things are difficult. I love strife. I love strife.
This
I love
road
when
is
I have issues. I love when I have to try. That's why when I was complaining about Stygian in that other stream about Stygian Kanich, well, I was complaining for actually most of the time. I can't lie, I was complaining for most of the time. But once I found out what I was actually supposed to fucking do, I was not complaining that much with Kanich, and I was having a good time. I'm not supposed to exit out. I almost exited out. But yeah, exploration generally here, it was not great. It was not great because of how, I guess restrictive doesn't feel like the best word for it, but it did really, really feel restrictive. It was like, use
watch out.
one of our units or fuck yourself.
Take me up. Incoming.
Nocry looks so cool so far. I am also interested in Nocry. Anything with no Phlogiston. Phlogiston fucking ruined everything. I hate Phlogiston.
Watch
Again, like I don't think many units were balanced well with Phlogiston in mind. And Seat Lolly is one of those few units. Okay. Okay. Artifacts were next, and I think I've already talked about I'm mainly just gonna be talking about these two artifact sets that got added. Because the other two, Long Night's Oath, a Long Dong Oath or whatever, both of these suck dick, and I don't have either the units that would ever want to farm them for. So I don't know. Anybody have any thoughts about these two sets that they want to share? Hmm. Wish they doubled them. Yeah, I also wish the Seat Lolly and Auron jump consumed less stamina. Long Night's Oath is cool on Yanfei. That's probably the best thing that can be said about either of these sets. Don't have a plunging unit for that domain, you might as well leash it. Okay, so yeah. These yeah, these are really not good sets. These are actually pretty fucking awful sets. They don't even really have useful two pieces. Plunging attack damage bonus and cryo damage bonus. Like, they're good for their units. Asterisk on Finale, the Deep Galleries, but they are good on the units that they're designed for. But this is kind of a shit domain unless you have either of those units. Which both of these units are very, very good. So maybe you should be farming this domain because you probably should have one of those units. But shit sets, and I don't think they're gonna remain relevant for very long. I got a second cryo set and it's holy berserk. Yeah. Let's talk about the good sets, the fun sets. I wish they had added more. These genuinely, like, thinking about sets that they added for other regions. Well, Well, it's not fucking like Desert Paths any good, but it's funny. I feel like they did do a better job. Like this is a solid set. This is not incredibly worth farming, but it's solid, and this is funny, so it's definitely worth farming. Anyways, this is my point is that I think this is the worst artifact domain that they've released in a very fucking long time. What about the child there? Even that I think is more valuable because well, Hydro damage bonus isn't that great, but like the HP percent on the two piece for the Dea set is quite valuable because there aren't really many HP percent two pieces at all. I like the Long Night's Oath and Skirk set because they're both kind of lame. A shit ton of crit rate is getting old. Yeah, I'm sick of crit rate sets. I'm sick of crit rate sets. Anyways, so Codex is maybe the worst set that has ever been made, ever, and I hate it, and it sucks, and it's disgusting, and I hate it. It is literally useless if you are not an on-field Natlan unit, and that is like 5 units. You get 15 damage bonus, which is like the most boring stat that you could possibly buff, and you get 40% crit rate, which is like the most boring stat that you could possibly buff. You use it on units that are from Natlan, and then you don't use it on units that aren't from Natlan. Anyways, it's scroll time. So scroll is like actually really fucking cool, and I'm really, really, really a big fan of scroll. So number one, the two piece is fucking crazy. When a nearby party member triggers an Ice Burst, you get 6 elemental energy. On Natlan units who can trigger Night's Burst, that is incredible. On non-Natlan units, which again, this is a set that can be used on non-Natlan units, unlike Scroll or unlike Codex, which is the stupid, poopy, stinky butthole. I fucking hate this set. Stupid Obsidian Codex set. This can't be used on non-Natlan units, but Scroll can, and this effect works if you have another Natlan unit in your team. If you don't, well then fuck you. It doesn't do anything. But if you are using it on a non-Natlan unit and you have an Natlan unit in your team, well then beautiful. This gives you 6 elemental energy every few seconds, and that's kind of a fucking lot. That is kind of worth a lot of substats. It's a little bit more than most 2-piece sets. That does depend on your burst cost, but often it is, and also how many Natlan units are on your team, because more Natlan units means a shorter cooldown on your burst, which means more energy. So blah blah blah. Blah. But this is often worth more than your traditional 2-piece sets. The 2-piece bonus, you get 12% elemental damage bonus for both elements of a reaction by triggering a reaction, which is very, very good. I am a big fan of that. It is an interesting condition. It's still, even though this all works off field, but it requires that you have the right element on units, and that's kind of cool. And this works on all units. Then if you are in Night Soul, you get an additional 28%, so that boosts to 40. So Natlan units get an additional 40%. And as I've mentioned, a lot of Natlan units have been balanced around having access to this set. Inherently, they don't give a ton. They don't, like Auron gives okay damage, but not great damage. Lolly gives okay buffs, but not great buffs. Same with Shiloni, gives okay shred, but not great shred. Eonsun gives okay attack buffs, but not great attack buffs. Because they are all built in mind with this set. Because they can give their okay buffs alongside a 40% damage bonus. And that 40% damage bonus isn't free. You don't just get that for using the fucking unit. You actually have to do correct setups where you can trigger the correct reaction. So it's really cool because it has a very, very unique 2-piece set. I don't love the fact that it is attached to Natlan units because otherwise you can use the set on non-Natlan units, but the 2-piece effect will only have an effect if you have an Natlan unit in the team, which is a little bit lame. But whatever, we have to deal with it, but it's very, very, very unique. So I'm a little bit okay with excusing it. The 4-piece set is usable on non-Natlan units. It is better on non-Natlan units, but the fact is that Natlan units were designed with the 4-piece in mind, so it's not even like, I mean, Natlan units are crazy with it, but it's not like they're crazy and they have the scroll set. They're crazy because they have the scroll set. Which is very interesting. I'm really really happy that they took that into account for the entire year when they're fucking designing units. This is an interesting set. I like that it has somewhat restrictive conditions. I like that it is usable on a lot of different units that aren't necessarily just Natlan artifact set. I like the unique two piece, the Natlan artifact. You guys are being so fucking like I use this shit on Candace. You guys are being so mean to it for no reason. Long Night says Selena using on Kachina to make Chiori go crazy. And also people who have C0. Oh, he has C0 Chiori. I'm so sorry, Selena. Hope you get well soon. And stop using C0 Chiori. But yeah. I think it's interesting. I think it is an interesting set. Because Natlan units are designed with it in mind, so it's not so crazily overpowered on them. It just is solid. And they can use other sets if someone else is already using scroll, or if they can't proc scroll for the element of your choice in that team. Two piece is really really unique. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is sick, especially like since non cry is coming around and damage percent is devalued. It's not even so busted anymore. Feels like I like scroll a fucking lot. And sorry guys, I know it's a racist artifact set, but I think it was done really well where it is like it does take racism to be really really good. But you can use it on non-Natlan units, no Natlan units involved to okay results. It's still a functional set. Rare racism W. Another one coming with Nod Cry, where the racism is gonna let you use the good artifact sets on units that are not from Nod Cry. Clip that. Please don't. Please don't. I think I have two more points left here, which is just events and Stygian, which is mostly just gonna be Stygian, because frankly, a lot of the events weren't that interesting. There were some pretty standard fair events. Some had fun stories and some were boring. So mostly I think I should just talk about Stygian. Also, when I said rare racism, I just realized when I said rare racism W, I was reading a chat message. I promise. I promise. Anyways, Stygian is really the most of what I have to talk about. And now I can talk about it because I have a fearless clear, guys. How good Scroll Obsidian would have been if it had the same concept as the Nod Cry set? Ooh. That's a question. Way better. Because right off the bat, like, I mean, Codex, it just gives more stats than the Nod Cry stat, than the Nod Cry on-fielder stat. What, it's fucking 10% lunar damage bonus, 15%, or it is 30% crit rate, and 80 EM versus 15% damage versus 40% crit rate. Kind of close, but still. Numerically, the Nod Cry set is ahead. But there aren't like I don't know. There are a decent amount of teams where you would want to use two Nod Cry units. Like fucking Iansan is very usable with Shilonu, with Sitlali, with even Oron, with Mawika to an extent, with Kanich. Yeah, it'd be very strong. Be very strong, probably better than the Nightcry set. So use a whale check and nothing more, I fear. No, no, I'm not too quick to dismiss it so much. So it's certainly not a game mode for me. Stygian, the one thing that I really will commend it for is the the difficulty. I think they did balance the difficulty quite well. I give a fuck about liking on it. Yeah, I also like. Yeah, I also don't give that much of a fuck about Stygian. But anyways, I do appreciate it for what it is, because having content that is still a challenge for fucking giga whales who have C6 everybody, I think is important to keep those players engaged. Great, I do not have a problem with giving those players more content. That's cool, and giving them unsubstantial rewards. Also, I do not have a problem with. I am fine with the fact that I will not be getting like the fact that I can't clear this content. I don't care about because the rewards are nothing substantial. They are a flex. Um, Same with like primos. Primos stop becoming a reward after three difficulties, three easy baby stupid difficulties that anybody can do. Um, I don't really love how the bosses are chosen and how it is balanced because it is very very much heavily weighted towards just like use the meta units, just use the meta units, and it is uninteresting because of that. Um, it is very uninteresting because of that. I fucking hate that about it, and I'm not like I got my clear on it. I got my fearless clear on it, and I'm not proud about my clear because there was no personal accomplishment to it. It was, hey, do you have the right units? Okay, you have the right units. You can clear it. Um, so especially after having not been able to clear it first time and being able to clear it second time, it's like I can absolutely feel that. And I don't love that aspect of the higher level content. But as a gotcha game, I do understand why that is how the higher level content is balanced. Um, and I can understand that for a moment, I'm just like, yeah, no, that's not for me. That's not meant for me. I don't care about this content. I am not really interested in, like, I know it doesn't say anything about my skill as a player to clear or not clear this content. So I don't give a fuck. I can be okay with clearing difficulty 4, difficulty 5. I don't have to clear difficulty 6 because that's not for me. And knowing that the exalted system is just the winner's win harder. Yeah. There's a lot of things. Again, I've completed a lot in the past. I'll do that for a second, but I need to talk about some chat messages. Um, can't we get llama so I can clear fearless for once? That's just how it is. I would love to be able to say like, hey, no, I think you can attempt it again and clear that llama, but it's not that I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's not possible with that llama, but I think it is significantly easier with llama. Is my point. Um, but yeah, but yeah. Did I manage to with Kanish? Yes, I did. I did my fearless clear with these teams here. So in any case, like there are a lot of issues that I have with it, like the exalted system, the fact that it's just winners win harder. The units that have already done well get a boost. So like boo hoo. That's frankly how a lot of the game is balanced. Like you get rewards for clearing the highest content in the game. The rewards you get are just shit that makes your account stronger. So it's like, okay, whatever. I didn't need this. It's just to make me feel good. That's kind of what I excuse exalted ones as. Um, Especially because exalted ones isn't a thing in dire difficulty. So I'm not so like this is stupid, this is ridiculous. It is ridiculous, but it's not ridiculous beyond the point of like comprehension. Um I think essentially it's just that like I think the bosses they put in are really uninteresting because they always are very restrictive and they are meant to make the on banner units feel good and everybody else feel bad. So inherently this game mode I think just doesn't have a lot of fucking merit as it is right now. I am not interested in like thinking about Stygian seriously until they make it so that is not the case where I can have fun and do a decent job with a good variety of units and it's not so artificially restrictive. Uh, Recommend building Dea without cons? Yeah, I would. Because she's still a solid defensive unit in Pyro Player. Not probably not if you have someone like Mawika, but she Day is still my day is C0, and I do not regret her at all. Good thing the free cons coming up. Yeah, well, again, I think about the free cons thing is like I think they but this is about Dea. Pick Dea cons. Dea cons are good. Pick whatever fucking cons you want because none of these characters are very good. None of their constellations are very good because you specifically chose units where that would be the case. Excuse me. Dea's full supportive kit works well. True. Dea's full supportive kit does work while barely building her. She really the only thing she wants is her Ascension 4 passive. But yeah, more flexible selection of bosses in Stygian would make me respect the mode a lot more and make me care about it a lot more. But right now, it's just like if you have the right units, you clear. If you don't have the right units, you don't. And it makes me extremely uninterested in the mode. Um, but I do think there is not like totally no merit to the mode. I think there are some interesting things about it. I've complained a lot about it. Like I've always talked about how I don't know. The UI fucking sucks. The restart function sucks. There's a lot about it that fucking sucks. But I do fundamentally like the idea. I really don't like the idea of fighting a boss starting with no energy, but I do like the idea of having in-game content where it is just, hey, let's fight a boss in the room. And that is the point. It's not just Abyss where, oh, we're fighting a boss in the room anyways. That is the entire conceit of the mode, to fight a boss in a room. That's fine, as long as you have content to contrast that. Uh, Another thing, it's like to have bosses that have unique mechanics that get interesting things that they do at higher level difficulties. That has merit to it. I am interested in that. I am happy that you are experimenting in doing this sort of thing, but the way that you are doing it, because you are making these bosses, you are changing them, you are making them different by uh making them more restrictive. That's fucking lame. It's like a lot of the stuff that is here is solid. The way you're doing it is the shitty thing. The way you're doing it is the way I don't like it and the way that makes me uninterested. But like fundamentally, a lot of this stuff is pretty nice, and I am a fan of a decent amount of the things that they did in Stygian. But it comes together for me at least to just not make a good mode. It makes it all a very interesting mode. And even I also just complained about the starting with no energy. Even that is like a kind of cool thing that does contribute to it being a unique mode. I do respect that it is trying something unique like that. It changes your priorities. But it like for me it's just like it's uncomfortable because you just like your first rotation is kind of shitty and then the rest of them are fairly similar. Like you play the rest of the rotations mostly the same. It's just that first rotation that is a little scuffed. I like variations on gameplay. I just wish they were a little more different and a little more fun. Because just making you have no energy at first it just makes your first rotation annoying and bad. That's what I found most to be the issue. Like, and it does. Uh, Another thing is that it affects units that don't need their burst positively. And oh, looky here, all the fucking units, all the new units don't need their burst as much as the older units. So, oh wow, it just so happens to make the new units feel better. It's like if that were a situation where it's like, oh, we're putting in this factor that makes some units feel worse and some units feel better. If that were like an honest thing, I would appreciate that. But this sort of thing, it usually just feels bad and it occasionally makes the units feel better, is my experience. So it's just like, it's bad. It's just, this is the new units. I really hope they change Abyss more. And I can talk about Abyss a little bit more in context of Stygian because that's the thing, is like they introduced a new in-game mode, so I hope they introduce more variety to their other in-game modes. And they have a little bit with this newest cycle of Abyss. I appreciate how they've done a little bit of variety with this cycle of Abyss. But I don't know. It's like it's not different enough. I would like it to be a little bit more different. More AoE, yeah. Please more AoE Abyss. Please. So yep, so much waste potential. Comes back to I can't complain about a thing this much if I don't care about it. I really do love this game. That's why I have so much to say about it because I care enough that I notice the things that I don't like. Essentially, if I didn't like it, I would never pay attention and notice the things that are uninteresting. Anyways, the last section, which is just quality of life, but also I don't really care that much about quality of life. I don't care about it. I'm not a quality of life player, so I don't really know why I wrote it down. I think I just kind of wrote it to cover my bases. But in general, it's like I'm playing the game to play the game. I don't play it for how easy it is to play. I don't play it for how many rewards I get. I play it because I enjoy playing the video game. Shan Yun for Xiao. Haven't been able to clear Abyss with him yet. Caesar's Varazon. Oh dear. That is perhaps a little that's a Xiao moment. You could definitely get through that. Like new abysses are definitely clearable with, premium Xiao teams. But sort of just what I'm kind of wondering is like, is it worth investing in Xiao to the point where you can clear with him, or would you just rather use a unit that can clear easier that you have to invest less into? Not to shit on Xiao, not to hate on Xiao, but other units nowadays are a little bit better than Xiao. Unfortunately, I wish they weren't. Thoughts on the comeback of Abyss Blessings? Horrible. Worst thing to ever fucking happen. Fuck Abyss Blessings. So what they did with Abyss Blessings is they just like they just made shit harder. They just made shit harder. Everybody talks about, oh, there's so much HP inflation in Abyss. And yeah, there is HP inflation in Abyss, but guess what? It actually is, it's like kind of not as bad as everybody thinks. But also it's kind of bad. It kind of is exactly as bad as everybody thinks. It's the fact that Abyss HP inflation came back in tandem with the fucking blessings. So what happens is everybody's HP gets higher, but the blessings counteract it. So if you're playing the units that get affected by the blessings, then whatever, you're still having a good time. Abyss is still easy. But if you're not playing those units, fuck you. Blow yourself. We hate you. That's what that is. And it's not impossible to clear without the blessings. I've been clearing pretty much this entire year without the blessings. But it's a really solid fuck you. Like they just made content. They didn't make the content. They made the content harder for everybody else. Is what it is. They didn't make it easier for the new units. They made it harder for everybody else. Which it's like, I don't know which I prefer. If we're gonna get power creep in one way, I would rather pick neither. But it's fucking annoying and I'm gonna complain about it either way. It is annoying and I am going to complain about it either way. Do you love Farzone and Shanyu, so it's okay. Perfect. Glad you pulled units that you like. That is better than the alternative. Yeah, it's very, this entire game, it's just gotten like, it was always Rich Get Richer, where it's like the units that already do well, if you have units that do well, you get more rewards that help you build more units or build units better. If you can do that's just how it is. It's a feedback loop. The better you do, the more rewards you get. That is how gacha games work to an extent. You can't avoid that. There's no but to this. I just don't like it. I wouldn't like it either way. I wouldn't like the power creep either way. If Abyss got easier for new, I actually think I maybe would prefer it get easier for new units, where maybe new units aren't so crazy, but they get a bunch of Abyss blessings, so they feel crazier in Abyss and not anywhere else. And maybe even they still get shield in Stygian, so they could feel really good in Stygian, but they don't feel that much better than older characters somewhere else. So maybe I do have a preference, but Yeah, either works. They achieve a similar result of making the new characters feel really good and making the old characters feel really fucking bad. So yeah. Quality of life is the quality of life got better. They implemented some new systems, and also we have 200 resin now, and also there's a higher world level. Version satisfaction survey out now. How top? Version satisfaction? Oh, is this how we're gonna end off the stream, guys? I just got through my list. I think this is how we end off the stream. I think this is how we end it off. Time to gush about an FA. Yeah, we love an FA. We love an FA on this count. An FA is excused from all of this. I'm going. I'm going. What year were you born? I'm not telling you. What is your gender? Rather not disclose. Overall, how do you feel about this version of the game? So what happened in this version of the game? I didn't actually talk about. So this version of the game added probably my least favorite Natlan exploration so far, because it's like it's the worst of both worlds. Is it? I don't know. It's like big open fields, and they are separated by massive cliffs. So you need an Natlan character or you need an Asha to get up those cliffs, and then there's a bunch of fucking open space within a chest where you just walk around and you get no friction. So I didn't like that. But I liked the Seat Lolly quest. I didn't like the event quest. Overall, I'd probably say a little bit negative. Somewhat satisfied. Asha are the best quality. I also don't like the Asha. I think the Asha... hot take, chat. The Asha are ugly. Hot take. I think they're fucking hideous. I think they look disgusting. And also, I don't like controlling them, and I would rather just control a character. What is wood? What is wood? What the fuck is wood? I say I do not like how the Asha look, and I see a chat that says wood. What does this mean? What the fuck? What? Anyways, yeah, Asha I think are hideous. I'm so glad that you enjoyed 100%ing the new area. I did not, but I'm happy that you did. How satisfied are you with the... I had an EFA, and it pretty much just was your bog standard Archon quest, or your bog standard story quest, which I don't think is that good, but it was an EFA story quest, so it's a little bit better because I like an EFA. So I could say somewhat satisfied, but realistically I should say neutral because it wasn't really that good. Like it just was a story quest. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Should I hit the somewhat satisfied because I like an EFA? In EFA smiley face, I'm hitting. I might hit the somewhat satisfied. At least it isn't 5-star. Yeah, yeah. The NPC wasn't the main character in this. He's like he's a side villain. Like Bennett's dad in Asha form. Did you like Bennett's dad throwing it back in Asha form? That's what I heard a lot of people liked on my in my Discord that everybody should join. But yeah. Oh yeah. Also yeah. The voice acting of the guy was really good. I mean, it wasn't good, and that's why it was good because he got bad direction. Again, never blame the voice actors. Never. Water gem. Ugh. Sorry. Jesus Christ. Um, the voice acting that didn't make sense was fun. It was a lot of fun. because the NPC's model did not match his like body language at all, and that was a lot of fun. So I'll do somewhat satisfied because I like an Effa and I like that NPC guy. How satisfied are you with the area? Ooh, well, I did just say I did not like it. I want to hit a very unsatisfied because the Asha were like they made shit easier, but I still didn't really enjoy them, and maybe they made shit a little bit too easy. Maybe they made a little shit a little bit too easy. So I'm gonna hit a somewhat unsatisfied, and the event, fuck. So this, I also am gonna complain about this because it wasn't the whole patch. This is the first time they've done a summer event that wasn't the whole patch. And to be fair, this is also the first time they've done a summer event and the area wasn't temporary, but they should have made the limited events available or the limited rewards available for the whole patch like they always fucking do because that would have made sense. And not making that the case is extremely evil and also against the code of conduct. I don't fucking know. Whatever. I don't know what they're violating, but I'll make something up for them to violate. I don't like it in any case. But the whole event in general, the combat event was very, very bad. It was dookie dog shit. There was a kind of fun shooting event that was like enjoyable technically. There was the shit ass painting Splatoon event that wasn't really anything like Splatoon, but it wasn't fun. Which is why it was nothing like Splatoon. And there was one more, wasn't there? There's four. The event, the platformer, the flash platformer, that actually was fun. So it was. Is that 3 shit ass garbage events? And one fun one? Geneva Convention? Geneva Convention. Locking it after part 3 of Story Quest does suck. That was a way too long and way too uninteresting quest for me to care. And that is also a factor. I did not like this story quest. So I'm trying to think. So it was the fake Splatoon quest or the fake Splatoon thing. It was shitty combat event. It was shooting event. It was platforming event. Those were the 4 things. Okay. So I'm gonna actually say a little bit unsatisfied. I could hit a neutral, but then they won't ask me what I didn't like. So, shit ass event because I don't like Yelan and I think the outfit is ugly and I don't give a fuck and also I don't care about playing playing I Spy about what's different. Stygian Onslaught. There's merit. Again, I'll hit them with the there's merit, so I'll do it with somewhat unsatisfied. Don't care enough for the characters to be interested. Yeah. I should have paid more attention to Mualani because I like Mualani. But like it was just not it was such a nothing quest that I could not fucking keep up on it. So this is the picture event. Fuck, I wish I had done this on stream. I'll do neutral because I was fine with it. It was a picture event. It was fun. I enjoy picture events, unlike a lot of people. I like taking pictures. I like doing cute things with my characters because I like my characters. I care about meta and I care about taking cute pictures with Sethos. You wouldn't. Nobody's ever done this before. What the fuck? Hello, an Effa. I love an Effa. Very satisfied. Mualani, somewhat satisfied. Seat Lolly, somewhat satisfied. Chaska, very. I'll do somewhat unsatisfied. Because again, like I said, I understand why she exists. I just don't like her. Story quest took a bit too long to actually get to the real plot. Oh, absolutely. It was do nothing for 2 hours and then holy shit, Bennett backstory, and then do nothing for another 30 minutes. It took way too long to do anything of note. Imaginarium. Okay, how satisfied are you with Imaginarium? I actually kind of like Imaginarium. And Imaginarium is a fun endgame mode, and I really like the variety that it offers. And I wish that Abyss and Stygian were a little bit more bold as to put a boss that requires being healed. Fucking call me when either Abyss or Stygian puts in a boss where they say, "Hey, you have to heal me to kill me. You have to heal yourself to kill me." Call me when they're that fucking bold. Because like yeah, a lot of the systems in Imaginarium are lame. I don't like that you have to have level 70 characters to get in through Visionary. I don't like the fact that you have to have a certain number of units to get through Visionary, and you by the time you have that many units built to the level, a win is pretty much free. I don't like a lot of that balance stuff around it. But they're brave enough to put in fucking bosses that require to heal them. So like so the next difficulty? Well, yeah, implementing the next difficulty isn't going to take anything away from the previous difficulty. It's not like you're going to lose anything by them implementing a difficulty. It'll just be once you reach the point where you can clear the next highest difficulty, you'll get more rewards. That is purely a benefit to everybody. But yeah, shout out Imaginarium for being fucking bold. All the modes suck, but I think this one makes up for it the most. Genuinely. I always am the most compelled to continue or to replay Abyss because replaying Abyss is the most interesting, but I think Imaginarium genuinely my most favorite. I don't fucking care about the weapons. Has satisfied. Time skip. Display of character icons for local specialties. Don't care. One click time skip for quests. Don't care. Combat talent helmets or new characters. Don't care. How satisfied with the marketing events are you? Don't care. Don't care. I don't fucking pay attention. It makes sense that they have an endgame mode like after the game goes a long enough period of time. A lot of people are gonna collect all the characters. It makes sense they want to make a game mode that is centered around having a lot of characters. I have never not had enough units to clear on the highest level of theater, so maybe I'm biased. Maybe I'm a cringe tweaker, but I've always seen the purpose of Imaginarium. How satisfied are you with the wish system? I don't really give a fuck. Do you guys want me to say anything? I don't really ever give a fuck because I don't play other gachas. I'm never like the wish system could be more generous. Or you could give me more rewards for doing stuff. I don't really give a fuck about wishes. I don't really give a fuck about the economy. I'm gonna keep playing this game no matter what. Uh so do you guys want me to say anything? 4-star rates are cooked? Oh, I could yeah. 4-star rates are cooked. I like gambling. Thank you, Hans Plays. Thank you for contributing to the conversation. I'll hit him with a somewhat unsatisfied for 4-star rates. How does that sound? What con is my Natlan 4-star? My Auron is C2. My IFA is C4, which is actually really fucking good. But really it's just my Auron. Auron doesn't like me. I don't get Aurons. Only gotten 2 Aurons ever. One from the event. I'm somewhat unsatisfied. In-game benefits. Should I complain more? Yeah, Janssen I got 4 fucking... Well, Janssen I didn't get lucky on a follow-up banner, but on our first banner I got 4 of her. I got C3 Janssen, which is not bad. I mean, C3 Janssen is bad, but getting that many Janssens is not bad. Wait, oh, damn. Ooh. Sorry, Auron. Sorry I was, saying horrible, horrible things about your boyfriend and I made you jealous. Yeah, okay. It makes sense that Auron doesn't fucking like me anymore. Okay, in-game benefits? I'll say somewhat unsatisfied. I don't care. I don't care. But like I'll get more wishes for you guys. You fucking peasants who don't spend money on the Welkin. Like idiots. Just kidding. Please don't spend money on this game. Yes, thirsting is the word I'm looking for. I'm trying to fuck Aoife. I am trying to have sex with Aoife. Anyways, how satisfied are you with the character and weapon enhancement materials? Don't give a fuck. In-game content in Genshin Impact. Somewhat boring. I'm just thinking about that Yelan event. They're not gonna change anything, no matter what I fucking choose. It's not like it matters. I'm just pressing buttons, dude, for fun. I'm pressing buttons and I'm praying that one day I'll get some. Oh, well, maybe they'll change something I want. For now, I'm just getting fucking Mora. How diverse do you find the in-game content to be? Not diverse at all, because they introduced Stygian. Stygian sucks. How satisfied are you with the time and effort needed while playing Genshin Impact? Neutral. I don't give a fuck. How satisfied are you with the quantity of content in Genshin Impact? There's enough. You don't need to add more. I use English. Thank you very much. Satisfied are you? The voiceover in the version of this game? I didn't pay attention. I'll be honest. I'll be fucking real. That quest could not keep me engaged. Maybe I am not fit to do the Natlan Retrospective because Jesus fucking Christ, that event quest was so goddamn boring. My eyes glazed over and I couldn't pay attention and I slipped into a coma maybe. Who's to say? Mualani fees on both my accounts. Lost my... She'll come. She'll be here eventually. She's foreshadowing. I didn't pay attention. Gaming security in this version of the game. Yeah. Sorry. I also liked an FSVA. How only are you to continue experiencing Genshin Impact? No, you know what? Fucking fine. I always have to be honest about these. This is my favorite part of the survey, where I say I fucking hated everything that you did in this patch, and I wish you would do everything differently. And then at the end, they ask how willing you are to continue, and I say definitely very willing. There's no fucking way I'm quitting this game. And they go, yeah, that's what I fucking thought. uh, they got me. They got my ass. They got every single survey. As much as I prepare, I'm like, yeah. I'm thinking about I didn't like this thing. Hey, could you fix Dahlia's fucking idol where he slurps on that fucking popcorn? Could you fix X, Y, and Z? At the end of the survey, they say, hey, you gonna continue playing? And I'm like, yeah, I am gonna continue playing. And they're like, yeah, you fucking are, you idiot. My autism does not mesh. My autism meshes perfectly with these surveys because it makes it funny as fuck. Oh, it makes me hating every single question. How satisfied with your resort? Very unsatisfied. Do you like Chaska? Fuck Chaska. Are you gonna keep playing this game? Yeah, I am gonna play the game. Yeah, I'm gonna keep playing this piece of shit. Slanderous version survey because they want the game to be better. Yep, I keep saying I wouldn't be able to hate this hard if I didn't care. How satisfied are you with Hoyoverse as a company is fucking crazy. Gratitude, also so true. This one I should hate on, right? Right, I should. It is morally correct of me to hate on this one. Sunk cost fallacy. It's not even sunk cost. The cost is very real. I'm making money off this game. I can't quit anymore. I swear. I'm coping with that fact so fucking much now. You're getting self-conscious. Hold up. Yeah, send a bug report. Here's the thing, send a bug report for the Dahlia idol and just bother them over and over. They're gonna be like, hey, yeah, did you try turning your computer on and off? And you're gonna be like, yeah, I did. and he still sounds like he's fucking slurping hot penis. He still just is. I cannot stand this fucking noise that this character makes. If he just persevere. Any other comments? Are we all good? Are we good for tonight, chat? Another clip. No! No! Please! For the love of God! No! Are we set for the night? Better a pig than a fascist. Better a pig than a... Dahlia said it with his fucking teeth. Better a pig than a fascist. Stacking clips right now. Please. Please, no. Fuck you, I will be there on day one, not cry. I'm ending stream now. I'm hitting submit. I'm ending stream. I'm finding someone to fucking raid. Thank you guys so much for coming to the Natlan complain stream where I did like half complain, half like please be better. I appreciated your existence. On Twitch I am going to raid someone. Who am I gonna raid? I'm gonna fucking raid Davy Pants is live. I know I got a lot of you guys like Davy Pants because you use his emotes in my Discord. Also join my Discord if you enjoyed the stream. Hold on. I think I have someone I'm following. Here we go. Erinye? I don't know how to pronounce her name, but I follow her. So you guys are gonna be fucking rating her on Twitch. YouTube, you're just gonna be saying goodbye. Thank you guys for joining. I'm going insane. I'm so tired. Join the Discord. If you're on Twitch, follow YouTube. If you're on YouTube, follow Twitch. Both should be linked in my respective bios. I hope you guys have a lovely day. I'm hitting this raid button on Twitch. We're unable to raid? What the fuck? Hold on. Never mind. Hold on. I'm hitting it again. I'm hitting my raid button again. I can't hit my raid button right now. Why can't I hit my raid button right now? I'm gonna try one more time. So much for an anticlimactic end for a stream. It says we are unable to raid it this time. Whatever. I might just end stream then, and I won't fucking raid out. Thank you guys for joining. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.